Diary of the Former World's #1 Raising a Minor Character. Volume 7. By Sawamura Haruta. Translated by Carrie Translations. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. The Land of the Eight Swords Arc. Chapter 134. Cheap Fishing Gear Shop. Grip Position. Well then. Finally, I can sit back and prepare for the summer title games. As for Sylvia and Eiko, I am planning to work on a game plan and various training programs after the foundation of each of them is firmly established. Then it's my turn. The 5 titles I plan to aim for in the summer are Taoshini, Shisasai, Senjutsu, Tenmusa, and Bishaman. Martial arts, spearmanship, jojutsu, thread manipulation, and sword drawing, respectively. 5 new ones. It's quite a challenge. However, I have little concern about the experience because Anko is here. If Anko and I were to go around an appropriate A-class dungeon at high speed, we would accumulate them in less than a month. The question is how to acquire each of these skills. Martial arts, spearmanship, and thread manipulation are not much different from swordsmanship and archery, so they can be put aside for later. Jojutsu and sword drawing. These ones are tricky, especially sword drawing. In order to master the basic skills soldier sword drawing, one must be equipped with a katana. In other words, blacksmithing is involved. This makes it quite a hassle for me alone. Therefore, Yukari's cooperation would be essential. Yukari, did you find out anything about the katana? At tea time after lunch, I asked Yukari. I had already made a request to Yukari yesterday in anticipation of the difficulties in learning it. Find out if it is possible to manufacture a katana in the current conditions was my request. Master, about that. Oh my. Unusually, Yukari was slurring her words. I nodded once, prompting her to continue. The manufacture of katanas seems to require a material called tamahagane. However, the crucial tamahagane is not available anywhere. Nowhere? Neither on the market nor at auction? Even the black market? Yes. We searched everywhere in the capital, but we couldn't find even a shadow of it. For real? Tamahagane. I also know that this is an essential material item for the manufacture of a katana. In Mobius's era, you could buy these items at the player stores around here and there without even a second thought. But is it nowhere to be found? In other words, is it currently impossible to manufacture a katana? Yeah, I'm so sorry. Yukari bowed her head with an expressionless face. She seemed to be really depressed, as her long pointed dark elf ears drooped a little. Don't worry. Let me think of a way. I followed up with a quick comment and sipped my tea. That said, if we don't have tamahagane, we can't really do much. I don't know what to do. Second, C C C C C C C C C C C C C C C C C C C C C C C C C C C A H H H. All right, let's go to the beach. Yay! She was so full of energy that it was hard to believe that she was the same cat girl who slipped and fell on moss and trembled when she arrived at the beach earlier this morning. Getting her revenge as early as in the same afternoon? Aggressive indeed. I'd like someone to learn from her. This flexibility in thinking. I'm off to the beach with Eiko. Be careful, Amu. Be careful. Have a good day, master. It seems that no one else is coming. Well, no one likes to go all the way to the ocean in this crappy cold season. Fwishy. Other than fishermen, that is. Listen, Eiko. The first step in fishing is information gathering. Strategy meeting? That's wrong. Hey. You don't think all 4-letter phrases mean strategy meeting, do you? Yeah? Then, it's fine. First, we'll go to the fishing gear shop. Yes. Since it was a good opportunity, I decided to fish too. This will be my first time fishing since I came to this world. So, as soon as we arrived at the port of Kula, we headed for the fishing gear shop. This is because the fishing conditions over here are not always exactly the same as in Mobius. Fishing is a process in which everything changes drastically depending on the tides and seasonal weather conditions, from the type of fish caught to other things. This is a rather tricky and interesting point. Mochi is for rice cake shops, as the saying goes. So tackle is for fishing. Each thing has its own area of specialty. Excuse me, coming. What can I lip? I walked into a small, cheap fishing tackle shop and called out to the clerk, who came out from the back and stiffened up when she saw me. sounding as if she had a rice cake stuck in her throat. While pointing at me, she opened her mouth flapping, and made an inarticulate sound. This is the problem with being famous. Second, are you famous? Well, sort of famous. I'm glad. I wonder if it's something to be glad about. Say, secretary second triple crown, right? Yes, I am. Ho ho, how did you end up in such a shitty, desolate fishing tackle shop? I came to buy some fishing gear. Oh, that's obvious, right? This girl is amusing. I'm just wondering if you have any fishing recommendations right now? Yeah, I do have. Is this your first time fishing, second summer? No, I'm pretty good at it. If so, I recommend shore jigging. You can catch a variety of fish from sea bass to bottom fish and bluefish. If you are looking for a more relaxed and enjoyable fishing experience with your companion, hole fishing for rockfish is also fun. It is also good for a quick throw using a shoulder-carrying pole. Oh, okay. Have you heard of braggery fishing? Braggery? A vulgar abbreviation of clitoris. No. Braggery. Yeah. Oh, man, this girl is crazy serious when it comes to fishing. For a second I mistakenly thought she suddenly started talking dirty, but it seems to be a fishing term. As expected of a fishing gear store clerk, she's not just for show. Is that a rod for rock beach fishing? If so, you can target horse mackerels with a sabiki, which is a popular method this time of year, as the fish are always over 6 feet long. Or do you want to go basket fishing for bigger fish? Horsey, you're aiming for horse mackerels? Then this pink-skinned sabiki is excellent. In addition, she is a good businesswoman. Iko squeezed the bag containing the sabiki laws she was given and would not let go. That's a pattern I've seen before. She won't let go of anything new she's got. Second Sama. To be honest, it's not impossible to catch fish this time of year, but they are very reluctant to bite when fishing from shore. But, if you take a boat out to the offshore point, it's a huge catch. A boat? Do you rent it? No, but our store manager will be happy to show you around. Usually, we do it if you make a reservation by 4 a.m. that morning. But right now there are no other customers with reservations, so we can leave right away. I guess I'm getting special treatment. That's kind of awkward. I don't need a boat. Today we will fish from the shore. We're going for sea bass. If so, it is better to cast on the estuary side. If you want to catch horse mackerel using a sabiki, drop it a little farther inside the harbor. Oh, we have rods available for rent. Nah, I'll buy one. An all-purpose sea bass rod? And also, a reel, and lures and jigs. A few of those. And since we're at it, why not add more? Some bait, a bucket, and a landing net. Understood. Then, how about this one? The grip position is quite a bit lower, so it's designed to be easier to cast. I'm not sure. So, I'll leave it all to you. Okay, leave it to me. Not good. I ended up buying a lot of stuff. Great job, shopkeeper lady. There was a lot of jargon, and I sometimes tilted my head, but I could sort of understand what was being said. Would that be what was motivating me to buy? In addition, I am getting excited about fishing, or rather, I am looking forward to fishing. I feel like we're going to catch something. We'll absolutely catch something. I can feel it. Same. Iko seemed to feel the same way, smiling the whole time as she held the sabiki laws in her tiny hands with great care. Thank you for your purchase, second Sama. No, thank you very much for explaining everything to me. I am honored to be of service. By the way, there is one thing you should be aware of when fishing on the bank. Today around 3 p.m., a boat heading to the island of the 8 Swords will be leaving from the harbor, so please be careful when you are casting your line. If the line is left cast, the boat will cut it. Island of the 8 Swords? Was there such an island in Mobius? I've never heard of it. Is it an island unique to this world? Yeah, okay. Watch for boats around 3 p.m. Certainly. We look forward to seeing you again. Yeah, I'll come again. I'm also a big fan. I'll be rooting for you. Thanks. Well, that was a strong-willed lady. I think she was saying something pretty important, but the cheering at the end completely blanked it all out. Well, whatever. Now, let's go fishing. No, my line. 3:10 p.m. The boat mercilessly severed the fishing line that I had left cast and left unattended. Perhaps because the rocks were rough, we often lost our hooks because of entanglements. Finally, the last of the hooks was lost with the passage of the boat. On the other hand, the lures and jigs were still too early for me. No matter what I did, I couldn't seem to catch any fish, and I didn't feel I could catch any fish at all. The same was true of Eco, where not a single horse mackerel was caught, as if they were not migrating in the first place. That's right. After 2.5 hours of persistence, we were both still out of luck. Hey, Eco. Yes. Shall we go home? Yeah. Fishing in this world wasn't that easy. I've learned another lesson, I guess. That boat was seriously unforgiving. If only it had stopped in front of me as I am putting away my fishing gear. I am slowly becoming irrationally angry. Well, to say that there is no way to see the fishing line from the boat would be an understatement, but it would be possible to see at least the fishermen who are setting up their poles on the bank. If I were a boatman, well, I wouldn't stop. I guess it's normal for it to not stop. I guess it couldn't be helped. Yeah, I didn't understand until I put myself in the other person's shoes. I would certainly not stop. And if it's bound for the island of the 8 swords, then it must be carrying passengers. There's no way it would stop. My anger gradually subsided. Okay, next time, I'll watch out for boat traffic. Wait, I feel like I might have stumbled upon something. I wonder what it is. Fishing boat passengers to the island of the 8 swords. Island of the 8 swords? Island? Ah, I see. I remembered. Yukari. Is there something you need? Master. Tamahagane, an item necessary for the manufacture of a katana. There are items necessary for the production of that tamahagane. That is, it's science sand. Iron sand. Iron sand? Yeah, that's right. In order to learn soldier sword drawing, a katana must be equipped. In order to manufacture that katana, you need tamahagane. In order to produce the tamahagane, iron sand is needed. That iron sand is probably in that location. That place, I mean. Let's go to Inodejima. Chapter 135. A Proud Welcome. Inodejima, huh? Don't you know it? Yeah, I've never even heard of it. Yukari seemed to have no idea what I was talking about. That's strange. Inodejima. I'm pretty sure it was in Mobius. Oh, yeah. Let's ask my compatriot. Hey, Raz. You know Inodejima, don't you? I know. It's all the way east from the port of Kula, right? It is called Inodejima, Island of the Rising Sun, because it is located in the direction where the sun rises. Yes, I knew it was there. I made a face that said, see? And Yukari put her hand on her chin and made a face that said, before opening her mouth. East of Kula, is it? Yeah. Please check it out for me. As you wish. Immediately after I asked, Yukari spread a map all over the living room table. A map I've never seen before. In other words, a map of this world. What is this map? The feeling of unease is tremendous. The terrain is different, the borders are misaligned, the dungeons that are supposed to be there are not labeled, and the names are slightly different. Is this right for this world, or is it simply wrong? Yukari. What is this map? I was curious, so I asked. I got it in the capital. Is this commonly used? No, it is not easy to find such a large and elaborate map. A typical one would be about 1/8 of this size. How much, by the way? 1.98 million CL. I purchased it as an operating expense. Expensive? No. But if it's that high, the odds of the map being wrong are getting slimmer. I mean, I would have been too scared to even sell Yukari a fake map in the first place. Well, whatever. So, how about Inodejima? Please wait a minute. Yukari pulled the map to the left of the table and unfolded the rolled up right edge. We looked at the right side of the map. From the port of Kula, go out to sea, right, and more right. It is strange. It shows the island of the 8 swords. There was only one small island in the Far East Sea. The island of the 8 swords. Island of the 8 swords. I still have never heard of it. Raz was also tilting her head. This means that it is definitely an island that was not in Mobius. The 8 swords island, which Mobius people do not know, and Inodejima, which people in this world do not know. Maybe 8 swords island equals Inodejima. Isn't it? What shall we do? Yukari asked for a decision. But my answer had already been decided. Let's go to the island of the 8 swords. The next day, after silencing the wannabe female knight, the catfisher girl, and the Kansai-speaking girl, Yukari and I made our way to the port town of Kula. It's been a while since Yukari and I have been alone on a trip. Moreover, it was an unusual and distant trip. Master, over there, huh? This is the inn where we once stayed together. A room on that second floor. Do you remember? How nostalgic. I couldn't sleep because you snored so loud. Ooh, ouch. Sorry. I'm kidding. My arm, which was crossed with Yukari's, was twisted like a rag, and I apologized profusely. Yukari made an angry face with her bottom lip sticking out a little while her cheeks were lightly tinted. She usually doesn't change her facial expression, but when I say mean things to her, she makes this kind of face. I see. Cute. It feels refreshing. This is the first time, perhaps, that I have ever walked leisurely with Yukari in such a peaceful mood. Well, the boat to the island of the 8 swords is. I discovered where the boat was anchored when I was fishing yesterday. I think the ship leaves at 3 p.m., right? I decided to talk to the man who seemed to be the captain for the time being, since I would probably need to make an appointment. Hey, can I ask you something? What? Can I make a reservation for the boat to the island of the 8 swords? I don't mind, but it's still a month away. 1 month away? A shocking revelation. Are you serious? I can't wait for a month. Can't you do something about it? There's nothing I can do. It looks like a no-go. Then let's buy a boat already. And as I was thinking about that, a voice suddenly called out from behind us. I'll give you a lift. It was an old man I didn't know. Sanbai-san, that's dangerous. Don't worry. They'll overlook it if I tell them I forgot to bring him on yesterday. But the old man was apparently called Sanbai. Sanbai-san tapped his chest and said, "Leave it to me." In contrast, the old man captain had some words of concern for Sanbai-san. What's so dangerous? I asked, and the old man opened his mouth. The island is very strict about outsiders. Only certain people are allowed to come in and out once per month, and when you break that rule, don't worry about it. We'll manage. We'll manage. I don't care what happens to you anymore, Sanbai-san. The old man looked dumbfounded, patted Sanbai-san on the back, and left. Now that the nuisance has gone, you two, get on my boat. Sorry, thanks. It's fine. But in return. Whoa, I thought that was very kind, but I guess he wants something in return. I wonder what? Can you sign this for me? To Sanbai-san, of the fishing gear shop. Please. Sanbai-san brought out a large fishing flag, about 1 meter long. Ah, I see that store. Yeah. I wrote my signature in huge letters and added huge haul, then returned it to him. Although yesterday I ended up not catching anything with his fishing gear. I'm so happy. This is sure to become a thriving business. Sanbai-san looked excited and skipped along as he led us to the boat. Perhaps he is the manager of the fishing gear store himself. He looks like he won't fall behind that girl from yesterday. Now we're leaving. As soon as we boarded the boat, it started moving. The port became smaller and smaller in no time at all. Master, in the future, please do not casually sign your autographs to stores. What? Why? It's just a signature. One from a Triple Crown winner. It is worth hundreds or thousands of times more than what you think it is worth, Master. Is it really? Yeah. If it's not done right, people will die. That much? Oh, man. That was certainly thoughtless. There is no end to the number of companies that now want to sign a contract with you and take advantage of your popularity, Master. We, the maids, will do our best to stop them, but there will be times when they will come at you when you are alone. Popular, huh? Yes, you are very popular, now, in this kingdom. Most of all. Hence, every company wants a piece of your popularity, Master. Don't ever forget it. I'll be careful. But whatever ties there are, if I want to sign it, I'll sign it. Seriously. Yukari looked at me with a cold stare that said, "You're a troublesome one." I smiled deceptively and hugged her shoulder from diagonally behind her, saying, "It's fine, it's fine." Yukari then said, "It can't be helped," and leaned back with the back of her head against my chest. The next thing I knew, all I could see was the ocean. Looks like reaching the island of the 8 swords is going to take some time. Oh, is that it? Yeah, you have good eyes. After 3 hours, the island of the 8 swords came into view. No mistake. That familiar shape. That's the Onodejima I know. The island of the 8 swords, after all, was in Onodejima. Well, where shall I drop you off? Secretly on the back shore, safely on the shore, or proudly in the harbor? Hey, if you ask me that, I can only answer like this. Right in the middle of the harbor, please. Roger. Like a man. Who are you? A ridiculous island. That was my first impression. As soon as we arrived at the port of the island of the 8 swords, we were confronted by 3 men dressed in kimonos. What a generous welcome. And on the men's waists were katanas. Yes, the one thing I have been looking for, a katana. Even if you ask me that. I tilted my head and gestured stealthily behind my back, thinking about what to say, to Sanbai-san. Run away, and pointed toward the boat, the reason being, the 3 men have been in a fighting stance ever since they came up to us. They were constantly gushing with killing intent. He could be cut down at any time. I'm sorry. I wish you luck. I won't let you go. One of the men in kimono followed Sanbai-san, who turned on his heel and boarded the boat. The thumb of the man's left hand pressed firmly on the tsuba. That guy's going to draw it. How barbaric. I won't let that happen. I immediately used spirit summoning to call for Angulmas to stop the guy in his tracks. Phew, ha 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 ha. It has been a long time. It's been a long time, my second. Right? Not good. He is very angry. Who are you? Don't move, you little worms. Go sleep there. Angulmas, as if to give the 3 men in kimonos a little lesson, knocked them to the ground with the crawling gale and then turned to face me. A yellow shirt with a blue star pattern, pants with the same pattern, and a nightcap. If you look closely, this guy is wearing pajamas. My second. I have been neglected for a long time, haven't I? Yes, that's why. I thought I would not be summoned for a while yet. That's a given, wouldn't you say? Yes, I was caught off guard. Yes, it couldn't be helped. Right? Yes, I think so. I don't know what his life is like in the spirit world, but it seems that he had been sleeping carelessly and seriously thinking that he would not be summoned. Thanks to this, even though he was lecturing with an angry face, he had no dignity at all, which was the most important thing. This is fatal for the great king. Then, for about 15 minutes, after listening to Angulma's accumulated complaints, permission to unsummon him was finally granted. As Yukari next to me looked at me with a blank stare, I managed to quiet him down, saying, I'll summon you again soon, and then I sent him back with unsummon. Meanwhile, the 3 poor men in kimonos were left crouched on the ground. Damn. You are a foreign sorcerer, aren't you? Strange. What a tragedy. What are you talking about? You're making some kind of strange misunderstanding. Foreign sorcerer? Foreign? Hey, isn't this the Castle Kingdom? The men answered my question with their hands on their katana. What a crazy thing to say. This is the land of the 8 swords. This is the birthplace of sword drawing. Chapter 136, Lending a Sword for a Real Treasure. Land of the 8 Swords. It's the first time I've heard of it. What a coincidence. Me too. Yukari and I have never heard of this country. Really suspicious. However, the faces of the men in kimono in front of me were quite serious. I'm curious. Okay, let's hear it directly from them. Hey, is this the birthplace of sword drawing? Correct. Sword drawing was born here and flourished ever since. No, it hasn't flourished at all on the mainland. Isn't that obvious? Well, even if you call it obvious, I have no duty to explain it to strangers like you. Nope, these guys can't even communicate. Even as I said this, the men were leaning toward us with their hands on the katana at their waists. No questions asked. Huh? If you're going to do that, I'm going to have to use some kind of magic. I stepped forward as I said it, and the men opened their mouths without backing off. Don't think that the same move will work twice. We are samurai. It is our duty to protect this land. I will put the name of the Daikaku style on the line to defeat you. Hey, hold on a second. When it comes time to start a fight, don't use such an intriguing string of words. That's enough. Immediately after, a voice came unexpectedly from behind the men. It was the voice of a young woman. You the Tobatsu style. Do you want to get in our way? As soon as the men turned around and saw the woman, they turned hostile. The woman, on the other hand, did not lose her dignity. They are my guests. I'd appreciate it if you'd stay out of my way. What do you mean? They are obviously outsiders. Shut up, loser. Or are you saying that you want to have a fight with me here? TCH. A brief staring contest ensued, and then, the men quietly removed their hands from their katana. Will remember this, Akaniko. I will report this matter to Tukikairu-sama. Yes, that you are sheltering an outsider. Each of them said a few words of resignation and left the harbor. The three people left there were me, Yukari, and a girl called Akaniko. You saved us. After a brief thank you, Akaniko spun around. Her long, slender black hair, tied in a ponytail, danced softly in the wind. Don't get me wrong. I don't like useless killing, so I stopped them. Now leave this land immediately. What an unapproachable statement. I wondered what to do and decided to ask a question to get the conversation started. For now. Who is this Tukikairu? You don't need to know. What is the Daikaku style or the Tobatsu style? I said, go home. What kind of people are the samurai? Again, go home. Just when I was about to give up, Yukari next to me suddenly opened her mouth. One would expect that Daikaku style and Tobatsu style are the sword drawing styles in this land of the 8 swords. Also, the one named Tukikairu whom the men said they would report to, from the way they said it, he is probably the head of the Daikaku style school, the schools of sword drawing. I see, that was a blind spot. Oh, I see. Schools, that's the kind of environment that is created when a game becomes reality. I couldn't imagine it because the only school that existed in Mobius was the joke type of school, Okan style. And then there are samurai. There are several schools in this land of the 8 swords, and I believe that only by training in sword drawing as a student of one of these schools will one be able to handle a katana. Those who are allowed to wield a katana after such rigorous training are called samurai. Hence, it is kept from the public. Sword drawing is not allowed to be spread outside of the island, and the techniques are kept secret except from the students at the various schools. In other words, a very closed-off island. Or so I have surmised. At that moment, Akaniko's expression froze. I see that. So it is now known. I was just guessing, but you unexpectedly answered the question, didn't you? If that's the case, I can't let you go home alive. Cheyenne. Fast. A fast movement and a drawn sword that moved so fast that it was right in front of you in the blink of an eye, just like a flash of light. As soon as Akaniko finished speaking, she launched a night sword drawing attack, from a state of complete calmness, with no killing intent, no feelings of anything, not even a preliminary movement of any kind. She took a stance, grabbed the mouth of the sword sheath, activated her skill, and pulled it out. The technique with which she did everything in an instant was truly that of a master. Wow! She must have had a great deal of confidence. In fact, she was quite skilled. She was well within the level of the title contenders in this world. That is precisely why she broke her dignified face and showed a look of astonishment. It's a nice katana. Do you take care of it every day? What are you saying? No. What did you do? Knocked back. She raised her voice. Well, that would be hard to accept. She was prevented from doing her best AI by a mere plate. No, I don't think she even realized it yet. Maybe she misunderstood that I did something with my hands empty. In the time it took for her to ready herself, grab the mouth of the sword sheath, activate the night sword drawing skill, pull it out, and slash at me. I took a plate from my inventory, equipped it, activated soldier's shield arts, eyeballed the 0.037 second timing, parried, removed the plate from my equipment, and put it back in my inventory. She did not understand it instantly. That's all. I've changed my mind, I muttered to no one in particular. Originally, I traveled to this island of the 8 swords to obtain a katana. Once here, I can come and go as much as I want using Anko's transfer summons. Therefore, I was going to leave immediately without being told to do so. But that's the thing. The people of this island betrayed my expectations, in a good way. Is there a school for the mere skill of sword drawing? A person who holds a katana and uses sword drawing is called a samurai. A hidden technique that is not available outside of the country's gates. A closed island nation sounds really, really interesting, doesn't it? And the best part is her, Akaniko. She is quite young by the looks of it, about 17 years old. I didn't know such a girl could be so strong. She then tried to slay a stranger, a man and a woman, in a split-second decision for the sole purpose of keeping the information inside the island from getting out. And without any hesitation at all. How does one grow up this way? This is clearly an odd environment, a foreign culture. Why are you smiling? Whoops. I guess I had a big grin on my face. However, the corners of my mouth never came back down because I could sense the smell of a strong person, and my heart was beating with excitement at the thought of this. Master, I'm sorry, but I think I'm going to stay here for a while. It can't be helped, I guess. Well, it always happens. Sorry. I broke the silence by saying a few words to Yukari and turning to Akaniko. Akaniko, show me around the island. What a stupid thing to say. I'm serious. I came to this island to learn sword drawing. Akaniko kept her mouth shut and showed a thoughtful stance. However, her expression remained strained. Do you think I should be a little more forceful here? Maybe the Tobatsu style for now? I'd like to take a look at the dojo. No. Don't be absurd. If you had heard the woman's deductions, you would know. I don't want Kenshin-sama to know that I brought you to the island. If you would just shut up and leave here, there would be no problem. Kenshin, the head of the Tobatsu-style school, my father. Would the name Kenshin Bishaman convey the message? Who? The current Bishaman, a title holder? So, your father is the most powerful samurai on the island? I can't say for sure, but practically he is the strongest. Oh, it's an unexpected meeting. My expectations are slowly rising. Now I want to see him even more, but first, I need to learn sword drawing. Nonsense. It's not that easy to learn. Oh, good, good. She took the bait. This will be a good starting point for negotiations. That's right. At least if I had a katana. You, maybe. Yeah, I already know. Iron sand, tamahagane, katanas, and all the different ways to learn sword drawing. After all, I must kill you here. Well, wait. Come, Anko. Yes, my lord. Anko is here! Exclamation mark. I sneakily used monster summoning and made Anko appear from behind Akaniko. Akaniko's eyes widened, and her body stiffened. It's a common sight. This is what happens to everyone who sees Anko for the first time. Biologically, instinctively, after a single moment, you subconsciously realize, I'm no match for this monster, and every cell in your body becomes terrified. Take Yukari home. As you wish. When I instructed Anko, she bowed with a smile on her face and disappeared with Yukari. Where on earth did they disappear to? Akaniko would be thinking desperately, but there would be no answer. Look, they got away. An outsider who has learned the secret. What will you do? No, this doesn't mean they've escaped yet. There must be some kind of gimmick to it. No, they ran away out of the island. You can't catch them now. And then I'll be running away, too. Nonsense. And when I get back to the mainland, let's see. Let's spread the word on how to manufacture katanas for starters. I would like to add that Akaniko-san of the Tobatsu-style school taught me that. What do you think will happen if you do something like that? Well, Akaniko will be banished from the island, not just the village. If things go badly, she will be killed. So, there it is. Wanna make a bet? Are you threatening me? That's wrong. In a way, it's a request. Say it. I have a week from today to learn all the sword drawing skills. So, lend me your katana. It's a short-term game. Since I have come to the island of the 8 swords, I can collect iron sand any time I want. With that said, I aim to shorten the time even further. In other words, I decided to put off the manufacture of the katana and equip myself with someone else's katana for the time being to learn all the sword drawing skills. I can't. There's no guarantee that you'll come back. If you lend me your katana, I will leave you something that I value as much as you value the katana. That arrow is the arrow of bonds. If this is paired with a bow, an infinite number of arrows can be shot. It was given to me when I cured the blind archer Alfredo's eyes, and it's my treasure. You're wavering. Akaniko, of course, you would be hesitant. An infinite arrow. For example, is honestly worth many times more than a katana. In addition, the bets. I am sure she thinks so, that it is impossible to learn all the sword drawing skills in a week, especially Dragon Horse sword drawing and Dragon King sword drawing. These two learning methods are different and more cumbersome than the Dragon Horse and Dragon King in other skills. Well, to tell you the truth, there is a shortcut technique that has been developed by tens of thousands of players who have shared a vast amount of information, tried and tested, and after much research and study, came up with the idea of how to make the tedious process easier and shorter in efficiency. The only thing I can say is that there is a shortcut technique that has been developed through trial and error and research after research after research. If you don't know, there is no way to possibly find out. One cannot even imagine. It is next to impossible for a single person to reach the crystallization of knowledge accumulated by tens of thousands of people working together. So, what's the bet? See, she bit. Akanika had a slightly exasperated look on her face, urging me to speak. If I can learn it in a week, you will show me around the island. If I can't learn it, I'll be your slave until the day I die. A slave, not bad. It gets cold this time of year, so I shall have you warm my footwear in your bosom. I hope you're ready to put on a miniskirt, too. Why is that so? A tour guide is supposed to wear a miniskirt. You're a real scoundrel, aren't you? Akanika was taken aback but offered me the katana at her waist. We exchanged the arrow of bonds and the katana, and faced each other again. Then, 1 week later. See you back here at this time. Understood. I can't wait to see what face you'll make when you get here. Maybe something like this? HMFP, stop. Are you trying to make me laugh? I mean, what's with that face? I have a cat at home who loves to stare at me. I'm studying hard every day. Don't talk nonsense. Get going. Yeah. Fluttering and waving my hand, I sent a communication to Yukari requesting a meeting. On my waist was the katana I borrowed from Makaniko. Now, it's time to learn sword drawing. Chapter 137. It's been a while since I last was this pumped up. I'll be out in a bit. For about 3 days. After finishing my evening meal, I suddenly announced. After much planning, I came to the conclusion that I had to stay out all night for 3 days. Otherwise, it would be impossible to learn all the sword drawing skills in 1 week. Not even a second can be spared. Wait a minute, second dono. Iko and I are getting the fundamentals laid. Isn't it about time to learn the game plan? Looks good. Is that so? Then you'll be doing basic training for the rest of the month. What? Why? Because someone who has the fundamentals in place never talks about the fundamentals being ready. Sylvia nodded reluctantly as if she couldn't argue. Iko seemed honestly convinced, saying, I see. Well, I leave everything to you while I'm gone. Very well, master. I told Yukari a few words and left the house. Raspberry Bell seemed to be doing something in her room after the evening meal. Perhaps the development of a treatment for caramel addiction. She seems to be moving forward. I'd love to see her doing her best. Well then, I thought as I walked out into the snowy outdoors and used monster summoning to call Franco. To begin with, I don't intend to just learn sword drawing. By the end of the week, I will have all of my sword drawing skills at grade 9. Ideally this is what I want to do. I will be well prepared for PvP with the fierce fighters who may be lurking in that land of the 8 swords by any chance. That's why I went to the trouble of borrowing a katana to shorten the time. Hence, what is needed during the week is not only to fulfill the skill acquisition requirements. It's been a while since I last was this pumped up. My lord, which way shall we go? Your old home! ! As you wish. And so, the game begins. Say, my second. That weapon. Is it called a katana? A most delightful weapon, isn't it? Right? I really like it. The fact that it is always in its sheath is interesting. It may look like a stick hanging from your waist, but it becomes a sharp blade in a second. Its silver blade is also really beautiful. I like it. I see. By the way, my second. When will my turn come? A little while longer. Is that so? The Great Spirit King looked crestfallen. That's not surprising. I am not summoning Angelmas to join me in battle, but simply to talk to him. I have been on Isekai for about 20 hours now. I was currently in the middle of a battle with armored knights who spawned near the gates of Isekai, crushing them as they spawned. 2 or more armored knights will always spawn here. In addition, they respawn a little faster than other monsters, perhaps because their role is that of a gatekeeper. Therefore, it became a very good hunting ground for intermediate to advanced players who aimed to earn experience as well as to meet the skill acquisition requirements. Sword drawing's soldier to bishop skills are similar to other skills in terms of learning requirements, such as killing hundreds of monsters or making hundreds of attacks that reduce a monster's HP by 30%. Therefore, they can be learned without much difficulty. And after about a full day of combat, I had finally learned everything from soldier sword drawing to bishop sword drawing. My lord, I have killed them all. Then, just in time, Anko returned with a slightly elated face. While I was busy learning skills, I had Anko circling the shallower layers of Isekai. Thanks to this, I am getting a lot of additional experience. This would make raising all from soldier to bishop to a higher grade easy. Wonderful, my darkness wolf. There remain 3 more, Rook and the problematic Dragon Horse and Dragon King. It is better to learn them in order. First up is Rook sword drawing. Rook sword drawing is a bit tedious. The condition for learning this sword drawing skill is to kill monsters in the same level range as yourself with a single blow 10 times in a row using the sword drawing skills. The monsters that presently appear in Isekai are in the same level range as me. So if I can kill the monsters here 10 times in a row with a single blow, I will have acquired the skill. The challenge is the part about the one hit 10 times in a row. That is quite severe. Sword drawing skill table. Net firepower, strength plus dexterity plus agility plus vitality, divided by 5.12 plus excess SP divided by 100,000, 128% firepower when wielding a sword at the belt. Soldier sword drawing attack, single attack. Lance sword drawing movement plus sword drawing attack, single attack. Knight sword drawing large movement plus sword drawing attack, single attack. Silver sword drawing. The more you charge, the more powerful sword drawing attack. Gold sword drawing counter, single attack plus defense. Bishop sword drawing quick and powerful thrust. Rook sword drawing. The more you charge, the more power. Extremely powerful sword drawing attack, single attack. Dragon horse range attack in all directions. Dragon king sword drawing. The more you charge, the more power. Extremely powerful area of effect attack. Currently, among the sword drawing skills I have already learned, the one that gives me the most firepower is silver sword drawing at 9th grade. If you charge it up to the maximum while belted, and then make a critical hit, it is a one-hit kill for sure. Hence, critical becomes extremely important, assuming that you do 10 consecutive critical hits. With crit occurring at a 50% chance, the probability of success would be 1 in 1024. It's a number that I can't afford. The solution? Of course, there is one. Alright, let's get changed. I took what I had prepared from my inventory and replaced my current equipment with a new one. It is a piece of equipment that is bestowed with Kakigawari. The effect of Kakigawari is a 5% increase in the critical chance. This time, I brought the Kakigawari shell earrings borrowed from Sylvia, Kakigawari leather shoes, and various other non-essential equipment with Kakigawari on them. The Kakigawari equipment I was able to procure consisted of a helmet, chest, pants, boots, gloves, and 3 accessories, for a total of 8 pieces. The equipment itself was weak, but the bestowal effect was a whopping 40% increase in critical rate. My current net critical chance is 40 for 9th grade plus a luck of 92, which is divided by 10 and added together, so 40 plus 92 tenths is about 49%. The bestowal effect of the Kakigawari equipment for 8 parts is added to this, and the final criticality rate is about 89%. With the critical chance increased to this level, it becomes easy to make 10 consecutive critical hits. However, there is one thing that bothers me. Bwahahaha. What a ridiculous appearance. Lame. You're so lame, my second. Anglemas, he is overjoyed. Sure, My outfit was extremely lame. Yukari happened to have scraped together the bestowal equipment that she had succeeded in bestowing Kakagawari by chance, so the colors and shapes were all mismatched. This Ayanko doesn't really understand, but my lord is, how to say it, my lord is, you changing clothes is, a chance to. This one is huffing and puffing over here and looks as if she is about to pounce on me at any moment. Seriously, both of you are. You're noisy. Unsummon. When it became quiet, I quickly defeated a dozen or so demons and learned Rook sword drawing. Now, it's finally time for Dragon Horse and Dragon King. I'm starting with Dragon King sword drawing here. The condition to acquire this skill is to kill a monster at the same level as yourself 50 times in a row with 2 consecutive strikes of first slash and second slash by using sword drawing. First slash refers to the first strike when the sword is drawn, while second slash refers to the second attack that slashes after the sword is drawn. Sword drawing is basically an attack from the belt. The reason is that you get a 1.28x damage bonus just by pulling it out from the belt stance. Therefore, it is best to return to its sheath the katana each time an attack is made, without bothering about it. But on occasion, you may have to swing your katana from an already drawn position. The reasons vary from case to case, but it may be necessary when a quick follow-up is needed or when dealing with more than one opponent. However, after all, sword drawing is a skill whose significance lies in the act of drawing the sword. I knew that a killing blow that unexpectedly strikes the opponent's vital point is the true essence of sword drawing, and that the second slash was sometimes an unnecessary measure. It is only 1.28 times, but it is still 1.28 times. When the conditions for learning the Dragon King sword drawing skill are met, the student is reminded of this fact. That 1.28 times difference. Fuck. Again, I could not finish it off with the second slash. I have been holed up in Isekai for 2.5 days now. I have yet to achieve 50 consecutive 1-2 kills. Highest so far, 44 times in a row. It seems like a close call, but it's not. If you fail even once, you have to start from scratch again. I'm gonna have to change my equipment, and I am still searching for it. Well, I should say, as expected. It is difficult to find the right configuration. Removing the Kakagawari equipment, using the silver sword drawing skill, and using the Rook sword drawing skill for the second slash. This may kill them in one blow if I get a crit with silver. That said, Soldier to Rook may not be able to finish them off with second slash. The same applied in other cases. I tried many different combinations over and over again, but no matter what you do, the criticals and 1.28x will get in the way for a good portion of the time, especially second slash without the 1.28x bonus. This caused the just barely not enough situation to occur with a shitload of frequency. And if you adjust that subtle lag to be enough, now you can get a one-shot kill if the first hit is critical. I don't know how many times I've said fuck in the last few dozen hours. I am getting more and more depressed. This is not good. I thought so and devised a plan. Miniskirt. Instead of yelling fuck, I yelled miniskirt. And at least by a little, it made me feel better. Chapter 138. It's time. I found a great way to do it. It has been 2 full days since I started fulfilling the requirements for learning Dragon King sword drawing, but finally, a breakthrough came. Before I forget the flash of inspiration, I spoke the words to organize my thoughts in my 3 days awake fuzzy head. Transforms buff is 3.6x the stats, and spirit possessions buff is 4.5x, right? If the first slash is soldier in transform, most of the time it will not be a killing blow even if it is a crit, but sometimes it will be a killing blow if it is silver. And if I don't get a crit with soldier, I may not be able to kill it even if I do Rook with second slash. On the other hand, in the case of spirit possession, for soldier, it is possible to kill them off if a crit happens, and in the case of silver, it is impossible not to kill them off even if a crit doesn't happen. My second, you said if 7 times. Shut up. What, are you from the Night Order of the Obvious? Phew, ha ha ha. Not at all. So, what's this great idea? If the first slash is soldier in transform, they will not be killed off. If the second slash is rook in spirit possession, there's nothing I can't kill with this. Oh, after transform, I make the first slash with a soldier sword drawing skill. Then I run around with the sword drawn. Transform is released after 420 seconds. Activate spirit possession, and make the second slash with the rook sword drawing skill. This is it. This method, to tell the truth, was a blind spot. A similar method was to use a buffing potion, but it is necessary to sheath the katana when drinking the potion, and because of the specifications of sword drawing, that little doping before the second slash does not work well with the acquisition requirements. Hence, the idea of potion buffing was out of the question. However, after a series of failures, I no longer cared about anything else, and I started thinking again about techniques that I could use as second, and came up with the idea of switching between transform and spirit possession. How long is this going to take? The cooldown time for transform is 230 seconds at 9th grade, 420 seconds during transform, and 250 seconds at 9th grade for spirit possession. The acquisition condition requires 50 repetitions, so if you add 250 seconds to 420 seconds, multiply by 50, and divide by 60 twice, you'll get it will be about 9.5 hours, my lord. What took me 2 days to exhaust myself could be done in only 9.5 hours. How sad, right? I was happy to find the game's unique and unrealistic shortcut at the last minute, but at the same time, I felt a whirlwind of inexpressible emotions. I wonder why? Let's just get it over with and go to bed. And when you do, please do it on my lap, my lord. Yay. No good. I thought I was smiling, but my facial muscles didn't even twitch. I moved like a zombie, plodding along and going through the process of transform and spirit possession. The end. Exactly 9.5 hours later, I was able to learn the Dragon King sword drawing skill. Sword drawing is a skill that is relatively easy to learn for beginners because the monsters in the same level range that frequently appear in the learning conditions are still weak. However, in Mobius, the average person who acquired a katana was usually an intermediate level player or above. Therefore, it was often a struggle in its own right. However, players who could get help from others, such as being buffed from behind, could learn it quickly. I could have asked Ras to buff me up, but I have a small promise. You could even call it mini. It felt like cheating to ask for help from anyone other than monsters and spirits. It seemed that the alt characters of the more advanced players had devised a way to bring a katana from the main character and learn it early in their growth, but unfortunately, in this world, that was not possible. Then, why don't you buy a sword at an auction, to begin with? However, there are not really many katanas in circulation in the Kingdom of Castor. In fact, not a single piece of tamahagane or iron sand could be found. I guess the only way to learn it was to go to that island after all. This is annoying. No, well, it's mini annoying. I'm especially going lengths to hide my real motives. I'll get back to that island a bunch. I'll really show you. And so, dead tired. I fell asleep. I think I was too tired, so I don't really remember for sure. Then a few hours later, Anko gently woke me up and I began to work on filling in the last of the learning conditions. Dragon horse sword drawing. This one is extremely difficult to learn. The condition is to hit 100 consecutive first slashes against the same target. The same target is the tricky part. Not of the same type. In other words, it is not enough to hit the several armored knights that are swarming out of the gate, but rather to keep hitting this one armored knight in front of you 100 times with the first slash. Hence, if you beat them by mistake, you are back to square one. In addition, 100 times consecutively is also a pain in the ass. It is a series of first slashes, meaning that you cannot defend or parry in between. Taking potions, for example, is not allowed. The sword must be drawn, slashed, and sheathed, and this must be repeated purely 100 consecutive times. Of course, once an attack misses, the consecutive condition is no longer met. It is indeed a difficult condition to acquire. But, truth be told, It's not enough to be scared of. Around the time when the sword drawing skill was first implemented in the third major update of Mobius Online, the hardcore players, who had already begun to identify the conditions for learning the dragon horse sword drawing technique, each repeated trial and error, shared information with each other, and within a month, they had developed 3 methods. One was to steadily repeat soldier sword drawing against a boss with an automatic recovery passive skill. It was called Shura. It was a truly masterful method of knowing the boss's movements perfectly, avoiding his attacks perfectly, and continuing to land your first slash. Naturally, the probability of success was low. However, perhaps the high difficulty of the game tickled the hearts of hardcore players, and several videos were uploaded showing speed running 100 first slash against the most powerful bosses of the time. The second was a simple 100-round recovery strike using a player character by requesting other players to heal the opposing player with a potion every time you hit him with soldier sword drawing. It was quite a cheaty thing to do. The only disadvantage would be the high cost of potions, but if the opponent was a healer, it would trivialize the price for the potions. I think most players at that time learned dragon horse sword drawing in this way. However, perhaps because it was so outrageous, the conditions were changed in a subsequent emergency update for the same target monster, making this method no longer usable. And lastly, the third. This is the method of acquisition I'm trying to do this time. The easiest way to learn was banned, and the players, who still wanted to make things easier, half-heartedly devised a way to do so called mochi making. The principle is simple. It's basically the second method but with monsters instead of players. The moment you hit the first slash against the monster, you have someone else throw a potion against the monster. In this way, the sequence of learning conditions is never interrupted. The name comes from the way they repeat slash potion together, which resembles mochi making. However, simply doing this mochi making strategy alone does not work. The monsters run away or move freely to attack. Therefore, proper preparation is necessary. That is wall blocking. In short, find a wall with a gap of just the right size, bring in a monster with a behavior pattern that always chooses to melee attack as long as it's not down, and repeat the slash from the other side of the wall. Since the threat will always be directed toward you, the monster will try to come toward you with melee attacks but will be blocked by the wall and will not be able to move. Then, have someone keep throwing potions at it from behind it. That's the overview. And that habit of melee attack applies to the armored knights standing at the gates. In addition, the walls of Isekai are in a state of disrepair, with holes and crevices scattered all over the place. Truly the perfect place. That is why I chose this place to learn sword drawing. In other words, if you have as much cumulative experience as I do now, you can learn all sword drawing skills just by fighting the gatekeepers of Isekai. I have often wondered about this in the past, but you are truly a mystery. My second, you see things as if they were the truth of the world. Your eyes see the big picture without a single glimmer of doubt. I'm not sure, but maybe you're complimenting me. I am. Then it's okay. My lord, the vials are ready. Okay. Now comes the final piece to learn. It didn't take more than a few dozen minutes, though. What now? I've learned them all. Is that so? As soon as I got home, I happily reported it to Yukari, and she got taken aback. 3 days and a little more before learning was completed. It took a little longer than expected, but it was still fast enough. I was a little impatient with the promise of a week's time, so I worked really hard, but 3 all-nighters seemed like overkill. The extra 3.5 days will be used to gain experience in order to attain 9th grade in all sword drawing skills. The experience that I have been accumulating is not enough. The quickest way to do this would be to circle Isekai with Anko in a gung-ho fashion, keeping a pace of 40 minutes per lap and doing about 20 laps per day. I should be able to meet the deadline with time to spare. Alright, I've still got some time left today, so I'll go for as many rounds as I can, and then get a good night's sleep tonight. Without speaking to anyone, I declared and returned to Isekai again. As I was leaving, I thought I heard Sylvia and Yukari say, "That useless smile," and like a fish out of water, sounding as if they were exasperated, but unfortunately, I didn't have time to worry about those girls at the moment. The world's #1 had promised that in a week's time, he would make all of his sword drawing skills 9th grade, or was it to learn them all? Oh well, that's what I decided anyway. This absolutely must be fulfilled even at the risk of one's own life. There is no way I can say after a week, my Dragon King sword drawing is only 8th grade, it would be shameful. Whether sleepy or lazy, whether spears fall or darkness magic rains down, all 9th grades will always be achieved. This is a promise between me and me, a promise that cannot be broken, a promise to risk one's life, a promise of stubbornness and pride. Yes, of the guts, of the fierceness, of the soul, so to speak. Oops, truth took a peek. 3 days later, I made 23 rounds a day with my overflowing and mysterious motivation, and easily achieved the 9th rank in all sword drawing skills. I was currently looking for a miniskirt for Akaniko at a high-end clothing store on the main street of Winston, the royal capital, before heading to the land of the 8 swords. Amazingly, I found something even better. Give me this, and this too. Give me this one as well, and this one too. As you wish. I asked the clerk to have everything gift-wrapped. I bought too much. However, this can be said to be unavoidable. I bought a miniskirt hakama set, a miniskirt Maiko outfit set, and a miniskirt yukata set with a purse. Each had a cute long version, so I bought one mini and one long one. The total was 6 outfits. I knew it. I paid a rather lumpy sum, left the store, and said a couple of words. This was something I had always felt from my previous life, and I felt the same way in this world. Mobius favors female characters too much. I guess it's the same with all virtual reality MMORPGs, but the outfits and equipment for female characters were just so cute. There was a wide variety, from the kingly to the evil ones, and many of them were very strong. In contrast, the equipment for male characters was rugged or what have you. That said, some of them were cool, but they were clearly fewer in number than their female counterparts. Well, I mean, what the heck? I have to admit, I was jealous. Could it be? I suddenly began to think. In Mobius, only female characters could equip specialized equipment for female characters, but perhaps in this world, no. Let's not do that. I pulled the proverbial side brake on my thoughts because I felt like there was a line that should not be crossed. Rather than that, what I should be thinking about now is the land of the 8 swords. I've gotten all the sword drawing to 9th grade, so now I can do whatever I want. I don't know, but I can't help but laugh. Just you wait, samurai eyes, foo, ha 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 ha. It's time. Chapter 139 Shameful. Time of the appointment. I was summoned by Anko and arrived at a port in the land of the 8 swords. There, Akaniko was already in sight. Stop making that face. I won't laugh twice. Nfufu. I'm telling you to stop. Yeah. I guess the first match of the day was my win. Well then, before I give you back your katana, let's go prove it. That's a lot of confidence. How will you prove it? I will show you one at a time right now. It's simple. I went to an empty place and showed them, starting with soldier sword drawing and doing them in order. At first, Akaniko looked at me with an impressed hoe, but around rook sword drawing, her expression changed to a pale one, and by the time I showed Dragon King sword drawing, Akaniko started to look at me with suspicion. What kind of cheat did you use? Do you think I can cheat? I see, so you were just teasing me. You, in fact, knew them all along, didn't you? There's no way. Then it's some kind of illusion. That's even more difficult. You mean you've learned them all? She seemed to have a hard time accepting it. But there's nothing I can do because I have actually learned them all. Don't be ridiculous. In 1 week, in just 1 week, to learn them all, you're not human. Akaniko muttered quietly. There it is, the usual monster treatment. Anyone who is confronted with facts that they don't understand is quick to make an exception by calling you a monster, as if to justify that they are not crazy, that it's the other person that's crazy. What a pity. Otherwise, it will be like admitting that all the time and effort they have put in over the years has been wasted. So, in order to protect their own tiny little tower of sand, They try desperately to drive away monsters like me by making them look like the bad guys. Hey, don't take this the wrong way. I don't know how to feel about it, but it makes me angry. Wasted? What a stupid thing to say. It's like Mobius, all over again. What used to take 1,000 of my energy to do, suddenly becomes only one day. The same was true just the other day when I learned Dragon King sword drawing. Convenient shortcuts are usually only found when you look back on the way you came. The only time you can truly think from the bottom of your heart it's a waste is when you have squandered your life. Things are just getting started for you. Those who cannot stand their ground at this point will stay that way for the rest of their lives. If that's what you want, go ahead and shit yourself, complaining about the absurdity of it all. What the hell? I don't care what you think, but this is the reality. You lost the bet. You're going to have to be a big girl and put on the mini skirt and show me around. TCH. Akaniko stared at me as if she were trying to avenge her parents' death, then took 3 steps closer and offered me the arrow of bonds. Despite her disapproving look, she seemed to hold fast to her promise. In the face of facts that could completely overturn her life up to this point, she still kept her promise. She is a very honorable person indeed. Impressed, I smiled and handed the katana back to Akaniko. Oh, and, the long-awaited, promised item was handed over. Wow, this many? I'm not a dress-up doll. Take them all, just wear one piece you like! Exclamation mark. I've never seen such a fine fabric. It's rather cold, so I don't mind if you wear a long skirt on this occasion. You're very pretty and I'm sure you'll look great. I chose a color that would accentuate your long black hair. You're just teasing me. Akaniko, who received my gift that filled both of her hands, had a very complicated expression on her face. She seemed to be happy. Well, most importantly. Well, now that we're done with the main topic, now that we're done with the small stuff, let's get down to the main topic. Show me around the island of, or rather the land of the 8 swords. I leave it up to you to decide in what order to go around. Section. The sun is already setting for the day. Can we do it tomorrow morning? I don't mind, but what should I do? You want me to tell you to go home? Don't worry. I can at least find a place for you to spend the night. You are too kind. Who do you think is the reason I'm going through all this trouble? Your father? It's your fault. Of course, he is a total jerk. I hate these kinds of frivolous men the most. Hence, why I think like this. I wanted to see this man's calm and composed expression crumble away. I don't know how in the world he learned all the sword drawing skills in a week by whatever means, but this man still doesn't know that this island, this country, is a shuro-infested hell. A land of bloodthirsty demons. I don't want him to get carried away just because he has learned sword drawing. I, for example, learned everything at 11. I stepped into a place of death where my hair stood on end, and spent day and night in a tepid asceticism that even the kilns of hell were lukewarm. As a person who will one day carry the Tobatsu-style reputation. Here we are. Here you can take shelter from the night winds. Quite a regal house. What is this place? It is where the founder of the Hiroku style once lived. The Hiroku style? The school was founded by outsiders who arrived on the island in small boats a long time ago. Now only the legend remains. It's just an empty house that no one uses or even tries to get close to. Perfect for me. Huh? Indeed. In terms of being an outsider. And so too will be the end as a tragic death. This was the fate of every outsider. I'll visit again tomorrow morning. Yeah, thanks. The more I think about him, the weirder he seemed. What in the world brought him to the land of the 8 swords? He said it was to learn sword drawing, but he has already achieved that goal. I don't know. I don't understand anything. Was it my katana that he was after? Perhaps he replaced it with a fake one? I guess I'm overthinking it. From the looks of it, my katana was definitely the real thing. On the contrary, it is even sharper than when I gave it to him. It's really very carefully cared for. He knows how to handle a katana? If so, did he still know sword drawing all along? Suddenly, it caught my attention. The grooves in the leather wrapped around the handle. There was a small black lump stuck to them. Blood. I remember it too. The skin on my hands would peel and bleed as I continued to swing my katana without thinking about it. Even with such meticulous care, the blood could not be scrubbed off. How much did he bleed? Did he keep swinging the katana while he was bleeding? Perhaps he did not even have time to use a potion and continued swinging, ignoring the pain. Otherwise, this would not have happened. This black-hardened blood is proof that he was so devoted to sword drawing. Evidence of effort that cannot be falsely claimed. Could it be that guy? Really? I changed my mind a little bit, but it was short-lived. WWWWH. The next morning, I opened the gift that the man had given me and saw that it was all very girly, something that would never have suited someone like me. It would be a lie to say that I was not attracted to such garments. I had heard from peddlers about a tubular hakama called skirt and one piece that were popular garments on the mainland, and I had secretly longed for them. I was a 17-year-old girl, and sometimes I wanted to dress in a feminine way. In addition, they were such fine clothes that most girls would only dream of wearing them at least once in their lifetime. I was no exception to that. However, when it comes to wearing it and walking outside, I'm not shameful. Imagine being seen like this by the people in the dojo. The dignity of the Tobatsu-style air would fall to the ground. I roughly picked up the most innocuous long hakama outfit and slipped the sleeves on. Then, I hesitated again. If I wore this, what would that man say? Will he be disappointed? No, that man, he said. Even the long ones would look good on me. Perhaps he will compliment me. Would he still compliment me on the short hakama? Wouldn't he laugh at me saying that it doesn't look good on me? No, that man is lewd. I'm sure he will praise me. Yes, that must be so. Will I ever have another opportunity like this again? If that's the case, can't I just take this opportunity to blame it on him and wear them boldly? Oh, damn it. A promise is a promise. I don't know anymore. I mumbled excuses to no one and fearlessly picked up a short hakama. Section. The best. I'd like to build a statue of you and pray to you morning, noon, and night. As I expected, it was perfect. White kimono, navy blue hakama, large huri, white tabi socks, black snowshoes, long black hair tied in a ponytail, and a rugged katana hanging at her waist. Above all, the way she hid her reddish face in her hands and shook her head like a boiled octopus was a thing of beauty. If she's aiming for it, this girl can take over the world. Don't mess with me. Thank you, thank you. Seriously, stop praying, you jerk. No, but thank you, regardless of the promise. It took a lot of courage, didn't it? That's obvious. How exhausting do you think it was to just get out of the dojo without anyone spotting me? Are you so reluctant to be seen by others? You are quite shy. But, you know. Hey, you're forgetting something, aren't you? You're supposed to show me around the island now, right? You're going to be parading around the island dressed like that. She seemed to have noticed. Her face, which had been bright red, became progressively paler and paler. I've got to get changed. You think I'll let you? Silence. Ha ha ha. If it comes to this, I'm torn. I don't care anymore. A few tens of seconds later, Akaniko finally gave up and muttered with a half smile as she rolled her eyes. Nice. Otherwise, it would not be a punishment. Now, where will you take me first? The preparation is complete, and we are ready to go. I couldn't hide my excitement and urged her to show me the way. Then Akaniko suddenly lost her previous bright expression and opened her mouth with eyes as sharp as swords. Daikaku style. First, we will go to the dojo of the school with the largest number of students on the island. Chapter 140. Don't hold her hand. Daikaku style? I was curious about the words that came out of Akaniko's mouth. Daikaku style. As I recall, the 3 samurai I met when I first came to this island also called themselves members of the Daikaku style. The Daikaku style dojo is run by Master Tukikairu, headmaster at the Daikaku style school. It is the largest school in the land of the 8 swords. If it's the biggest, does that mean that this Tukikairu is a very powerful man? No, Tukikairu only thinks about money. By opening their doors wide, they attract many students and collect money in a rather religious way. So, sword drawing is just a tool of the trade. Indeed, master is just a courtesy title. He's a money grubber. Then I don't know what to expect. Rest assured, there are some relatively good ones there under his roof. Oh, I felt relieved. Akaniko said relatively good, so they are probably quite decent. I'm looking forward to it. By the way, for the record, how many schools are there on this island? On the way, I had some free time, so I asked Akaniko what was on my mind. Well, maybe it is 8. You don't even know that. I am utterly astonished. 8? Of course, it's the land of the 8 swords, after all. Indeed. But the original was 5. Seriously? The Nankyoku school was separated into the Tenon and Jiaru schools, and the Hiroku and Benzai schools were newly created. And so, it came to be what it is today. However, since there are no more heirs to the Hiroku school, there are in fact 7. I don't understand. Then why leave it? It must be left behind. It's an island tradition. A tradition, huh? What kind? I'll continue later. We're arriving. Oh? It appears we have arrived at the Daikaku-style dojo. However, the wall is too wide, so I don't really know. Anyway, all I know is that it is huge. Looking around, I spotted a large gate about 100 meters away. Do you enter from there? Wait, hey, don't we go in through the gate? I just couldn't help but speak up because Akaniko was trying to sneak over the wall. Let's just take a quick peek and go back. No, we're going in through the front door. Let go. She must be embarrassed by the way she is dressed. Akaniko apparently intended to leave early after peeking inside from the top of the wall. But that's not what I came here for. I squeezed Akaniko's hand and forced her to go to the front gate. Anyone here? Who is the strongest person here? Standing in front of the main gate, I yell out the first thing that comes to mind. At that moment, a large number of samurai who were wielding wooden swords in the vast grounds of the temple, all of whom appeared to be Daikaku-style students, turned their attention to us at once. Please stop. I felt an unusual heat from Akaniko's hand as I held it. She must have been so embarrassed that she couldn't stand it, but I'm not the kind of guy to simply let go now. If Akaniko escapes, I will have no one to borrow a katana from. I would like to avoid that. Isn't he the outsider? Why are you here? A few seconds later, 3 of those people approached us. If you look closely, they were the 3 samurai I met at the harbor. Shut your mouth. I have no business with small fry. Give me someone stronger. What? Who the hell do you think you are? I won't tolerate it. They got angry. To the samurai eyes, who the hell do you think you are? Akaniko mumbled to herself seriously. In response, I have to agree with her on that. Calm down. There's no need to make such a fuss. As I was arguing with the trio, a single samurai appeared through the crowd. He was a fresh-looking man in his early 20s or so, with a tall stature and a beautiful face. Kanbai Dono. This man is an outsider. Besides, he is a dojo breaker. The trio immediately snitched. Oh, an outsider. Moreover, a dojo breaker. I say. The man called Kanbai turned to me and was about to say, I see. When he stopped moving, the man's eyes stared next to me, landing on Akaniko. Akaniko-san. Those clothes. Don't look. I will have to kill you later. I am sorry. Kanbai blushed and turned his face away from Akaniko, who glared at him. But even as he said this, his eyes were glancing at Akaniko's thighs. Akaniko let out a single, loud sigh. Is he the strongest in the Daikaku style? When I asked Akaniko about it, she nodded her head after a moment of silence. I thought so. That man Kanbai, his behavior was clearly different from those around him. What are you secretly talking about? If you are a dojo breaker, this Kanbai will be your opponent. Kanbai looked at me and was about to speak when he stopped again. Then he pointed at me, wincing and shaking, and opened his mouth. WWWH bar bastard. What with that hand? Why are you holding hands with Akaniko-san? You're just now realizing that? This guy was looking at her thighs too much. I know. He can't help it. That's true. We're good friends. Nonsense. What are you saying? You don't have to go that far to deny it. Oops. Perhaps I provoked him too much. Akaniko, lend me your katana. What are you trying to do? Just give it to me. I snatched the katana from Akaniko's waist and quickly equipped it. Cheyenne. In an instant, Kanbai's night sword drawing closed in on me. Hey, 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 is this guy for real? Kanbai, you. Attacking by surprise. Immediately afterward, Akaniko became infuriated. She didn't seem to like the surprise attack. What's that? Is there no surprise attack in Akaniko's Tobatsu style? Well, sure. The word fair and square couldn't be more appropriate for this woman. Kanbai and I passed each other as we both unfolded our skills. Night sword drawing is a skill to draw a sword with a large movement, an instantaneous closing of the gap, akin to a shrinking ground, along the sharp draw of the sword. It is indeed a skill suitable for a surprise attack, but also has a significant weakness. Where were you cut? Show me. Akaniko pulled a potion from her pocket and rushed over to me. It is like her to be worried about me even though she claims otherwise. I thought I almost killed you. But she's worrying about the wrong person. I ignored Akaniko and smiled at Kanbai. What are you saying? Akaniko widened her eyes at me and then slowly followed my gaze. Ha ha ha. There was Kanbai, eyes wide open and breathing hard, clutching his katana. His forehead was covered in profuse cold sweat. Slide. Kanbai's kimono came loose. I cut the obi, so I guess that's no surprise. What did you do? What did you do? Kanbai glared and yelled at me, leaving the front of his kimono unfastened. You don't even know what I've done. Outrageous. Night sword drawing is a combination of moving and drawing the sword, so there is a large gap at the moment both movements are completed. Hence, if you miss it, it's over. That's pretty basic stuff. The basics of basics. I don't know how many times I've said those words to the people of this world. The fastest sword drawing technique is the silver sword drawing, in which the sword is released without charging. This way, even if it's not powerful, you can easily land a blow by passing by after you dodge. Such a petty trick. You have to win with everything you've got, regardless of how small a move it is. That is, it's your fault for attacking with a weak night sword drawing attack that could be avoided. You should reflect on that. Let's go, Akaniko. I have no business here anymore. I pulled Akaniko's hand and turned my back on the Daikaku-style samurai. As I stepped out of the main gate, a voice called out to my back, "What is your name?" I turned around to see Kanbai gritting his teeth, his eyes bloodshot, and his fists clenched as he shouted. It's a look I've seen many times before, and I love it. The expression on the face of a person who has suffered the cruelest defeat in their life, and is in the initial stage of deciding to climb the cliff with a desperate resolve out of sheer frustration. I know several players who showed this face in front of large crowds and became title challengers a few years later. Second fastest. It's worth remembering. See you in the Bishaman battle in the not-too-distant future. With that thought in mind, I smiled again at Kanbai. Second fastest. I finally learned this guy's name. What a fancy name. Well, that's okay. I was surprised. His sword drawing. Even I could not see through it. Although it was sudden and unexpected, it was a defeat, nonetheless. A fluke. No, it is the real thing. Judging from Kanbai's reaction and the person in question's words. If so, I still do not have a clear grasp of his abilities, but I think that second's talent may be comparable to that of my father. I hate to admit it, but a katana just doesn't lie. When it comes down to it, I really don't recognize this man anymore. But I still don't understand how big a deal this was, for second to demoralize Kanbai, the leading member of that Daikaku style, with just a single strike. Kanbai is indeed a skilled samurai, but he is not far behind me. Of course, to my father as well. Nevertheless, he is the most distinguished samurai in the Daikaku style. Many people will not overlook the fact that he has been defeated. At last, the demons of the rivers and mountains will start to move. My father and the other heads of the schools will not remain silent. Sadly, he learned the wrong school. Your place would be a good bet, wouldn't it? Fumu. That assessment, I think, is quite to the point. Indeed, Kanbai is letting his talent rot. Why don't you teach him? He probably likes you. I hated hearing that even more. I am the heir to the Tobatsu style. I don't have time to be distracted by love. You don't like older people? No, I would rather have. What are you making me say? Now, where are you going to take me next? Seriously, this guy. I don't know what on earth he is thinking. Wait here for a moment. I'm going to the washroom. Washroom? The restroom? The privy. So? I'm telling you I'm going to go do my business. Sorry, that's what you meant. Seriously. Section. Akaniko went to the restroom in a fit of anger, muttering, seriously, this guy. The departing thighs were truly glamorous. I was bored, so I decided to summon Angelmas for a chat. Fumu, oh my. As soon as I summoned him, Angelmas smiled slyly and brought his face close to mine. It seems like he sensed something useless with the shared senses. My second. I can now see your taste in women. Huh? What do you mean? That katana woman looks a lot like the bow woman, doesn't she? Now that you mention it, certainly. Phew, ha 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 ha. You pretend to be oblivious. You want to hold her, right? No way. She's the type that's easy to talk to, which works for me. Do not lie to me. I'm sorry. If I could hold her, I would. Of course. However, how to say it? You're getting more and more like an old man. My second. There are some things you can say and some things you can't. See? I know you can't argue with that, eh? Let me ask you a question in response. If I were to speak like a maiden, what would you think of me, my second? Well, okay, that'd be kinda gross. What kind of language is that to speak to the Great Spirit King? Outrageous. Even if you're my master, I can't forgive you. You can't just shut up, huh? Don't sigh. Aren't I the Great Spirit King? I am the Great King who rules the spirit world. That's kind of the point. Say, aren't you also a fool, my second? All you do is chase women's asses. It's totally inexcusable. You bastard. What are you saying to the world's number one? How rude. I won't allow it. They say great men have a great fondness for the sensual pleasures. Good. What the heck? So you can say very great king-like stuff too. Phew, ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. I'm just back from the washroom and you're already acting weird. Seriously, my head hurts. Chapter 141. Second Batter. Tomboy. Out. Tukikairu-sama. Quiet down. What do you want? Kanbai Dono has, at the innermost part of the Daikaku-style dojo, the headmaster's room. A short, middle-aged man with a big belly called Tukikairu listened to his student's words with a frown on his face over the loud voice. What about Kanbai? He has been defeated, a dojo challenger. Tell me more. Tukikairu's expression turned sharp when he heard that Kanbai had been defeated. The student explained the situation piece by piece, starting with the scene where Second appeared in the dojo. Then, after a moment of silence, Tukikairu reacted with surprise. Gahahaha! Exclamation mark. Amazingly, he laughed. He laughed when Kanbai, the strongest man in the dojo he ran, was defeated so spectacularly. The student could not understand what was going on and had no choice but to stare open-mouthed. Thank you for the report. You may return. Yes, however, I said you can go back. Why yes. Tukikairu forced his student out and, in a good mood, leaned his weight heavily against the back of his chair, an opponent that was far beyond Kanbai's ability. Gahaha! Keep up the good work and knock those Tobatsu shitheads out of the way. He laughed merrily as if to say, I've been waiting for you. I knew it, just as I thought. The monsters on the mainland are truly tailor-made for the occasion. Shall I reward the fishing tackle store owner? It was hard for him to stop laughing. Tukikairu's plan seemed to be working so well. Section. Next. Is it Benzai style? Indeed. It's a bit of a special school. Special? There are only girls in that dojo. Seriously? I'm getting a little excited. The new school was founded 9 years ago by Masamune Dono, who was known as the prodigy of the sword, for the sake of the women on the island, who were often shunned by others. Considering that she was only 16 years old at the time, one can see Masamune Dono's talent. Did she start her own school at the age of 16? That means she's 25 years old now. Wow, the head of a school at 25. Huh? She is still young compared to the other heads of schools, but her ability is not to be underestimated. Who is stronger, Kanbai or the latter? It's a tough question. Their sword drawing techniques are the exact opposite. Kanbai Dono is rough and aggressive, but Masamune Dono is fluid and delicate, so they cannot easily be compared. I don't care about that. Which side has the better record? Seriously, you are, if I'm not mistaken. It's Masamune Dono. Thank you. That's good to hear. If she said she was weaker than Kanbai, there would be no point in going, although it is quite interesting to see a women-only dojo. Here we are. For once, you need to be a big boy. Never. Seriously. I don't care what happens to you. Eh? What does she mean? Excuse me. Tobatsu-style Akaniko is here. I came to say hello. As I puzzled over this, Akaniko stood in front of the gate and raised her voice. It is a small gate. The money flow does not seem to be very good. Well, what a lovely guest we have here. After a short wait, a tall, slender, beautiful man with short black hair appeared from inside the dojo. Eh? No, wait. This guy is not a man. I know this because I've seen Mane, Anglemas, and Raspberry Bell up close and personal. This guy is probably, no, most certainly a woman. I see, the so-called beautiful tomboy. But why is she wearing men's clothes again? Oops, there's also a beautiful Anai-san with you. Hello, Anai-san. I've heard a lot about you. Name's Second. And you are? Thanks for introducing yourself, Second-kun. My name is Masamune. If I say that I am the head of the Benzai school, that should be enough, right? Yeah, I just heard from this one. This one? Haha. This is the first time I've seen someone call Akaniko-chan this one. Interesting. Please don't be amused, Masamune Dono. It's a great annoyance for me. Well, don't be so angry. That outfit looks great on you. A gift from Second-kun, isn't it? It's really wonderful. Praising me will get you nowhere. I just wanted to compliment you. I wasn't expecting anything. Now come here, both of you. Masamune winked at Akaniko with some sweet words and led us inside the dojo. The first impression of her is not bad, but there is something unnatural about it. It smells like acting or something. Moreover, at first, I thought that Masamune was playing a male role because she liked women, but I did not sense any woman-loving scent from her at all. Perhaps she is not a person who has such a taste. If so, why? The mystery only deepens. Since she is so beautiful, she should dress like a woman. What a waste. Well, maybe there is some compelling reason. So, what can I do for you today? Unfortunately, we're too busy training to spare much time for you. That's right. Even if you wanted to have Masamune-sama all to yourself, it's not going to happen. Masamune-sama doesn't have time to talk to you. People, please leave at once. What is it with these people? As soon as Masamune began to speak, a dozen or so women who appeared to be her students suddenly came out in force and interrupted us with a barrage of harsh words. Akaniko, next to me, let out a small sigh. I see. This is what she was talking about. This is certainly a hassle. I'm sorry, my kittens. This is something the dojo needs to do, too. Masamune stared off into the distance, made a somber expression, and muttered with a sigh. Then, the female students who had crowded behind Masamune said, Kaya, in excitement, what the heck is this? Is it always like this? When I secretly asked Akaniko about it, she nodded with a ghastly expression and whispered back, you'd better leave early before things get any messier. Oh no, I agree with you on this one. But, some things need doing. Do you accept dojo breakers? Nbu? PTFF? Akaniko and Masamune started to giggle when I said it so matter-of-factly. That's a funny way to ask. Akaniko smacked me and laughed at me. The students behind Masamune started to make noise. They said things like, know your place, get lost, or simply, die. Ha 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 ha. Interesting. That's really interesting. Boy. Masamune laughed for a while, then turned to her students and gave them a wave of her hand. Then, the girls who had been buzzing became quiet in an instant. Masamune then turned to me again and broke the silence. I'll accept it. The fake expressions that had been on her face up to that point were no longer visible. A woman with sharp eyes, who might be described as a samurai, was staring back at me. Reminiscent of the first time I met Akaniko, her eyes were ready to fight for her life. Masamune must be one of those who live by the sword. I responded to her resolve with a big smile. The match lasted only a moment, Not a second had passed since the begin signal was given. Immediately after, Masamune Dono drew her sword. A thrust from Second's bishop sword drawing caught the center of the blade. It was truly unimaginable to catch a katana that was moving as fast as light with a sword, much less to do so in the first move of a life-threatening contest, and to do so on the back foot, when one's basic position is to be at a disadvantage. I was astonished, wondering how crazy this man was. As a result, a high-pitched sound was heard, and Masamune Dono's katana veered wildly to the side. This was a huge chance. The second slash will decide at the moment. I thought that. To my surprise, Second executed gold sword drawing whilst sheathing the katana. Why do such a thing? I wondered. The reason for this soon became clear before one could even begin to wonder. He was reading her. Masamune Dono's Wakizashi's strike. Masamune Dono, in a split-second decision, let go of his katana and was about to switch to her other small sword, the wakizashi. Excellent. I must say, she is indeed a talented person who became the head of a school at the age of 16. However, there was someone who went above and beyond, detestably, and lightly. Perhaps Second Dono saw Masamune Dono's next move by the slight difference in the response to the blow inflicted on the katana. Masamune Dono's special killing blow with the wakizashi, and by extension, the counterattack with the gold sword drawing were readied and unleashed one after the other. Such a Masamune Dono slashed into Second's gold sword drawing without any way to stop. Like a thrown stone that cannot be stopped in midair. Sorry. This is going to hurt. Second muttered a few words. Immediately after, he twirled his katana and struck back with a powerful counterattack into the open space of Masamune Dono's chest section. A backblade strike. Dun. A painful sound echoed through the air, and Masamune fainted in pain. A talent too good to be just killed off. She, too, has something sparkling about her that makes her a worthy title challenger. In the first place, killing is not my goal. First of all, my goal is to enjoy their skills, and if they are still feeling lacking, to light a fire and pour gasoline into it, and that objective was achieved. Masamune still seemed to be stunned, lying on the floor and not moving an inch. I expected the students to make a fuss again, but the result was just the opposite. The dojo was quiet and still. All of the women students remained silent and showed no attempt to move from their place. Whether it was to care for Masamune or to come on to me, that's fine. I don't have time to deal with these cowards. Tell Masamune I hope to see you again. After saying these words, Akaniko and I left the Benzai-style dojo. For 5 minutes, maybe 10, we walked in silence. The sun was about to set. I knew this was the way back because we were going the same way we had come. In other words, today's tour would end with these two dojos. As a follower of the Benzai style, she was more skilled than Madaikaku-style student. Perhaps Masamune has a gift for teaching as well. What about your dojo? What is the standard of the students? Hey, you there? Are you listening? Nope, no response. Akaniko was just staggering forward, staring ahead, as if she was thinking about something. Or so I thought. A few minutes later, Akaniko suddenly spun around and looked at me, breaking the silence. I'm afraid of you. What's the matter? All of a sudden, have you come to destroy the land of the 8 swords? A serious expression. It seems like she's not joking. Came to destroy, huh? That's wrong. Then what are you doing here? Today alone, 2 schools have lost face. Tomorrow you will probably go around crushing more. You'd be lying if you said this wasn't destroying it. Is losing face the same as being destroyed? You are still a menace to the island. Even though it was a promise, I was wrong to have brought you in. The air froze. That cold air radiated from Akaniko. That's what you'd call killing intent. Don't try to pull it out. That would be pretty foolish. Even if she tested me without a katana, that would still be, well, foolish. Akaniko understood this, and after a moment of silence, she quietly removed her hand from the katana. You already know that, right? What? That sword drawing is interesting, don't you? So what? You can't wait to see it. My fights! Exclamation mark. I had dimly sensed it. Akaniko was one of those who fell under the charm of sword drawing. They all do. They want to know what's ahead. The real, the ultimate, the end of the road. Don't worry, I'll show you the end. Nonsense. I am not interested in you in the slightest. Of course, I have no desire to see it. Then why did you lend me your katana during the fight with Masamune? That was. I see. Now I understand. You have a tendency to say and do things that are contrary to your true intentions at times. Has anyone ever pointed that out to you? I don't. Definitely not. Did I hit the mark? You're so easy to understand. Akaniko! Exclamation mark. Shut up. I'm going first. Oh, I've made her angry, but I learned something good. Her words are the opposite of her intention. Well, it may depend on the time and the occasion. This means that, surprisingly, she really wants. Please show me around again tomorrow. Maybe for this island. Its traditions to get destroyed. Chapter 142. A heart-to-heart talk. Hey, I'm sorry to bother you at this time of night. I tried to come here without anyone finding me, but haha. As you can see, I got caught. Midnight. An unexpected visitor came to the abandoned house of the Hiroku school where I was sleeping. My lord, this individual may have been plotting to catch you off guard in your sleep. What should I do? Anko, who had been entrusted with the night's security, said gleefully for some reason, as she grabbed Masamune by the scruff of the neck. Unfortunately, however, from the look on Masamune's face, it does not look like it is going to be as bloody as Anko would like it to be. Thank you, Anko. I'm sorry, but this person is a guest. I see. Alas, what a shame. Well, what a horrible lover you have. Masamune shuddered at Anko's mutterings and said with dread. After all, those with some ability seem to be somewhat aware of Anko's out-of-the-ordinary strength. Their instincts would quickly determine that they could not win. Anko, on the other hand, was in a good mood, probably because she was told she was my lover, and left to guard again. I looked for a cushion for Masamune to sit on but could not find anything that resembled one. Having no choice, I led Masamune to the futon that Akaniko had prepared and left on the floor. Masamune sat there cross-legged. She acts as if she were a man. However, she looks like a woman. No, sure, she's dressed as a man, and she also has a neutral look about her, but she just looked like a woman to me, probably because she is quite beautiful. Her short hair, a little long for a man, seemed to be frizzy and curled in places, and the fact that it was slightly damp indicated that she had been out of the bath for a little while. I sat down in the same way facing Masamune, observing her moderately, and after taking a breath, I opened my mouth. So, what can I do for you, Yume? What, you ask? Didn't you call for me? Yeah, I guess so. Masamune was puzzled. I then opened my mouth with one click of my tongue at her deliberate act. Then let's put it another way. I have no use for you. I want what's inside you. Inside? Don't get all flustered. If that's your approach, that's fine, but you won't be hearing from me anymore. If you push and it doesn't work, try to pull. The fact that Masamune came to visit me means that this person is more than a little interested in me. Over what? Of course, sword drawing. The point beyond sword drawing, which she had mastered. Masamune wavered for a moment after hearing my words. I guess the scales are now tipping in her mind. Yes, to change or to remain the same, is the choice between the two, and she chose. Will you listen to me? Change. I smiled smugly. And then I clapped my hands. Somehow, I felt like clapping my hands. You give up something to get something. I applaud you for your courage and determination. If that works for you, I'm all ears. I'm satisfied. If you're willing to show me who you are. Could it be, was I being rude? Yeah. I have had enough of those who are only superficial and try to get close to me in every way possible in order to make themselves look good and be taught. As for me, I'd like to talk more in depth, more openly. Honesty, huh? I'm sorry about that, but it's something even I have to prepare myself for. I don't know about that, but I'm sure it won't be as bad as it sounds. You're a strange one, you know that? Don't people often say you're weird? I get that a lot, I bet. Masamune laughed quietly, foo-fa-foo, and then took one deep breath. Phew, she sighed once. I guess she is ready to talk. My father was a piece of shit. The first thing that came out of her mouth was an outrageous statement. My father was the groom of Sumaya-sama, the previous head of the Kisshu school, but he had an affair. I was born to a maid. He married into her family and even then, He cheated on her? Yeah. On the contrary, I think your dad's pretty impressive. How crazy was that guy? And, my mother was a piece of shit, too. Hey, she tried to take over the Kisshu school, pretending I was a boy. Eh? What does that mean? Between the head, Sumaya-sama, and my father, Azami was born, my elder sister, which is to say, a girl, but if a boy had been born there. No, wait, but what about your lineage? It doesn't matter. The Kisshu school is a meritocracy. Besides, my father and Sumaya-sama were cousins, from a branch of the family in the main family. In other words, if you're a man, if you have a little blood connection, and if you're good at it, indeed, you will almost certainly be the next head of the Kisshu school. The male dominance on this island is deeply rooted, hence, why my mother continued to disguise my gender. You got some fucked up parents. Yeah, it's awful, isn't it? Masamune nodded with a laugh. But one day it was found out. Well, I would imagine so. It's not something you can hide forever. Mother was beheaded in front of everyone. Father was locked up until he died, and I became Sumaya-sama's adopted daughter. Wow, that's pretty bad. The rest is as you see for yourself. Because of my talent, both Sumaya-sama and Azami hated me, and it was hard for me to stay in the Kisshu school, so I left early to set up my own school. That's the Benzai school. I see. Indeed, Masamune has the talent, almost to the point where it's too much for her own good. That is why they were probably jealous. That's the fate of the rankers. I kind of understand why you dress up as a man, right? By the time I said, okay, I'm going to start living as a girl today, there was no way I could fix it. I was always conscious of myself as a man, so I acted the part, and I didn't really understand how a girl's life was supposed to be. I think I heard something similar from a certain saint somewhere just recently. How often do people come from that kind of family environment? Well, but I think I'm becoming more and more of a woman these days. I think a big part of it is that I've been interacting with everybody. By everybody, you mean the students of the Benzai school? Why are you collecting only women? As I said before, this island is very male-dominated. So, I thought I'd do something about it. So, you're building an army of powerful women. It's not that grand, but, yes, women are capable too. Or at least that's what I think. With that level of skill, you can do it. It might not be that big, but in the end, it's your dojo. At least it's better than the Daikaku-style one. Really? I'm so glad. Masamune leaned forward and looked surprised, but then she smiled broadly with delight. I thought she was a calm beauty, but she's a surprisingly expressive woman with a lot of emotions. I don't think I've ever chatted with someone so casually before. I thought it was going to be heavier than this, which even I find strange. You're such a good listener. I'm usually on the speaking end of things. I think you're a good talker. Maybe. Oh, yeah. And while we're at it, can I ask you for some advice? I don't mind. Go ahead. The time was already around 1 a.m. Screw it. At this point, let's go all the way. The girls at the dojo have been really annoying me lately. You're pretty blunt right off the bat, aren't you? But you saw it, too, didn't you? That's every single day. Isn't that the shape you wanted the dojo to take? It felt good at first, but after all these years, I am getting tired of playing the role of the perfect man. I'm not everyone's prince, you know. I'm sure you'll be fine if you just show your true colors, as expected from someone who has nothing but true colors would say. Oh? Are you making fun of me? Oh? Are you mad? Sorry, that was a joke. This Masamune girl is so talkative. Did I flip some switch? Hey, what do you think I should do? What do I think? Rather, what do you want to do? I want to get along with everyone and show my true colors, but they probably want me to be their prince. You're not on the same wavelength, huh? Right. This is not going to be easy to solve. Give up, or, slowly let your true self come out. Slowly? If the blue flowers in a flower bed suddenly turned red the next day, everyone would be surprised, but if they turn purple and then red over the next year and the year after that, no one will pay much attention. Well, I just think that could work. Second Kun. What is it? You are a genius. I get that a lot. She was extremely pleased. Masamune seemed to like the slowly strategy, muttering slowly, steadily. gradually. Okay. Then, while we're on the subject of geniuses, let's move on to the main topic. Well, Masamune, there is one thing that I have been meaning to tell you. Yeah. At last. Huh? When I started to speak, Masamune, perhaps sensing what I was talking about, quickly straightened up her posture. Her straight back and sharp eyes are reminiscent of a samurai. I thought it was foolish at one time, but I guess I need to change my mind. I guess she is, indeed, a samurai. In this world, on this island, she is unmistakably a samurai. That I would advise such a samurai is. What a strange feeling, but I'm right about all of this. As the #1 Mobius Online World Ranking, I have absolute confidence. With this belief in mind, I broke my silence. You are better suited to be the GOAT, second player, one who reacts, and yes, shogai terminology. Oh, is that all? That's all. Masamune was taken aback and rolled over exaggeratedly. Maybe she thought she was a man, or maybe she was just excited, but in any case, she let her guard down. I just couldn't help but let my voice out. Why? Because I caught a glimpse of it. Masamune got up with a start and flapped her hands between her thighs. Then, after a moment of silence, "Did you see it?" Masamune said in a hushed voice. "As for me, you are slow to draw your sword. You're not very good at it, are you? Then, even if it's a bit hard, try to play the second player. Your dynamic vision is very good, so practice responding to the first slash of your opponent. This is not a half-hearted exercise, you have to work hard to create a blow specialized for this situation. Come up with at least 3. Then I'm sure you'll see immediate results." I ignored her. "You saw it, didn't you?" Masamune, too, ignored me. Silently, we stared at each other. This tension is like a Bishaman battle. Please excuse me. Your advice is greatly appreciated. Well then, bye. Masamune's face turned red, and she left. She was walking with her hands and feet out together on the same side. The time was 3:30 a.m. Akaniko will be here by 6 a.m. now. Shall I go to bed? I don't think I'm going to get much sleep tonight. In many ways, Chapter 143 Disagreement and Tradition. Outrageous. Early morning. I was a little relieved when I saw Akaniko coming through the front of the abandoned house. I was worried that she wouldn't come today because I said a lot of mean things to her yesterday evening. However, the expression on her face was quite somber. Well, I'm sure it's because she was wearing the miniskirt Maiko outfit set. "Good morning. You look absolutely stunning today." "Oh, shut up. Let's get going already." When I complimented Akaniko as I greeted her, she stopped mid-sentence to respond to my greeting, turned around, and walked ahead of me. That attitude while dutifully wearing the miniskirt Maiko outfit, I wonder why. It's so alluring. "Where are you taking me today?" "The tenant school." "Yeah, you said something about the Nankyoku style splitting or something." "Indeed. The tenant school seeks the new while the Jiaru school respects the old. Both have inherited the teachings of the Nankyoku school." I don't really know what that means. "You'll know it when you see it," Akaniko said, looking mildly exasperated. Why is she feeling like that? Is this another dojo with noisy students like Benzai school? Or so, as I thought at the time. At the Tenon Ryu dojo where we arrived, there was some kind of event going on since early in the morning. It said, 15th Tenant Style Neo Sword Drawing Unveiling Party. What's with that? I can't help but retort to that name, however, that still got me curious. I settled in with Akaniko behind a dozen or so excited young samurai and waited patiently for the event to begin. But no matter how long we waited, it never started. Since it was so boring, I killed some time by chatting with Akaniko. "Are they also students of some dojo?" "They are students of the tenant school." "So, they aren't paid seat fillers?" It was no wonder, I thought, that they were unnaturally excited. It's obviously not quite right to be raising a fist in the air when the event hasn't even started yet. I mean, by any chance, aren't we the only outside guests? Is this some sort of pyramid scheme seminar? I'm gonna cry. Or so I was thinking. A few minutes passed and more spectators appeared behind us. One wrinkled old man with a white beard and two middle-aged men. From their appearance, All three were evidently samurais. What about those guys? Master Urashima-sama, the head of the Jiaru school, and his samurai students. Okay, a big name came out. That old man seemed to be the head of the Jiaru school. Okay, maybe the starting time is actually much later than I thought. I am sure that more and more fierce competitors from all over the island will be gathering here from now on. Isn't that so? Hey there everyone. Naizu Tushiayu. Thank you very much for gathering here. I guess I was wrong. It started suddenly. It was as if they had been waiting for Urashima's arrival. Today is a beautiful day and my physical condition is perfect. It is indeed a good day for the unveiling of such a new creation. My head hurts. Out came a samurai in his mid-30s with brown dreadlocks. It was a very foreigner-obsessed look, but surprisingly, he spoke subtle English. Isn't this the first time I've seen it in this world? One who speaks English. What is the status of English here? A distant foreign language? I'm not sure. Who the hell is that guy? That is Momushi Dono, the head of the tenant school. Head of the school? Oh no, I think we're at the dojo. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll show you my new hop-hip sword drawing technique right now. Hop-hip sword drawing. Hop-hip sword drawing? Yeah. Let's supply my music. With Momushi's cool, groovy music suddenly started playing in the background. Hip-hop? I don't know. I'm not familiar with it, but maybe it's something like that. However, perhaps because the instruments are old-fashioned, it sounds somewhat like classical Japanese court music. Or rather, this is a live performance. The students of Tenon School are sure to have a hard time. Ha ha, say groove. And it no longer makes sense. Momushi began slashing at a bundle of straw brought to the podium by the stage and assistants. Dancing to the music, the performance was reminiscent of Uncle Kasakari, the dancing, curry man of the Isenza battle, but, if anything, this one was definitely more of a joke. Well, it is entertaining. Sankyu, sankyu. After the event seemed to be over, Momushi responded to the applause of his students with a satisfied look on his face. By the way, we as well as Urashima and the others were expressionless the whole time. How was it? Hop-hip sword drawing version 15. If you are interested, please contact us. By all means. By all means. For our Tenon style. Well then, see you again. At the next unveiling. It ended with me in a daze. I wonder what this is? I feel as if I have wandered into a strange world. No, but it was fun. What they were doing was close to bullshit, but I appreciated the spirit of it. Always pursuing new things, digging a tunnel with no way out for a long, long time at the root of it all. He was no different from me. It doesn't matter if it is a lost cause or not. It is important to keep that will and hard work. I guess there are some with a backbone on this closed island. Just knowing that, I'm happy. HMPH, I've wasted my time again. I can now reaffirm that Urashima-sama is right. It is a disgrace to the Jiaru school. It was right to excommunicate a man like that. What is this new sword drawing? It's not right to be searching for something new. History and tradition are the backbones of skills. Why can't he understand that it is the accumulated techniques that shine through? It's just as you say. Ha ha. You'd have to spend a lifetime to figure it out. The man is sick. They say even death can't fix it. Let's go. I'll never show my face again. Well, it seems some of them don't like it. They think they are right and say whatever they want. Urashima-sama seems to be leaving. We should follow suit. Next, we will go to the dojo of the Jiaru school. It's fine. I'm not going. Let's skip the Jiaru style. What? I lost interest in going after that conversation. I prefer the tenant style. I would have been willing to go if the Nankyoku style had remained the same. I'm not the least bit interested in those who are only traditional. Are you serious? What a strange guy. Is Urashima strong? He is 80 years old. Although he is in decline, his skills are the best on the island, but he is no match for my father. These days, he's even falling behind the Benzai school. I'm sure, in the end, there was no point in going. And I know from that one incident with Ernti that there's nothing pleasant about beating up an old guy. Then where's next? If we skip the Jiaru school, next is that place. That place? The Kisshu school. Kisshu school. I heard that name just recently. Is that where Masamune used to be? You know a lot. That's right. I think that's where the bridegroom cheated on his wife and things got messed up. You sure know a lot. I kept quiet about the fact that I heard it from the person in question. Akaniko and I exchanged words as we walked toward the Kisshu-style dojo. What kind of school is it? A firstborn hereditary one, and an unparalleled sword-drawing family on the island. No, I think there was another. Another? The Miroku style. This was another school that was passed down from one generation to the next and never made its appearance on the front stage. The current master Miroku is, I believe, the 20th generation. Hereditary system. Wait, 20th generation? It's the oldest school on the island, dating back 1,000 years. Quite impressive. Thus, all the schools on the island were founded and named after Miroku-samas. So, at first it was just the Miroku school. Indeed. Next came Tobatsu style, which grew to include Kisshu, Nankyoku, and Daikaku style, then Hiroku, which became Jiaru and Tenon, and then Benzai style. Oh, in other words, the Kisshu school we are about to visit is the third oldest school on the island. They must be strong, right? No, the previous head, Sumaya-sama, was strong. But the current head, Azami-sama, is. When Akaniko was slurring her words, we arrived at the dojo of the Kisshu school. It is indeed an elegant building. However, the liveliness of the dojo so far does not seem to be as great as it might have been in the past. Excuse me. Tobatsu-style Akaniko is here. I came to say hello. As usual, Akaniko spoke up, and then we heard footsteps clattering from the back of the building. Then, oh my. Akaniko-chan, what are you wearing? Cute cute cute. Oh so cute. A glamorous beauty suddenly appeared and squeezed Akaniko into a tight embrace. She was a beautiful woman in her late 20s with lovely black hair in loose waves. Azami-sama, please stop teasing me. Oh, you're still acting like a stranger. Call me Inazuma as you used to. Alright, but Azami-sama, you are the head of the Kisshu school. Don't worry about the details. Azami Inazuma, come on, say it. Azami Inazuma. Oh my god, you're so cute. What am I being shown? As I gazed blankly, the woman called Azami seemed to notice me and turned her gaze toward me, giving me a confused look. My oh my, who do we have here? Please forgive my improper display. She laughed with a new ho 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 and moved away from Akaniko. Akaniko sighed tiredly in response and then lined up next to me. Azami Inazuma, this is second. A traveler. I am going around showing him the island. Hello. Showing him the island? Oh, I wonder if that's a good idea? It's probably not, but there's, a little bit of a reason for that. A reason? I wonder if a reason would make it better? Azami tilted her head, her face coming closer to mine. She seemed mild-mannered, but was she a surprisingly strict person? Well, anything for a handsome young man. I guess I was wrong. She smiled and motioned for me to shake her hand. I was thinking she was quite the haphazard person when I noticed something unexpected. Blisters. Her palms were so rugged that it was hard to believe them to be those of a woman. Doesn't she heal with potions? No, there have been many cases where a cheap potion would not completely heal a wound. It is no wonder that if you keep using cheap products, you will get a blister. Or was she practicing sword drawing every day, every morning? To the point where she would get a blister? Come on in. I'll make you a cup of tea now. Azami happily led us indoors and ran inside to make a pot of tea. Unlike previous schools, the mood was unusually welcoming. However, the surroundings remained extremely quiet. The house was deserted. I didn't see anyone in the dojo, in the hallways, or in any of the places I passed before the guest room. Perhaps it was a holiday. As I was thinking this, Akaniko opened her mouth. Azami Inazuma has been the sole guardian of the Kisshu school since Sumaya-sama's death. Sumaya. She was the previous head of the Kisshu school and Masamune's stepmother. I didn't know she was already dead. You mean she is living here all by herself? Indeed. The Kisshu style is passed down from one generation to the next. Unless you have a child or adopt a child, you cannot even pass on your skills. I see. I think I understand a little better the reason for the ever so welcoming atmosphere. Perhaps she is lonely. Okay, here you go. I only had crackers. Is that okay? Thank you. I was just feeling a little hungry. Azami returned with a tray of rice crackers and enough green tea for everyone. I reached for a rice cracker and chewed on it. This softness and mysterious touch. Soy-based sauce-covered rice crackers. The soy sauce flavor also goes very well with the tea. Oh, they're soft, Azami said with a dreary expression. I returned my impression of it with the same phrase. No, but it is surprisingly tasty. I couldn't resist and reached for the second one. Akaniko next to me looked surprised. It's okay, you don't have to worry. No, I was hungry. Is that so? Thank you. Azami also grabbed some. However, if she was going to grab this many, why didn't she give us something else? When I thought about it, I got my answer. It's not that she won't, it's that she can't. Cheap potions and soft crackers. I see, I made a connection. The Kisshu school must be very poor. Let's see, let's get back on track. Hey, Akaniko-chan. By the way, what are you doing here today? Oh, right, you said guiding. Then maybe I should introduce myself. About the Kisshu school? I don't mind if you don't introduce yourself. We will leave after we have our tea. Wait. We were about to automatically go back home. This Akaniko girl is getting to know how to handle me better and better. The way she turned her blank stare at my full-throated response was exactly like a certain female knight. Wait. Fine. Just shut up, seriously. For God's sake, stay quiet. Not a chance. Seriously. This guy. You're so noisy, Akaniko. Can't you be a little quiet? This. Around the point where Akaniko turned red with anger, I turned my attention back to Azami. You fufu. It's so lively and fun. Azami seemed to be in a good mood. I guess I can tell her, considering the current flow. Hey, I have a favor to ask you. Yes, you can tell me anything. If there's anything I can do, I'll help. Then I won't hesitate to ask. I'd like to have a fight with you. Ho. As soon as I spoke, Azami's mood changed. They all do so on this island. As soon as they hear the word sword drawing, their eyes change color. Azami must also be a real samurai. I don't mind. Right now? Yeah. Akaniko, lend me your katana. I don't want to. I glanced to the side and saw Akaniko looking at me with a "how about it?" feeling troubled now expression. That's pretty good, girl, but I am troubled. This would mean a bare-knuckle match with Azami. That would not be interesting. As I was thinking about what to do, unexpectedly, a voice called out from behind me. Then I'll lend mine to you. A familiar boyish tone of voice. At the same time, Azami's face transformed into that of a demon. When I turned around, there was Masamune with a scowling smile on her face. Chapter 144. Because I like it. You, how dare you show that face here? As soon as Masamune appeared, Azami turned hostile. Masamune, on the other hand, opened her mouth with a calm expression on her face. This is the face I have. This is the face sister and stepmother raised me with. You know what I'm talking about. Yeah, well, even now, all I can hear is nothing but hatred. But that's all in the past. You killed her, didn't you? I don't know. It seems to me that with an illness, there's nothing anyone can be blamed for. Things were heating up between the two of them. I don't care what you do. I just want to borrow your katana as soon as possible. Masamune. Yeah, I'm sorry to keep you waiting. Here you go, second kun. When I numbly called out to her, Masamune handed me her katana. It was a beautiful katana, beautifully crafted and beautifully maintained, no less than Akaniko's. Then, to my amazement, Masamune said to me as if to advise me, but you better stop. You'll be disappointed. Azami-nin is weaker than me. A moment later, Azami stood up as if she couldn't take it anymore. Her clenched fists were shaking. I'm sorry she had to hear that, but I guess she couldn't talk back. Let me just have a taste. It won't taste good, I'm sure. I don't know. I can eat damp crackers just fine. You don't waver, huh? Masamune gave me an oh dear look, took 3 steps back, leaned against the wall, and crossed her arms. Akaniko stared at her. Then she returned her gaze to me and broke the silence with a questioning look on her face. You and Masamune Dono seem to be getting along very well, don't you? No way. Was it last night? You haven't done something weird again, have you? At times, she is so determined that she almost pulls out the katana at her waist. A wrong word here and it could get troublesome. I think I should be brief and just state the facts here. With that in mind, I responded. We showed each other our crotches. Why you haven't shown me yours? Oh? All eyes focused on Masamune. Even Azami, who should have been outraged earlier, was with her mouth agape. That's not it. It's just a misunderstanding. He saw mine, but I didn't show it to him, and I didn't see his. No. What am I talking about? Masamune smacked herself on the head with a plop and turned red in the face. I turned to face Azami to escape, unable to bear Akaniko's laser beam stare. I've never seen that girl like that before. You're a mystery. Let's just get it over with. Yeah. After exchanging a couple of words, we moved to the dojo. The dojo was clean and tidy. Not a single speck of dust. Azami must be cleaning it every day. Well, I'll be in your care. Same here. We exchanged greetings and then faced each other after a pause. Silence reigned over the place. Then, a moment later, begin. Akaniko's order echoed. I took the lead with my lance sword drawing. You can tell by the way she put her weight on it. Azami is very good at receiving. If that's the case, I'm gonna have to go on the offensive. You're good. I couldn't help but spill my thoughts. Azami smoothly dodged the initial lance sword drawing move. But that's not where the praise belongs. She doesn't draw her sword after she has dodged. Nice patience. I must say, if she had activated silver sword drawing, it would have been the end for her right there. Unlike with knight sword drawing, the distance to travel and the time to draw the sword is shorter with lance sword drawing. So it is possible to use bishop sword drawing in time to respond to the attack. On the other hand, she could have activated gold sword drawing in response to my bishop sword drawing, so that's why I didn't activate the skill. Otherwise, the counter would have hit, and I would be the one with the game over. I cancelled the bishop sword drawing that I had prepared and again sheathed the sword after a pause. You made me break out in a cold sweat. It's okay, I'll finish it next round. Then you can take a bath and get warm. You like to have the last word, huh? Let's start over and go again. Azami's weakness was identified. She is slow. That's a shame, but this is all in her nature. She can't help it. It is certainly not a good match for the sharp, subtle, and fast Benzai style. Now I understand why Masamune called Azami weak. But even with me having the advantage, how was she able to see through the bishop sword drawing counterattack? That is where it deserves praise. Great. I'm in a good mood. This is a service. I'll show you something. What is true quickness? What is speed? Everyone has it wrong. They simply believe that they should move their katana more and more quickly. That's not good enough. There are inevitably limitations. The ingenuity to go beyond that is the skill needed by the world rankers. The ultimate speed is ingenuity, the performance of how fast they make it look. Let's go. I closed the gap between us while slowly preparing rook sword drawing. The moment the opponent showed her initial response, I immediately cancelled the skill, lowered my posture, and spun around in a single sideways motion. The principle is simple. Slow and steady, covering the moment of skill activation with your back. The skill was a simple and ordinary silver sword drawing. That's all there is. Just that. However, just after seeing the slow preparation of rook sword drawing, I suddenly pulled out my sword quickly from an unseen position. That's what happened. Azami's activation of gold sword drawing will not be completed in time, despite the timing, which should have been right on time. A mere silver sword drawing would appear to be ridiculously fast. It's strange, isn't it? A few simple tweaks can change the result in such a way. That's why it's entertaining. That's what competition between people is. That's enough. Akaniko's order ended the match. Azami was still motionless because the tip of the katana was held against her neck. You seem to be confident in your ability to receive, but your reflexes are slow, so you should not fight in a way that keeps you on the receiving end. You should turn to attack in the midpoint, or, if you can, use your superior situational awareness to get them into close combat. You're on the right track, I advised Azami as I lowered my katana. Azami, who had been listening quietly, slowly opened her mouth after I finished. Are you saying that I should abandon the Kisshu style? What does that mean? Kisshu school is a type of style that focuses on receiving. Yeah. A melee is out of the question. The essence of the Kisshu school is to win beautifully by striking one's opponent immediately after defending against an incoming attack. I don't understand why she is so obsessed with it. Well, that's fine. Then you have no talent. It's not suitable for you. You shouldn't use it! Exclamation mark. I don't understand the point in saying that you can't aim higher. Why are you doing sword drawing in the first place? Isn't it because you like it? Silence. Azami bit her lower lip and faced down. Her shoulders were shaking in a slight shiver. Second Kun is right. I also decided to review the forms of the Benzai style. Azami Nin should do the same. What do you know, you guys, about me? What do you? Screams. It was a cry as if all that had been building up had exploded all at once. Because I like it? I don't know the happiness of being able to do something just because I like it. Congratulations. You're a lucky man, but I have something to bear. The history of the Kisshu school that has been in existence for hundreds of years. Techniques passed down from one generation to the next. I have to carry it alone and live with it all my life. Tears spilled from Azami's eyes. I don't have any talent. I'm not cut for this. I have tried until the verge of death, but it's no use. My stepsister was many times better than me. Mother didn't expect anything from me. I knew that kind of thing better than anyone. In addition, I have no money, no family. I have nothing. Even so, nevertheless, I have to keep the Kisshu school alive. Well, I guess it was too much for her. For everyday life, I understand it well. Unfortunately, it's not as simple as a man like you might think. Do you think I'm doing this simply because I like it? Wah, I'm trying my best. But I've come a long way, up to this point, just because I like it. Then what? Then? Azami's words were stuck. She's a person who has struggled so much. There's no reason she can't understand the difficulty of continuing something just because you like it. I was told a lot of things about what I would do in the future. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't anxious. Rather, there was only anxiety. Every time I heard the words future or society, I lived with a lid over my ears. Some of them were making a career out of the game, but I couldn't live that skillful life. All I've ever done was Mobius. I was a fool who only knew Mobius. There was no way I could live on prize money for the rest of my life. My parents' inheritance would eventually run out. There was no guarantee that Mobius would last for decades. It was always destined to end at some point. That's right. It was not a simple problem that could be solved by saying, I like it, but I liked it. I couldn't help it. I was so into it that I was willing to bet my whole life on it. Even if I knew I was going to lose that bet. But, you'll never, ever be able to resist your own likes. Thus, you wait and see. I'm going to destroy it all. What are you talking about? You can't do anything because you're on this island. This isn't a place where you can do what you love. So what? Oh, shut up. Just let me handle it. Azami, do you know? This world is actually the best. Chapter 145 Guest. On the way back from Kisshu Dojo, Akaniko and Masamune, walking next to each other, were a bit more serious. That was pretty intense, although very much something Azami and Ain would say. Well, her attitude leaves no room for sympathy. If you are in your late 20s, alone, poor, and unable to make ends meet in your day job, it's not hard to see how you would become like that. Though Masamune, who seemed to have a personal grudge against the woman, could not possibly feel any sympathy for her, her profile was still somewhat sad as she muttered this. Well, this is where I leave. Masamune departed at a crossroads. After walking for a while, Akaniko sputtered out a few words. Masamune Dono said some harsh things. I felt a little sorry for her. Is that the difference between the head of the Benzai style and the heir of the Tobatsu style? Akaniko, too, is in a position to understand Azami's feelings, and she is probably painfully aware of them. One should try to find meaning in it. Meaning? What does it mean for a person to continue sword drawing? Continue, meaning. Akaniko put her hand on her chin and pondered. As she did so, we approached the abandoned building of the Hiroku School Dojo. The answer seems to be still elusive. Then, as we parted ways, I decided to pass on a hint. I suppose it can mean whatever you want it to mean. But there's one thing one must not forget. One thing one must not forget. Right. I nodded, smiled, and spoke. If you can't smile, what's the point? Akaniko looked a bit puzzled. Because she is the heir to the Tobatsu style, she continues to practice sword drawing. Perhaps that is what Akaniko was thinking. That's all very well and good, but if it doesn't make you smile, there's no point in continuing. If you can't smile, huh? Akaniko turned her head down a little and smiled self-deprecatingly. She seemed convinced. I'll see you later. This is the end of today's session. Over the course of 2 days, we visited 4 schools: Daikaku style, Benzai style, Tenon style, and Kisshu style. With no Jiaru style visit and no Hiroku school at all. There are only 2 remaining, Tobatsu style and Miroku style. Will the dojo tour end tomorrow? It's kind of emotional. Oh, right. I forgot one thing. Akaniko, do you have a cushion? Night. As expected, a guest visited the abandoned house. For me, they're the ones I'm most interested in right now. Good evening, Mr. Second. He is the head of the Tenon school, Momushi. I've been on the island for 2 days now, and I thought it was about time the rumors reached his ears. How could a man from a new style not be interested in me, a man from outside the island? The result was that I was glad I had prepared the cushion. Hello. May I call you Momushi? Okie dokie. Oh, he even uses slang. This guy is learning English pretty well. So, what can I do for you? There are a lot of things. However, if anything, I would say that it was mainly to look at your face, Mr. Second. Well, can I ask you something first? Anytime. Who taught you that English? I suddenly struck at the heart of the matter. Momushi widened his eyes in surprise and leaned in closer to me. You just said English, Mr. Second. You know these words? You were using it without knowing it? Exactly. These words have been handed down in Mei family for generations. Hip-hop from his ancestors. Huh? That's new. And they are also the words that inspired me to establish himself as an independent Tenon style. Hip-hop sword drawing? No. Hop-hip sword drawing. It's Mei own original. Bullshit. Bullshit. Then what? Is there literature or something left? Yes. I read it and it woke me up to the hip-hop. I see. Interesting. What's more, who was the guy who wrote the literature? Apparently, there is no concept of English in this world. However, English does exist. In other words, the Japanese language, native to this world, also includes some English words. They are simple English words like yes and no, which even most Japanese people know, and I can see that people here perceive yes, no, hi, I, in Japanese as being the same as yes, no, their meaning being as affirmative, negative. That being the case, whoever wrote the literature that Momushi learned the English to manipulate words that deviate from the proper norm from definitely means that this person knows English. In other words, there is a possibility of someone like Raspberry Bell, a fellow countryman. Do you know who wrote that literature? I suppressed my agitation and asked cautiously. Momushi nodded deeply and opened his mouth. I heard that it was Rikant-sama. He is the founder of the Hiroku school. Long ago, the legend has it that he drifted down to this island in a small boat. Rikan? I wonder, where have I heard this before? In kanji. It's written like this. As I pondered, Momushi wrote the kanji for Rikan on a piece of paper. Rikan, 0 circle, 0 kan, 0, exclamation mark. 0k for NN? I know that guy. Is that so? He was the first issue, who dominated the Mobius era with his Okan style. My record against him is 29 victories, 4 losses, and 1 draw. I remember all the matches were tough and interesting, although they were largely winnable. He is an old player with a lot of originality and a famous world ranker. However, after a certain point, he stopped participating in the games at all, and rumor had it that he might have retired. I didn't expect to find him here. Were you looking for him? Well, in a way, yes. Oh, never mind that. Where is Rikan now? When I asked, Momushi looked at me with a puzzled look on his face. Wait a second. What did this guy say earlier? Long ago. Didn't he say that the grave is located on the grounds of the Miroku dojo? That's where he sleeps. My bad feeling was right on target. You're telling me he's dead? Hey, how many years ago, or even decades? When and how in the world did 0K4NN get here? How long ago it was? Tell me. Oh, calm down, sit down, please, Mr. Second. Sorry, I need to know. How many years ago did Rikan die? 0K4NN stopped participating, I think. About 8 years before I died. Yes, it was right around the time when Mobius's third major update introduced sword drawing. Instead of saying how many years ago, it would be more appropriate to say, how many hundreds of years ago. Now we have no information other than what we know from the literature. I can't help you, sorry, Mamushi said apologetically. Weird. The flow of time is strange. A year in that world is decades in this world. Mamushi, please, I'd like to read that literature. Is there anything we can find out about Rikan? If you'd like, you can find the book that has been passed down in Mii's house. But more than that, ? It would be better to talk to Miroku-sama to get good information. Miroku? You mean the head of the Miroku school? Yes, this is the 20th Miroku-sama. He has presided over the samurai of this island for generations before the year 1000. There must be a record of Rikan-sama, the founder of the Hiroku school. All right, just ask Miroku or whoever. Yes. But when he nodded, Mamushi added a few words with a serious expression on his face. Be careful, Miroku-sama is never in the public eye, but he is said to be number one in terms of his ability. More than the current Bishaman? That's right. There is an unspoken rule that there is one contestant from each school for the Bishaman tournament, but Miroku has never participated in the tournament in its long history. Oh, interesting. Tomorrow it will be Kenshin Bishaman from Tobatsu style and Miroku from Miroku style. In addition, I would like to hear about 0K4NN's story. That's nice. It'll be a lot of fun. Well, now that we've finished that side of the story, may I question? Of course. You can answer, right? Yeah. After that, Mamushi continued to ask me a mountain of curious nonsense, and I spent the rest of the night like that. In the end, it was really dawn. Well, it was fun, though. And so, in the end, I would have to face the last day of this event without getting a wink of sleep. Chapter 146. If you can't stand it, try again. I saw Mamushi off, got some sleep, and then morning came. I walked down the road to the Tobatsu-style dojo. The way was shown to me yesterday by Akaniko. It's a single road that goes straight down. On the last day, it unfortunately rained. The winter cold made my hands numb as I held up my umbrella. An umbrella was left at the entrance, so I took the liberty of using it. Later, Anko told me that Masamune had come and secretly left it behind around the time Mamushi had left. Here, after about 20 minutes, I arrived at the dojo. Contrary to the quiet morning with a light drizzle, the inside of the dojo was quite bustling. Good morning. When I entered the dojo after sliding the door in front of me, everyone inside turned to me and quieted down. In the dojo were Akaniko, a group of Tobatsu-style students, and Masamune. Looking closely, there was also Kanbai of the Daikaku style, and next to him, a little fat middle-aged man with a face I didn't recognize was smiling smugly. There was an old guy named Urashima or something like that from the Jiaru style, and there was also Mamushi, whom I just parted ways with this morning. And then there was Azami, the samurai of the Land of the Eight Swords. Are all here? No wonder it was so lively. It was you, huh? As I was looking around at the others, an old man with a short haircut who was sitting next to Akaniko opened his mouth. It was a calm, low voice. He just sat there and talked, but he was quite intimidating. About what? The one who came here to challenge the dojos. Oh, yes. He was waiting for me. The old man stood up quietly and continued speaking. My name is Kenshin, the head of the Tobatsu style. I have been holding the title of Bishaman for 18 years, but I am still in training. Oh, is that the samurai etiquette custom called Nanarai? He sure called his name, status, and achievements. All right, me too. It is my turn. I am a foreigner from the kingdom of Castal, the Triple Crown of Isenza, Issue, and Ryu lies in my hands. I did not wait for the summer to come but arrived to snatch Bishaman's head. Family name firstest, I am second. I tried to imitate our butler, Kubaro. I think it was somewhat different, but I guess it's good for improvisation. Then, as soon as I finished, the buzzing started, and the outsider crowd got louder, calling me rude and haughty. They are apparently bad-mouthing me. So noisy. I glared at the student of the Jiaru school who was the loudest and told him. Then he quieted down. Unforgivable, Jiaru style. I will harass you later. Akaniko, go. Yes, sir. Then, as if waiting for things to quiet down, Kenshin gave Akaniko the go-ahead. Akaniko stood up stone-faced and calmly walked to the center of the dojo. The outfit, unfortunately, was not a miniskirt, but rather a dogi. Masamune. Yes, I thought you might. I borrowed a katana from a dismissive Masamune, equipped it, and confronted Akaniko. Akaniko was silent and expressionless, and when her eyes met mine, she did not react in any way. Great, all the distractions seem to be gone. I feel a state of extreme concentration. It is no exaggeration to say that the most important thing in a Bishaman battle is to stay relaxed. If you get even the slightest bit of distraction, you will lose 9 times out of 10. From experience, this is clear. Hence, the ability to immerse oneself in the game is a great advantage. This Akaniko girl has created that condition. Serious, earnest, and honest. This girl is determined to never, ever lose. She's doing everything she can, risking everything she can to defeat me. She's putting her whole heart and soul into it for me. This is 120% seriousness, which can only be described as love. How many times have I received it and how many times have I broken it? Oh, I can hardly bear it. Shall we? We bowed to each other and took our positions. Start. Kenshin's order. Immediately after, Akaniko did not move. In other words, they chose the latter move. Hey, I see. Ho ho. Ha, I get it. I have shown my fights in front of Akaniko 3 times so far. 2 of the matches were played on the defensive side, and only the match against Azami was played on the offensive side, and that was the match that lasted the longest. Did she think I wasn't good at making the first move? That's what I thought at first, but judging by the look on her face, apparently, that was not the case. Well, that is interesting. Interesting. Her thoughts. It was as if Akaniko was saying this. Go ahead and do it. Show me that move. Nice. How can I not do it when I'm being invited like that? I closed the gap and prepared rook sword drawing. Akaniko stepped back in response and grabbed the mouth of the sheath. But I won't let her take her distance. Even after I had finished my preparations, I continued to close the distance between me and Akaniko while holding my sword in the sheath. Akaniko's retreat came to a halt. Right here. Instantly, I lowered my posture and cancelled the skill. At the same time, I spun around to the side and performed a silver sword drawing attack at the same time as the preparation was completed. Exclamation mark. Akaniko caught her breath briefly. The skill she used was the same, silver sword drawing. A high-pitched sound echoed. My sword drawing was repelled by Akaniko's sword drawing. Did she see through it? No. It is next to impossible to see through it at first sight. She must have anticipated the trajectory and hit it with the skill that allowed her to respond the quickest. Good call. She could charge up the silver sword drawing attack more since she was on the receiving end. This is a skill that the more you charge it, the more powerful it becomes. It made my hands numb. Akaniko's second slash approached. Likewise, its silver sword drawing. Silver without build-up is the fastest. Kanbai criticized it as a petty technique, and I wonder if that is the main focus of the Tobatsu style. If so, Kanbai stands no chance. However, its usefulness is the greatest of all in sword drawing. The Tobatsu style has a pretty good grasp of the sword drawing skill set. Oh no, sheesh. I have to respond with numb hands, don't I? I don't like it one bit. Let's do that thing. You! Exclamation mark. I went head-on against Akaniko's diagonal shoulder slash. I got even closer to her more rapidly as I watched her surprised face. I turned my body just before the katana hit my head, stood on one leg, and pushed the katana itself with my shoulder as Akaniko swung it down. Because she was swinging as hard as she could, Akaniko was dragged down by the katana, which deflected off to the side and knocked her out of her stance. This would be very effective if done with Aikijutsu, but I'm currently bound to sword drawing. However, the effect was still sufficient without the use of skills. Well then, returning the katana to its sheath, I got back into stance. I turned to Akaniko, who was repositioning herself with her hands flat on the ground, and smiled at her. Akaniko looked at me with a puzzled look, then tightened her expression and once again cleared her mind of any distractions. The series of changes in her facial expression conveyed her frustration that she had come so close, her anger that she had made a fool of herself, and her hope that next time she would be able to do better. You shouldn't show your feelings at a match. Her talent is outstanding, but she is still very rough around the edges. In addition, she has not fully matured emotionally. In short, she is a sword drawing practitioner who is really worth raising. Akaniko, sword drawing isn't just about the katana. I told her one thing, since right now is a precious moment. I then prepared rook sword drawing as I did in the first move, while closing the gap between the two. Akaniko retreated with a not again look on her face and showed the same response. She seemed to think that response, which numbed my hand, was the best she could do. That is not good enough though. This is something that can be said not only for sword drawing, but for every other skill out there. There is no best skill to always start up a match. It is impossible to search for and pick out the best option from the mountain of choices. The best way to think about it is to choose one of the many candidates that will allow you to move as close as possible to the best possible outcome. It would be foolish to abandon thinking and assume this is the best choice. Let's pray I don't get to see a breakfast come out. Lowering my posture, I cancelled the skill, spun around, prepared silver sword drawing, and then drew my sword. Akaniko, too, prepared to respond with silver sword drawing. If this continued, it would be a repeat of what happened earlier. However, thump. Immediately afterward, with a dull thud, Akaniko showed an expression of agony. I spun clockwise, stopped abruptly at about 8 o'clock, and then took one step backward while lowering the katana's handle so that the sheath rose, and thrust the sheath of my waist up at an angle. Akaniko, who had assumed that the katana was coming from the right, left her abdomen vulnerable. She writhed in agony, unable to even speak as the tip of the scabbard struck her in the solar plexus. What a poor thing. My strength is so high up there, it probably hurts like hell. Akaniko finally couldn't remain standing and dropped to her knees, crouching down on the spot. We have a winner. Kenshin's decree was given. It was fun. Let's do it again sometime. When I thanked her with a smile, Akaniko hung her head as she crouched down. She must have bowed while in pain. Well then, next up is finally the main dish. And as I looked at him, Kenshin stood up meditatively and walked over to us. He then stood in front of Akaniko and crouched down. Father, please wait. The next moment, Kenshin slapped Akaniko across the cheek. There was no mercy at all. It was a blow of hatred. You are a disgrace to the name of Tobatsu. I don't remember raising you that way. I am sorry. I can still. Naive. Show me your commitment. Okay. After a moment of silence, Akaniko pulled out her side sword. Then, when she brought the tip of it to her own right eye. As expected, this is something I can't bear to see. I used monster summoning to call for Anko and instructed her to grab that wakizashi blade. Anko used darkness transfer to move instantly behind Akaniko, and then snatched up her wakizashi as she tilted her head curiously. Do not interrupt me, woman. Kenshin did not look surprised at all but looked at Anko and exclaimed so with a frightening expression on his face. Ah, what a lively creature. My lord. Let's have sashimi for lunch. Anko's narrow, threadbare eyes narrowed even more, and with a smirk, she held the blade between her fingers. Pekin. She snapped it off very easily. Instantly the air in the dojo froze. They all realized it. Even if all of them here were to band together, they would not be able to put a single scratch on Anko. However, Kenshin was different. He did not move a single eyebrow in response to the broken wakizashi in front of him, and remained still and silent, not breaking his stance to draw at any time. It was as if he was looking for an opening in Anko. That bastard seemed to be planning to slash Anko at the drop of a hat. Even though his own daughter, Akaniko, was caught in between them. In a moment, I understood. When I first landed on this island, Akaniko tried to kill me and Yukari without hesitation. It has been on my mind ever since. How can one grow up like that? I wondered. How could someone disregard human lives like that? I see. This guy is the reason. Anko, I'm sorry, but you're going to have to give up on that. As you wish, my lord. I unsummon Anko while approaching Akaniko. Hey, you're not hiding it well, old man. I pulled Akaniko up from behind and stood her up, and then I let her escape behind me. What? Kenshin replied with a single word while maintaining his distance from me. Your murderous intent. I know what you're thinking. You have this look on your face like you can't wait to kill me. Otherwise, there is no explanation. A disgrace to the Tobatsu. Don't remember raising her that way. Show your commitment. There's only one reason to beat your daughter in front of a crowd and proclaim such a thing. He's pushing his own values onto her. And so, I guess he is eager for a game that he cannot afford to lose. A contest between life and death, with his whole life at stake. Right? Who? Ha ha. And when I wondered what were you going to say? See? I told you. He's smiling. I know what that means. I was the same way, but you know, there is one thing that is strikingly different from you, and I'll teach it to you to the death. Chapter 147. A match for what you love. Taking a stance, I moved to confront Kenshin. He was confident and natural, relaxed and unencumbered in every way. I know, I get it. This guy, after all, has never known defeat. I suppose that is a given. He has always traded lives. A defeat meant immediate death. Begin. Someone issued the order. It was the middle-aged man next to Kanbai. Here I come. While I was looking away, Kenshin had already moved in front of me. As I thought, silver sword drawing. An attack that is quick to set up but has low firepower. Is the Tobatsu style basically a slap repeatedly strategy? I lightly dodged and waited to see what happened. Naive. Kenshin counterattacked with the second slash as well, using silver sword drawing. Seems like the slap repeatedly strategy emphasizes speed. It's a good idea, but you picked the wrong guy. I wonder who's more naive. I used my prepared lance sword drawing skill to deliver a blow as we passed each other while evading. In the next instant, Kenshin's katana disappeared. No. It seemed to have disappeared. A thrust. This guy stabbed at me with a silver. I immediately cancelled the skill, grazing my shoulder as I just barely avoided it, and I took 3 steps back to get a better perspective. A second later, my heart began to beat loudly. Man, are you for real? Are you serious? Are you sane? Are you crazy? Good job dodging, Kenshin said with a thin smile as he sheathed his katana and readied it again. I know that feeling. That smile. I'm the same. Sorry. I feel like I underestimated you a little too much. As expected, he's someone who came here to live and die by the katana. It was an unknown technique that made the second slash look like the katana would disappear. I would like to steal it if I could. I wonder if he could show it to me one more time. I will not use it again. Oh, no. I've been found out. Then fine. I'll find out on my own. Are your feet and arms faux show? Why don't you attack? Damn Kenshin, inviting me. You've one-upped me once and you're already getting ahead of yourself. Well, it's quite enjoyable. It is fun, but, as expected, it's not quite right. Definitely not right. What's not right is that there is no love for your opponent. I enjoy sword drawing as a whole, but Kenshin only enjoys the thrill of it. This fact might seem small, but it is quite huge in reality. I have to tell him. You can't win with that. I have seen such people many times in the past. Those who have been greedy in the competitive arena, saying, I want a record, I want the prize money, or I want the title, have all lost in the end. It may work for them within their own circle, but it doesn't work in the world. That's the idea. One day I will surely lose and die. Unfortunately for Kenshin, the time has simply not yet come. All you like is that sudden shiver you feel, only that. Indeed, you admit it. A man can only love those who threaten his life. You weren't good enough to stand at the top. Perhaps he's long since lost his mind, this man, a thrill junkie. The higher you are, the more likely you are to fall into it. And make no mistake, it is not that they are otherwise eager to die. The trouble with thrill addiction is that, while you are seemingly risking your life, you are not actually risking it at all. This guy is ruled by greed. He is bound to the heights of his bottomless greed. I have to beat him, as brutally as possible. I'll have to apologize to Akaniko later. Let's humiliate him. I'll let you experience what it means to be helpless. In the truest sense, behold the finely crafted 7 system! Exclamation mark. First move, Dragon King sword drawing. The other party has 2 choices to respond. Smash it before it is triggered or keep your distance. Kenshin immediately chose the former. Kenshin's second move was still the same, silver's sword drawing. The decision to crush it as fast as possible was not a bad one. Third move, gold sword drawing. After cancelling the skill. Because this is a counter skill, Kenshin's response will become crucial. I won't let you. Fourth move, dragon horse sword drawing. Huh? I see. This is not so bad either. He intended to get a hit without triggering a counter with a ranged attack. Then, for the 5th move, let's show a move to close the distance at once with knight sword drawing. NNH. 6th move, after cancelling the skill, he prepared gold sword drawing. That is not acceptable. You are gradually getting more and more restless, aren't you? I'm over here. On the 7th move, I activated knight sword drawing. It's a large move plus a sword draw skill, but I dared to deviate from the trajectory, cancelled the skill in midair, and just moved right next to Kenshin. Darn it indeed. The 8th move was silver sword drawing from the skill cancel, but it was not ready in time. My 9th move is faster. The reason why is because I started preparing the same silver sword drawing first. Kag. At the same time, the swords were drawn. Naturally, mine, with its longer build-up time, won the contest. Kenshin's katana was flicked to the side, leaving his torso exposed. In other words, the 10th move was a pass. Hence, it was decided at the 11th move. Oops, I had a nasty smile on my face. I spun around at the same time as I sheathed the sword, pushing down on it and then with force to the back, thrusting the tip of the scabbard into Kenshin's torso, just as I had done with Akaniko. Exclamation mark. An inarticulate voice rose up. Perhaps because he was a little stronger than Akaniko, Kenshin only got down on both knees on the tatami mats of the dojo without dropping his arms. But then he spat out his morning meal in a messy pile. Whoa. It did happen. Right, let's do the same. Ajay. I walked up to Kenshin and kicked him in the cheek as hard as I could. You are a disgrace to the Bishaman title. It makes me sick to think that the crown has been entrusted to a man like you. I said something similar. Kenshin began coughing heavily and still did not get up. I moved up in front of him again and opened my mouth. How long do you plan on staying down? Show me your commitment, Commander. I crouched down, pulled out Kenshin's wakizashi blade, and placed it in front of him. Kenshin stared at my face, stunned, and then slowly shifted his gaze to his wakizashi and gripped it with fear. Silence flowed after those words. His hand gripping his wakizashi was shaking, and his eyes were wavering. It's useless, huh? I concede. A minute later, Kenshin quietly got down on his knees. He put down his wakizashi and rubbed his head against the tatami, as if begging for his life. It must be humiliating. This strongest man who has never known defeat until now, and this is what he looks like now in front of the crowd. The only reason you were able to enjoy the fight for your life was because you didn't know defeat until now. I understand that very well. Don't drive yourself and your opponents into a corner with the conceit that they are weaker than you. This is how it will end up. And besides, what is a man who can't even show his own determination preaching to his students? Don't be so overbearing, mistakenly wearing the wrong shoes. You puke bastard. I have learned it deeply. Kenshin gets down on his knees even deeper, sobbing. This will take a while to recover from. Well, it is what it is. I turned around behind me, looked for Akaniko in the crowd, and called out to her. Hey, Akaniko, if you don't mind. Second, behind you, I wanted to ask you if you wanted to come over to my house. The moment I tried to invite her to do so, Akaniko shouted with a desperate look on her face. Oh, this is the first time she called me by name. Oh, no, Let's not get into that. Behind, a thud. I felt something hot, on my back. Phew, ha ha, ha 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 ha. You are the one who is wearing the wrong shoes. You idiot. Ah, I see, it was the wakizashi. I was stabbed with it. This is an ever-present battlefield. Letting your guard down is the greatest mistake. This was like letting an open can of tuna near a cat. Outrageous. The winner is the last one standing. Ow. Oh. It hurts. It hurts so much. You said you wanted to teach me what it was to feel helpless? You dare call me an idiot? Do you think I'm out of options? I have lost once, but I have not been defeated yet. The essence of victory is not to give up until the very end. You only won this match by a hair's breadth. Well, it hurts. Hurts a lot, but well, this is the end, outsider. Don't show that face again. Kenshin prepared silver sword drawing, and immediately activated it. A big swing, diagonally from the shoulder. I spun around and turned toward Kenshin holding up my right hand. Exclamation mark. Normally, it was a sword slash that would cut through the hand, severing it in two. However, Kenshin's silver sword drawing stopped dead in my right hand. Blood dripped down to the floor. Still, it hurts. It hurts like hell. It only hurts, you know? My HP was not reduced at all. What? How? Kenshin was astonished. Well, that's to be expected. If you can prevent a person from drawing a sword with just one arm, it's not even a contest anymore. I was doing it for the match. Do you understand? You proudly say you are not out of options. You just don't get it. Not one bit. From the very first move, it's all been me dictating the moves. All you did was respond as I wanted. You didn't even realize that? If you'd use your head for a second, you'd see it's weird. If you're taking that much damage with a single blow from a sheath that doesn't even use any skills, you should realize that there's a huge difference in our stats. It was my polite way of turning it into a technique match to enjoy each other's company, passionately. It was my love. And Kenshin, you stepped all over it. You have spat on sword drawing. Transform! Exclamation mark. Lightning attribute transformation, an expression of anger. I will no longer use sword drawing on you. If you want us to kill each other so badly, I'll make it happen. But hey, what you've been doing is not killing each other, it's just bullying a weak. You really don't want your life to be threatened because you have never lost. Of course, you would think that you will win again. That's how you've actually fought and won. What does it mean to push oneself? This means that you are pushing yourself and your opponent at the same time. While cutting off your own retreat, you also cut off the retreat of your opponent. But you are a coward. Like a fish trapped in a tide pool, you've hunted down and killed weaker opponents than yourself with a smile on your face. And now, it's your turn. What is this wizardry? Are you a sorcerer? Kenshin was straining to pull the katana out of my hand, but it could not be pulled out. Things aren't going the way you want them to. I bet this is the first time this has happened to you, right? Poor guy, you just didn't meet anyone stronger than you and you've been doing what you wanted all this time. That's why you're getting such a terrible situation. If you want to hate someone, then hate yourself for living your life that way. Oh, Pekin. I snapped Kenshin's katana. The wakizashi was still stuck in my back. I pulled that out, too, and snapped it off as well. You're completely unarmed now. When I laughed, Kenshin dropped to his knees on the spot. I concede. I have been completely defeated. Please spare me. You're quite uninspiring. I will reflect on this. Please forgive me. Forgive me. It's okay. I won't kill you. Oh, how generous of you. You'll have to suffer more than that. Farewell Kenshin. I doubt we will ever see each other again. Chapter 148. Towards change. I began to ponder. I believe that Kenshin went crazy because he had power beyond his stature. Yes, if only he didn't have the power, he would understand the feelings of those whom he had been hunting down. Only when you actually put yourself in the other person's shoes can you understand the fear. Although by the time you understand it, you may have already lost it. Don't move. I grabbed Kenshin's head and whispered as if praying. From now on, you will not be able to recall any techniques in sword drawing. And if you grab a sheath's mouth, your limbs will instantly become limp. And then brainwashing magic was invoked. I slowly released my hand and smiled at Kenshin, who was stunned. Hilarious. The face of a man whose decades of diligent training, the one and only treasure he could be proud of, crumbled away in an instant without his knowledge. He hasn't noticed it yet. Well, when will he realize it? Anyway, it's fine even if he doesn't notice it. I no longer have the slightest interest. I don't care what will happen. I will never see this guy again. I turned back to Akaniko again. So, Akaniko, you wanna come over to my place? Wait a minute. What are you saying? What have you done to my father just now? You'll find out eventually. Yeah. Let's wait a few days, since there will be preparations to be made. How about in 2 days? 2 days? Sorry. 3 days then. That's not the point, stupid. Akaniko still seemed to be taking some time to accept the situation. Let's split up and have some time to cool off here. Second triple crown. No, or rather, quadruple crown. Please, by all means, say hello. Now. Next, to the Miroku Dojo. As I was thinking about it, a short, fat, middle-aged man in a very good mood suddenly came up to me and started talking. Who are you? You're still a bold and magnanimous man. I am Tukikairu, the head of the Daikaku-style school. Oh, you. He does not look like he could wield a katana very well. Is he in the position of a manager rather than a master of the katana? Do you know me? Of course, I do. I have seen the last title competition with my own eyes. So, you fought in the Bishaman battle? Looks can be deceiving. No. I was famous in the past, but I can't possibly compete nowadays. Our Kanbai here was competing. I am but the chaperone. Kanbai, huh? That guy has quite a talent. Thank you for your kind words. Kanbai surely will be eager to devote himself to his training. What the heck? He's great at buttering up to people. Huh? But I didn't see you at the awards ceremony. Or rather, I didn't even see Kenshin. That's as it should be. It is a bad tradition on this island. I am here to discuss one of these issues with you. When I suddenly realized this fact, Tukikairu said, I've been waiting for you. As he continued talking. Immediately afterward, a lot of wild comments flew in from all over the dojo. What is a bad tradition? Shame on you, Tukikairu. Sword drawing is our country's greatest treasure. It would be a great shame to be showing it off like that to a bunch of strangers. That's right. A Bishaman battle is not a mere spectacle, but a celebration of warfare. We have no business getting along with people from the continent. It was Urashima and his students in the Jiaru school. In addition, the Tobatsu-style students were also complaining about something. As I was thinking about shutting them up again, Tukikairu stepped forward and opened his big mouth. Will you shut up? I am concerned about the future of this island. It was a loud voice that echoed throughout the dojo. Tremendous intimidation. I could tell at once that he was angry from the bottom of his heart. I am sure you have figured it out. The Bishaman was defeated by this gentleman. The Triple Crown King of the continent is this man. The righteous are the strong, were they not? Now is the time to bring about a breath of fresh air. That's not what this is about. The island's rules should be followed. Our beliefs are too stiff. The land of the 8 swords must change now. If we don't change here, there will be no tomorrow. What are you saying, Tukikairu? You just want to make money by inviting people from outside the island. A great, boisterous, and loud argument began. Listening to it from the side, I could sort of grasp the situation. In short, Tukikairu seemed to want to do something about this situation where the schools of the 8 swords are endlessly nipping at each other's heels. Primarily, in terms of money flow. And the opponents, as they say, are comfortable with the current situation and are afraid of change. In particular, they are concerned that their current position will be threatened by a number of guys like me coming from the continent. I see. That is why Tukikairu has been waiting for someone like me. Since he couldn't overcome them by himself, he asked me, the winner of the Triple Crown, to do it for him. It is like a raccoon borrowing the authority of a tiger. And he sure acts like a raccoon. However, as for me, I'm all on board with Tukikairu. Hey, why don't we take this story to this Miroku guy or whatever? While the conversation was going on parallel lines, I mentioned a name I suddenly remembered. He's some kind of behind-the-scenes watchdog who decides the name of this island's schools. Was it the 20th generation now? It's not quite fair to talk about this without including a house that has been in existence for that long, and if that behind-the-scenes watchman nodded his head, he would get one more ally, and if he shook his head, I could make him nod his head with all the force I could muster. The job I've been entrusted with is simple and straightforward. And that's what I thought and said. But how terrifying. That must not be allowed. Don't you know the proverb, there is no curse from untouched gods? Nothing but jeers. As I was tilting my head at that, my transform was released due to time. At that moment, Masamune came next to me and pulled my sleeve. I followed her invitation, and when we were alone, Masamune broke the silence. Second Kun, Miroku-sama, you see, is never in the public eye. Do you know what that means? No, not at all. That's what I thought. Miroku-sama is a human god, Arahitogami. On this island, he is the same being as a deity. If God says something, that is absolute. Everyone on the island has to obey. Oh, that's what you mean. So that's why there is no curse from an untouched god, huh? I see. Everyone is too scared to ask anything. We must not upset the current equilibrium. I'm sorry, you must understand. I get it, I get it. Earlier, Tukikairu said, the righteous are the strong. In other words, for Miroku, this same thing applies. Then I'll go see him alone. That would be okay, right? Did you hear what I said? I just told you about it. Heard it perfectly. Ha. Masamune sighed at my words. Good grief. You just don't get anything. I was taken aback. But then, in a small voice, she muttered, but I'm the same. What does that mean? As I tilted my head, Masamune stared at me with upturned eyes. Oh ho. She hugged me tightly. When you were stabbed, I felt a jolt in my chest that surprised even me. I'm most surprised right now. Yes, I can see that. Your heart is pounding. A few dozen seconds, maybe. We spent a very strange time hugging each other without knowing why. You're alive. You are still alive, Masamune said with a look of relief on her face, and slowly let herself go. She then pulled out her own wakizashi with its scabbard and offered it to me. Swear to me that you will not die. Otherwise, I won't forgive you. What is it that you will not forgive? We've known each other for 2 days. We don't have that deep of a relationship, but well, that's... Will you swear or not? Hurry up. Masamune was urging me, leaving no room for anything. Her cheeks were tinged with red, as expected. Even I know that's not chilblains. I promise. That's all? That's all. I see. I accepted the wakizashi. Masamune turned her back to me and strode away. The air felt a little strange. It made me feel a little restless. I wanted to say something. I thought of that, and I said the words that suddenly came to my mind. Thanks for the umbrella. I'll return it when it stops raining. I called out to her, departing back as if to stop her. Masamune stopped dead in her tracks and turned around with a big smile on her face. You're really nice. Section. In the dojo, where Second had disappeared, samurai were chatting among themselves while the various heads of schools were engaged in a war of words. It looks like it was not a good idea to take on knight with gold. Then what should you take it with? Your opponent has his knight at the ready. If you counterattack with silver. I see. However, with such skill, you can't see it from the front. Certainly. The samurai reflected on the flow of the match that Kenshin lost and pondered how they would have responded to the situation correctly. But the answer did not come so easily. He is a frightening man. To treat Kenshin-sama like a baby, I can't even imagine. Defeating 2 of the best Tobatsu styles practitioners on the island with just a scabbard. The more they thought about it, the more they saw the extraordinary skill of the man named Second, and the samurai involuntarily shuddered. Don't you feel frustrated, you guys? Don't be so gutless. Kanbai Dono. That man will probably show up at the next Bishaman battle. It will be a matter of how much training we can do before then. Kanbai Dono. Are you saying that you will stand up against him? Indeed. Even that man is a human being like us. There's no reason we can't catch up to him. The top of the Daikaku style is indeed different from the average. We must learn from his example. Yeah, do that. And there are reasons why I can't lose. Kanbai mumbled quietly. His gaze fell on Akaniko. He had not yet given up. Kenshin-sama. Please be careful. Kenshin-sama. Why so? Oh? He's feeling disturbed inside. Take him to the back. Suddenly, Kenshin started shouting. The whole dojo looked at him. Kenshin, however, was not about to stop. And he continued to rant and rave, his face pale. In his hand was a single katana. He did not even wear it on his belt, but held it tightly in his hand. For him, not even knowing how to equip his katana must have been unimaginably painful. If only he could have handled the katana, he could have gone back to his old life. He could have dominated others again. He couldn't remember anything. He could no longer win again. All he had left was to lose. He had become powerless, but he could not abandon his past glory, yet he could not remember it, and thus he would spend the rest of his life in pain. What on earth would those who have a grudge against him think if they knew that he could no longer wield a katana? Or would he himself be the first to succumb to the pain? His end was already in sight. That will not do. The Tobatsu is now finished. I heard that Akaniko-sama is leaving the island, too. It's finally happening. Are we witnessing the shift of an era? A new era was about to dawn in the land of the Eight Swords. By the contact between Second and Miroku, Chapter 149. Doing your best even in the simplest of things. The discussions by Tukikaru and the others seemed likely to take much longer. Since there was no point in sitting around waiting, I decided to climb the mountain in the middle of the island to see what the Miroku style was all about. It is said that the Miroku school's home was located near the top of the mountain. I equipped myself with the katana and wakizashi I had borrowed from Masamune and walked along the mountain path. Along the way, monsters appeared. Well, that's to be expected. This is also Mobius's outfield, and monsters are a natural part of it. The monsters that appeared were all the lizards and ragged gillums. They were not very strong, so I just mowed them down. Then I suddenly realized, wasn't there a boss-like monster on the top of the mountain that was unique to Inodejima? I vaguely remember it because I didn't come to this island very often during my active years. I think it was a monster with a name like Jura, but can't remember. Well, no matter. I'll remember it when I see it. First is Miroku. After that is done, let's go to the summit and take care of it. Oops. After a short climb, the trail led to a place I had never seen before. There was never a place like this in Mobius. I can say that for sure. Because a graveyard, a large graveyard suddenly revealed itself on the mountain road. Once you see such a huge graveyard, you will not forget it. In other words, it's a place unique to this world. It must have something to do with the reason why this island has become so strange and why Inodejima has become the land of the Eight Swords. I can only guess so. Oh, this is. As I was looking around, I spotted something. Rikan sleeps here, a gravestone with that inscription. No doubt, Rikan's grave, which means 0K4NN's grave. Compared to the other tombs, it is clearly more splendid, perhaps because it is the tomb of the founder of the Hiroku school. I don't really understand, but it would be quicker to talk to that person who built this graveyard. It's over there, I guess. Just past the graveyard, a large Japanese house came into view on the banks of a stream. Probably the Miroku schoolhouse. The front door was open for some reason. It's as if they were inviting me in. Good, just as I wanted. I stepped in without hesitation. Oh? The house was quiet, and it was pretty cold. It did not look like a very hospitable place to live. I followed the path down the corridor but found nothing of note. For the next few minutes, I kept going down the hallway but found nothing. Yet the corridor still continued. What is this house? Just as I was beginning to think that it was time to leave, I discovered an unusual door at the far end of the building. No, it wasn't a door. It was a fuzuma, a double-opening sliding door. Is the master at the house in the back here? Thinking so, span. I opened it up. No one was there. It was just a huge room with the smell of tatami mats, and another fuzuma at the far end of the room. I opened that up too, but it was still just a similar room. The next, and the next, and the next, were just tatami rooms. But probably this is the last one. For some reason, I hesitated to open the sliding door only because I had a strong feeling that this was the case. I had a feeling that there was someone behind it. I don't know why I noticed it, but I knew this was the case. My intuition was right. Fighting and dying to the end is seen as life. What do you see? It was the voice of a young man. They seemed to be asking me a question through the sliding door. If I were to be honest here, I would respond with, I don't really know what you're talking about, but that might make him look down on me. So, I thought of a response that sounded good and said it. To enjoy. Amusing. Truly, amusing. He laughed behind the sliding doors. What a strange guy. May I ask you a question? Go ahead. We switched roles, and now it was my turn to ask a question. The mystery man replied pleasantly. Then, I'll be happy to oblige. What is your relationship with Rikan? Silence. A few seconds later came the reply. Friends. I was sure of it. This guy is capable. That too, like none so far. We exchanged a few words. I was taught many things. Until then, I was an empty vessel that did not know the world. Thanks to that mysterious man, I came to know the world. How many years ago was that? Well, how many dozens, how many hundreds? I am not that interested in time. Does that mean he was alive? For hundreds of years. My name is Miroku, an incarnation of the drawn sword which lives forever. How should I address you? As expected. Being the 20th generation and all that was a lie. This guy has been the same Miroku since the first generation. No wonder I thought it was odd. It would be highly unnatural, considering this meritocratic island, to be deified for so many generations. I'm second firstest, the world's #1 man. I responded with my name, as imposing as possible. Miroku revealed the truth to me without hesitation. I can sort of understand why. He wants to fight. This guy too. He might want to taste the blood-boiling battle of sword drawing to his very soul. Delightful. Second, one that smells just like Rikan. Can I ask you another question? Go ahead. What happened to Rikan? He smiled. Certainly, he laughed. Even without sound, I can tell. Behind the sliding doors, Miroku laughed. Then, in a slow, soothing voice, I at him! Exclamation mark. A moment later, I took a step forward to open the Fuzuma door. Immediately after, while slashing through the sliding door, a katana appeared. I was surprised that you could take this on. My instincts were right. Dangerous. One more wrong step and I would have died. Miroku was behind the sliding door with his rook sword drawing charging, and I was in front of the sliding door, similarly charging my rook sword drawing. The first move was a high and low slash clash, ending up in a draw. If I had been even a little late in my preparations, or if I had been opportunistic and performed silver sword drawing, I would have lost the fight. A surprise attack? What a stupid thing to say. One would be a fool not to take advantage of the tailor-made obstacle, which is the sliding door. From the moment we faced each other, the battle had already begun. After all, one cannot be too careful. Miroku is like a lion who puts all his might into hunting a rabbit. Not good. It would be better not to think of playing with him or even testing him. This is the best. Let's start over. Come, let's sheath the katana again. Behind the sliding door that was blown apart, before me, I saw a man who was in the middle of sheathing his katana. Not many men would fit the word beautiful man so well. His long, waist-length black hair was reminiscent of a woman's beauty, and his face was neutral and unquestionably beautiful, but his thin, toned body and frame made it clear that he was a man. His outward appearance age was either late teens or 20-something. He looked considerably young, but my guesses were off. I had thought for sure that Miroku was an elf. I could not think of any other race with a lifespan of several hundred years other than elves, but the Miroku in front of me did not have the pointed ears characteristic of elves. Hey, wait. Let's think calmly. It is not just a few hundred years. If Miroku was the same one from the first generation, he would have lived for almost 1,000 years, wouldn't he? Elves basically live 5 times longer than humans. 1,000 years would be 200 years old in human years. No, that is clearly too much. He is not an elf. Then what is this guy? Hey, wait, I seem to recall something. What was it? Yes. Did you say you ate him? Indeed. That's what I said. Miroku nodded deeply. That's a strange phrase. Eating, consume, absorb. Chapter 150. Higher ranks. You're absorbing people, aren't you? Exclamation mark. I asked the words that came to my mind. Then Miroku looked surprised. His eyes opened wide. Then he smiled and spoke. Second, I have no interest in things of the past. In other words, that would be an affirmation. The absorb skill. I'm sure it's that. Suddenly I shuddered. Absorb is a skill that absorbs skills from the corpse of a monster or player. Yes. It is a monster-specific skill. The maximum number of skills that can be absorbed and learned is 1, and only the skill that the corpse was most proficient at. After each use, the newly absorbed skill would overwrite the old one and the ranks would be reset. The problem arises when they absorb skills that are identical to those they have already absorbed. In such cases, the ranks of the skills absorbed are not reset, and instead, one's own status is slightly increased in accordance with the status of the target of absorption. No way. I had a theory. Maybe this guy has absorbed from all the people buried in that big cemetery. Most of them are mainly samurai, in other words, sword drawing practitioners, right? I suspect that this samurai nation was intentionally created so that only those with a deep understanding of the sword drawing skill system and who have sword drawing as their main skill can continue to be absorbed. If so, what would happen? Do you mean he's been using absorb to increase his status for 1,000 years? Have you seen through my nature? Yeah, I saw right through it. You're a monster. Indeed. I am Tsukumigami, a doll turned demon. Tsukumigami? I learnt it from Rikan. Apparently, a Tsukumigami is a monster who has acquired the art of transforming into a human being over a long period of time. It's a really good name. I like it. Wait, isn't the yokai usually called Tsukumogami? I think 0K4NN made up that word. Now, let's end the pleasantries. Come on, get ready. Miroku clapped his hands and invited me to join him. Good grief, you're really motivated. I'm the same. Let me then be first. All right. Miroku said he was fine with being the receiver. Okay, I'll make him regret it. Exclamation mark. I won't go easy on you. No, I can't afford it. From here, it's sword drawing surprise tactics. Let's go with Subway Rook. I used night sword drawing to close the gap between us, and after cancelling in midair, I got down on the ground as if crouching and rolled to Miroku's feet. The most difficult thing to deal with in sword drawing is the feet, and thus, as you're forcing them to respond to it, the usual one is to take one step back. Brilliant. This is a sword drawing technique that I have not seen yet. The result: Miroku made one exclamation and leapt over me. Calm. That was the best move. At that moment, the rook sword drawing I had prepared cut through the air. Miroku turned round and prepared a silver sword drawing attack. I stood up while preparing gold sword drawing, and pretended to sheath my katana. No way. Yes, no way. Almost simultaneously with Miroku's cancellation of the silver sword drawing attack, I did the same, and then I activated a bishop sword drawing attack and immediately attacked with my second slash without finishing sheathing my katana. The rook deployed from below was a trick meant to force a certain response, and my real aim was a bishop attack all along. Miroku responded just in time with soldier sword drawing. Soldier versus bishop, a situation in which the other side should have lost in strength. The game was won, or so I thought, but I guess we're starting over. Miroku only took 3 steps back. It wasn't very effective. Apparently, there is quite a status difference between me and him. Yes. A moment of silence. Miroku looked at me with an I can't believe it kind of face. Then, ha, delightful. This is delightful. Sword drawing was yet so much deeper than expected. I am happy. He laughed, as if he was having a good time. I don't seem to have time to play around. Sorry, hold on a moment. Now, I'm changing my form. Change of form. Immediately after he said that, Miroku started chanting some kind of incantation like a Buddhist prayer. Hey. Instantly, he turned into a demonic man, a little over 2 meters tall, with 3 faces and 6 hands. The appearance of 2 masked humans merged with Miroku. At his waist were 2 katanas. The 2 hands in front were joined in front of his chest. The 4 arms behind him held 1 drawn sword each, and the eyes of the mask that had increased on both sides of his face stared intently to the left and right. Behind him floated a large ring of burning flames, spinning in circles menacingly. I remember now. Miroku, This guy's real name is Azura, a boss monster unique to Inodejima with the characteristic skill of Absorb, three-faced, six-armed body, and flawless in offense and defense. This is my true form. My name is Miroku, the incarnation of the sword god. Quite the busy fellow, saying he's the incarnation of the sword drawing, and now that he's the incarnation of the sword god. However, Miroku, you are not a god or anything. You are a monster named Azura. That is all. Now, if a name is offered, it is polite to reciprocate. My name is second firstest. People call me the world's #1 man. That's good. I will test you myself. Miroku came toward me with his 6 arms swinging threateningly. It's a new feeling. I have never fought against such an opponent before. I have no idea how to respond, but nothing could be more interesting. How about this? I won't let you. While maintaining a distance of just a graze on the tip of the nose, I retreated and prepared gold sword drawing. As the slashes rained down without exception, I finished preparing for the gold sword drawing. But at that moment, Miroku took 2 steps backward and made a gap between me and him. I see, you are thinking properly. Well, it will be tough. There is no more troublesome opponent than a monster who thinks without being bound by patterns of action. The status difference in the first place makes it even more difficult. Moreover, because the opponent is a monster, the 7 system is almost ineffective. Oh, what am I going to do about this? Trying for a stalemate. Second, there's no way. I try to be strong so as not to disappoint Miroku, but I can't think of a way out of the current situation. I don't have a choice. It seems that the only way to win this match is to play a game of strength and invite the opponent to make a mistake by playing a series of suspicious moves. It was a common practice against the higher ranks, which was done extensively in the early days of Mobius. How many years has it been since I have competed against a higher-ranked opponent? As I remembered the past, I felt strangely confident. Oh, yeah. I, who have been on the higher-ranked side for a long time, know best what the higher-ranked ones do not like. I know the higher and lower ranks. There's nothing to fear anymore. Then, be frightened to your heart's content. Standing on a summit is not something you get used to at all in the beginning. When you change from the side of chasing to the side of being chased, you instantly see things that you could not see before. You will suddenly find yourself thinking about things you didn't have to think about. Impatience flows. Fear, to the ones crawling up from below. The pressure to never be defeated. In this way, one gradually becomes incapable of taking drastic action. It is only a random thought. The impatience entwines in your back and the fright clouds your vision. At the critical moment of the match, without thinking about the futility of the situation, you cannot just say, yeah, without thinking about the consequences of doing so. It's a big loss. You, too, will do the same. As long as you stand at the top. Slow, Miroku yelled at me when he saw me start preparing my silver sword drawing. Slow, indeed, for Miroku, who has 6 arms. The choice of skill is such that he can receive with 1 arm and attack all out with the remaining 5 arms. Hence, Miroku began to charge silver sword drawing at about the same time. That is probably the best. If our roles had reversed, he would have had no choice but to respond to this using gold sword drawing. Moving forward or retreating leads to the same point. This is the path of the surer. In that case, knowing that I would be badly hurt, I went in with the silver sword drawing. Are you insane? Miroku was surprised and taken aback. He doesn't see the point of charging ahead when one could see the loss ahead. Now, here's how I will turn it around. But to be honest, I'm not sure I can. A huge bet. But only by repeating such last-minute bets can I see any chance of winning. Let's go. He closed the gap and showed the activation of silver sword drawing by unsheathing the blade. At the same time Miroku was unsheathing the blade with his left front hand and activating the silver sword drawing as well. I cancelled my skill. What? Of course, he'd be confused. He has no idea what I'm after. Immediately afterward, I focused only on avoiding Miroku's sword drawing. Slowly, Miroku's blow grazed my side. That's all right. I just got my clothes slashed. A moment later, that wish from the bottom of my heart, I looked at Miroku's face, which was filled with frustration. Yes, yes. Be impatient, be frightened, be on the chase. Come, come, Come. Phew. Okay, here I come. I immediately prepared to respond with soldier sword drawing against the follow-up attack. Apparently, Miroku is another example of the system, allowing only one skill to be activated at a time. He has 6 arms, but there is only one skill he can use. This means that any attempt to attack immediately with the remaining arms would be without any skill. That said, if he were to use his skills every single time, the significance of having 6 arms would be greatly diminished. Hence, the second slash came at the fastest speed without skill. He was impatient, frightened, and trying to force himself to make the most of what he had. It was a poor gamble, but my prediction came true. Aura! I slashed my soldier sword drawing as hard as I could at Miroku's second slash with the multiplier of the skill itself, and the 128% of the sword drawing bonus. It was a match set in stone. Not yet. A follow-up attack with bishop sword drawing. The second slash landed on Miroku's chest as he was thrown off balance. Ugh! Miroku stumbled backward, holding his chest where he had taken the thrust. The damage inflicted was not that big, but winning this small gamble held quite the significance. I took 3 steps back before Miroku could regain his stance and sheathed the katana back. Once again, I came to the starting position. However, this was a bit different from the previous rounds. Miroku was now at a disadvantage. Currently, the higher-ranked was at a disadvantage. Be more impatient, more frightened. I'll never let you show your true potential. There's more to come, way more. Miroku quietly stood up and sheathed his katana. The previous leeway had disappeared from his beautiful face. Now the games are over. Come on, get ready. The end game has come. Chapter 151 In Death and Mourning, Friends Hold No Grudges. Sword Drawing Skill Table. Net Firepower, Strength plus Dexterity plus Agility plus Vitality, divided by 5.12 plus Excess SP divided by 100,000, 128% firepower when wielding a sword at the belt. Soldier Sword Drawing Attack, Single Attack. Lance Sword Drawing Movement plus Sword Drawing Attack, Single Attack. Knight Sword Drawing Large Movement plus Sword Drawing Attack, Single Attack. Silver Sword Drawing. The more you charge, the more power. Powerful Sword Drawing Attack. Gold Sword Drawing Counter, Single Attack plus Defense. Bishop Sword Drawing Quick and Powerful Thrust. Rook Sword Drawing. The more you charge, the more power. Extremely Powerful Sword Drawing Attack, Single Attack. Dragon Horse Range Attack in all directions. Dragon King Sword Drawing. The more you charge, the more power. Extremely Powerful Area of Effect Attack. I dared him to come, and after a moment of silence, Miroku opened his mouth. I have long awaited your visit. My visit? It is my destiny to continue fighting until the end of my life. To fight and die is to live. It has kept me alive for this moment. I don't really get what you mean, but you're basically saying you're having so much fun you can't help it, right? Indeed. A moment later, Miroku lunged toward me. Would you look at that? You're overthinking this. Azura-kun. Miroku has 6 arms. He was preparing rook sword drawing while rushing, but the problem is that one cannot be sure which arm will be used to attack. He may draw his sword on either side, or he may swing it straight down with the drawn katana. The probability was simply 1 in 6. If I responded straightforwardly, my side would be at a disadvantage. At first glance, a great tactic. But that's a bad move. Miroku, you are still impatient. Greatly frightened, he probably thought he had devised a way to use his 6 arms effectively, but he had no idea that it would backfire. This guy, he's not used to fighting in that form, is he? I took a step back, waited for 0.3 seconds, and then started preparing gold sword drawing, a counter skill. If a rook were to be played here, even Miroku, with his high status, would not be able to get away unscathed. And he will realize, exclamation mark. If he were to draw his sword, he would not be able to do so in time, but if he swung down, he could make it in time. He cannot crush my gold's activation if he drew his sword with either of his 2 arms in front of him. However, if he were to swing down with the momentum of his back arms, he could just barely crush my gold's activation. TCH. On top of that, Miroku is scared. When you have to make a split-second decision at the very last minute, whether you make it in time or not, then it's a battle of the mind. With the current situation where he was being pushed into a corner by a lower-ranked player, Miroku was not in a state of mind to come out with a bold move to win the game. He became defensive and vulnerable at this point in the game, and it was obvious. So, he retreated, trying to start over again. But I won't let that happen! Exclamation mark. The moment Miroku's rush stopped, and he took a step backward to gain some distance, I started preparing Dragon King sword drawing. At the same time I cancelled the previous skill. Miroku made an expression that almost said, "I fucked up." His impatience was plain to see, not a good expression to have in a PvP, but the situation ruthlessly worsened. Miroku had already taken a step back. Furthermore, he was now shifting his center of gravity to take another step back. There are two ways to respond to my Dragon King sword drawing. Will he stop his footsteps, come at me again, and crush me before I can activate the Dragon King sword drawing with the Rook sword drawing that he's still in the process of charging up? Or will he just retreat as fast as he can and escape out of range of the Dragon King sword drawing? Dragon King sword drawing was an extremely powerful forward area of effect ranged attack skill. The more it was charged, the more powerful it was, but even without charging, it was still strong to a certain degree. The shortest time from the start of preparation to activation without charge was approximately 2.2 seconds. If he were to recover from the sudden stop as he retreated and then slash at me again, 2.2 seconds would be just barely out of reach from that distance. That said, it was also a distance that would be difficult to outrun. No matter where he ran to, he would still end up just barely within the range of the Dragon King sword drawing. Coming at me or retreating will lead to the same outcome. That is the path of the Shura. In other words, a dead end. But this alone was not enough. After having read this far, I can finally proudly say that I am a world ranker. Naive. Miroku switched gears at the last minute. He immediately cancelled Rook sword drawing with Knight sword drawing. Knight sword drawing was a skill to draw a sword with a large movement. The last option left to Miroku in this situation was to use Knight's movement effect to force his way closer in order to skip the process of regaining his stance from retreating backward to advancing forward. That's right. Even in a power match, the work to be done is no different from the usual. After all, this is an improvised 7 system to force the other party into a situation where they think this is the only way. That's all there is. As for the rest, you just need to have a decisive move prepared. What a shame. Wah! Dragon King sword drawing was not my true intention. It was a feint to make you feel I'm about to get done in that one moment. I knew you were going to activate Knight sword drawing at this very moment. I had put you in a situation where that was your only option. I've been dictating your next move for a while now. Therefore, I can easily let go of my precious Dragon King sword drawing without a second thought. With the Rook sword drawing in front of me, I can now reveal the silver sword drawing I planned to use to end the game. I knew you were going to use Knight sword drawing to come at me next, so there was nothing to fear. Miroku gritted his teeth in mid-attack. It could no longer be cancelled. It seemed like he was so upset because he had to attack me with Knight against my silver. He probably risked everything there, even though he knew he was going to lose. Well done. Until the very end, this guy was the best player. My silver sword drawing continued to build up. Beautiful, right? You will be done not by bishop or rook, dragon horse or dragon king, but by silver. Oh, so ephemeral. This lengthy match will be decided in an instant, by an ordinary silver. This is what I mean by a splendid closing round. Admire it at best, Miroku. GGGHH. Knight sword drawing cut through the air. A moment later, as we passed each other, my silver sword drawing cut Miroku across the stomach. Critical hit. The match is won with this. Now, all that's left is to finish him. I prepared my rook sword drawing and continued to accumulate it while standing back to back with Miroku, who staggered and fell to his knees, swinging his katana around aimlessly. I then fired one last thrust toward Miroku behind me. A thud. I heard Miroku fall down behind me. Bishop, silver, Rook. Even though all of them were critical, I only attacked Miroku 3 times. Sword drawing is interesting because only this much can determine the winner, even against someone as strong as him. Nothing else can compare to this fleeting moment of radiance. Let me ask you one last question. What was your purpose? I turned round and spoke to the dying Miroku. I wanted him to tell me why he created this samurai island. And I wanted him to tell me about the pinnacle he kept aiming for, even if it was just a small part of it. The will of the samurai. Will? Miroku began to speak in a faint voice. I will carry on the will of those I have absorbed, and the passionate spirit of the samurai I have inherited, the will of those who have been taken in by absorb. In other words, this means all samurai continue to live on within me, and it is only by continuing to fight that they live, and only by continuing to fight to the end that they are mourned. That's why you keep fighting. That is the will of all the samurai who have risked their lives for the sword. I fought to the end, to the very end, and I kept on fighting. I was able to keep on fighting, and I thank you for that. Coughing up a large amount of blood, Miroku pierced his katana into the tatami mat and stood up with all his might. Then, slowly, he lowered his head. I have been waiting for a samurai like you, who could cut off one's fate. A long-cherished wish has finally come true. I have no more regrets. You can't possibly. Was I, perhaps, mistaken? Yeah, that could be it. I had assumed that this guy had made this land of the 8 swords like a samurai farm and was going around killing and absorbing the samurai that he had nurtured. I thought that he was absorbing the samurai only to make himself stronger for his own sake. But maybe I was wrong. You mean to say that they were just mourning the samurai? For those in the gravestones, their will has been passed on to me, and I will continue to fight until the end of time to avenge everyone's regrets and resentments. I see. This guy had only used absorb on the corpses. He did not rule the island. He's been watching over everyone for a long time. For hundreds of years, he had watched everyone die, and he had inherited the will of those who had died with regrets. All the bitterness, all the pain, everything. This guy was carrying it all by himself. To live is to fight until death. Miroku was the voice of the samurai who had died because of their insatiable love of sword drawing. Last but not least, it was a fitting, beautiful match. Second, I am glad to have met you and will never forget your name, even in death. He's a passionate guy. Wow, what a passionate guy. It's a shame. It is really regrettable. It's too bad to just let him die like this. Miroku, your true name. My true name? Your true name is Azura. Come with me. Chapter 152. Life is full of mysteries. I want to bring Miroku with me. I've made up my mind I'm going to tame this guy. Azura is a boss monster unique to Inodejima. Basically, it was common knowledge in Mobius that bosses cannot be tamed, but in this case, there is a very subtle difference. First of all, the main point is that this place is not a dungeon. He is not a dungeon boss. He is just called a boss monster on its own in the sense that he is a boss class monster outside of a dungeon, but in fact, he is just a unique monster in his own right. I don't think we can rule out that possibility. Secondly, the presence or absence of an exclusive cinematic that is always inserted when a boss is defeated. I can't remember for sure, but I don't think there was one for the Azura. If so, the possibility of being able to use tame, just like with the Darkness Wolf, increases greatly. Finally, there is Azura's ego. When I first fought the Darkness Wolf, it was merely a monster that simply traced a predetermined pattern of behavior. But after tame, she suddenly became self-aware and turned into the Anko she is today. Miroku, who spoke very fluently and even had a firm will, could hardly be described as a mere monster. I can only assume that he has already been tamed by someone else in the course of his long life, and that he has therefore already acquired a sense of self. If that's the case, it would mean that there's no problem with the tame system and it can succeed. Based on the above 3 points, I judged the Azura to be a monster which can be tamed. Well, I can find out more after I tame this guy. Currently, my tame is 9th grade. With the exception of monsters that cannot be controlled by the system, most monsters should be able to be tamed at an average rate of 20%. My true name, do you want to know? If so, then answer my call. As you wish. As Miroku spoke, he knelt down, blood dripping from his stomach and back, and waited patiently for my words. Strangely, I don't feel like I will fail. And suddenly, I remembered. It was about the Ryu contestant, Capito, a dog-type beastman. He said he was lucky enough to tame an earth dragon. I was somewhat caught up in the word lucky. After all, the odds are 1 in 5. Whether it is repeated over and over again, or whether it ends with a single shot, if you are able to tame in either case, then you could call yourself lucky in the end. But in the first place, I don't believe that Capito-kun was capable of reducing the Earth Dragon's HP by 80%. In other words, that word lucky means something else again, doesn't it? Yeah. For example, if the other party has already given in, or wants to serve, the possibility that a system exists to increase the probability of tame in such special cases, or to allow tame without reducing HP, cannot be dismissed without a thought. In this world, I can't help but feel that there is some hidden factor other than the traditional tame system that affects the probability of success. Azura. Your name is Azura. Whether that is why I'm not certain, but Azura's tame was a one-shot success. Did I simply win a 5th chance, or did I meet the requirements to be eligible for the special draw? I don't know the details, but Azura's tame succeeded quite easily. Azura. I see. Miroku nodded his head solemnly as he learned his true name. Ironic, isn't it, that I was destined to fight in this world since the day I was born? I don't know, but he seemed convinced. Anyway, I feel sorry for him because he is so out of breath, so I decided to let him recover. Here, drink this. Much obliged. Handing him a high-grade potion, Miroku gulped it down in one go. With Miroku's robust status, it would only be like a band-aid for makeshift recovery. That is what I thought. But the results were quite different. To my surprise, Miroku recovered most of his HP with a single high-grade potion. No way. I quickly looked into Miroku's status. There were tremendous numbers scattered around. In other words, a super specialized type. Strength, dexterity, agility, vitality, SP, especially strength and dexterity were ridiculously high, but instead, intelligence, luck, magic resistance, HP, and MP were horribly low. No, perhaps it might not be surprising. Sword drawing increases the following 5 stats: strength, dexterity, agility, vitality, and SP. If he had continued to absorb people whose main skill was sword drawing, it would be natural for all 5 of them to grow. Originally, Azura was not such a strong boss monster. He was about the same as the normal monsters that appeared in the A-class dungeons. Since he has been using absorb over the years until he became so strong, it is only natural that his status would be sharply oriented towards sword drawing. The very incarnation of sword drawing. This guy's self-proclamation wasn't far off the mark. You have my gratitude, Sakura. I pledge my allegiance to you with all my heart. What's this? So suddenly, Miroku, suddenly energized, bowed to me once again. But Sakura, I have fought with an unfulfilled heart and carried too much anger and sorrow. Under the cause of providing memorial services, I continued to torment the people of this island. I must uphold that responsibility. Sakura, please forgive such a person. Then this samurai island will be free of its many ghosts. I don't understand it. A poem? Is that what Rhett taught you? No. I was born with the teachings of Buddha. Hold on. Born with. In other words, it means that, Miroku, did you originally have an ego? It was the day I realized I was I. I remember with certainty that day. It certainly was before the founding of the Miroku school. Before you met Rikan? Indeed. Crazy. That is, it does not mean that Miroku was tamed by 0K4NN and thus gained his own ego. My guess was wrong. Did someone other than 0K4NN tame him? I cannot rule out that possibility, but it would be quite unlikely. What about the possibility that Miroku's memories were tampered with the moment he was tamed by me? No, it's unlikely. Akaneko said that the Miroku style was created first, then the Tobatsu style, then the Daikaku style, and so on, all of which were named by Miroku. If Miroku did not have an ego, he would not have named his school. Then what the hell is this? Sakura, I would like to say something. Wait a moment. I'm sorry to say this when you're about to say something important. But first of all, I'm curious about the way you call me that. Change it if you can. Heavenly King. It got worse. Go in the opposite direction. Second Sama. Keep going. A little further. Peasant. Too far. My dearest Lord. Directionality is good, but it's still a little stiff. Lord. Yeah, well, that's fine. What a quandary. This should be my line. Now, what were you about to say? I was concerned that my lord might be mistaken about one thing. May I point it out? By all means. Then, I said that I had attained self-awareness, but in fact, at that time, I received teachings from the Buddha. When you got an ego. Indeed. One morning, Shakyamuni Buddha suddenly appeared before my eyes and said to me, "You are the reincarnation of Maitreya Bodhisattva, Miraku Bosatsu, and you will attain enlightenment here and save many people." That is why I took the name Miraku and began to devote myself to my training. All right. Let me tell you something. Be it told. Are you joking? I'm aware that I'm an idiot and I don't know anything about Buddhism, but I'm not going to fall for it. How can such an absurd story be true? No, I'm not joking around. Then, if you are the reincarnation of Maitreya whatever, why is this island like this? Where and how is anyone being saved? I'm not sure about that. Why? I thought you were looking out for them, keeping them under control. I was watching from afar, but I do not know much about the islanders. I haven't been deeply involved in the last few hundred years. Not involved? The only thing I can do is to carry the will of those who died here and continue to train in earnest and continue to fight. I must never interfere with the way the people of this island live. Even though you are the godfather of the schools, naming, nurturing, and guiding. As time goes by, children leave their parents. I see. I understand. Miraku's ego grew, even though he was not tamed by anyone, and his original knowledge of Buddhism became distorted. He had a vision of the Buddha Shakyamuni, believed himself to be the reincarnation of Maitreya Bodhisattva, founded the Miraku school, and has been making memorial services for people on the island ever since, while practicing Buddhism. As if I would believe it. And what was that? Are you saying that you have naturally pried open the door to self-awareness through enlightenment? That's awesome. In elementary school, I used to listen to history lessons and think to myself, people in the olden days were so unbelievable. Do I really have to agree now? Is this for real? Sounds very unacceptable, doesn't it? That's for SH. Huh? Miraku, did you just say something? No, it was me. Here. What are you? A ventriloquist. A voice came from Miraku's side. Miraku, however, did not open his mouth. It was not I. Like I said, it's me. The side mask. On the left side facing you. The side mask? Miraku, turn left for a second and shut up. As you wish. On either side of Miraku's head were two masks. Miraku turned to his left and my eyes met those of a mask with a sad expression. Nice to meet you. Second. I was watching the fight from inside Miraku. It was really a masterful performance. The mask is talking. That's right. My name is Shaka. I was the first person Miraku absorbed. I'm not sure I'm keeping up with all the rapid developments, but I hope it's okay. It's fine. I'm sure you will remember. It's about what happens to those who are absorbed. What happens when they are absorbed? I see. That person's will would live on inside Miraku. Yeah. My will was exceptionally strong. Hence I am speaking thus. Is that so? So, what do you want? First of all, I want to thank you. Encountering you has allowed me to be in control of my words once again. Did tame affect you? Not at all. The deceased, on the verge of attaining enlightenment, gives form to their thoughts. I have waited 1,000 years for this moment inside Miraku. 1,000. I'm not joking. There is one thing I want to tell you. Second, listen carefully. Okay, know that we are not the only reincarnated ones. Exclamation mark. I was surprised. I thought it was just Raspberry Bell and 0K4NN. You too, huh? My name is Gauta Takahashi, professor in the Department of Humanities, Faculty of Letters, Tokyo University, and director at the Center for Buddhist Philosophy, Graduate School of Thought and Culture, Tokyo University. In June 2008, while traveling in India, I was bitten by a venomous snake and died. That doesn't sound like a lie. No, wait. Then why do you call yourself Shaka? My nickname in elementary school was Shaka. Gautama Siddhartha, Shaka, in a way, a child's play on words. I liked it so much that I started calling myself that when I first came to this world. It makes sense. He's definitely Japanese, this guy. Then I have another question. Mobius Online did not exist in 2008, so why are you here? I don't even know why. Since I didn't even know that this was a real future game world until Rikan told me about it. You talked to Rikan? Yes, from within Miroku, when he was still alive. In the previous world, he passed away in 2026. He said he was from Michigan, USA. Seriously? I've talked to him a few times in Mobius, and he spoke fluent Japanese. He seemed to be a big Japanophile. That's what it was. I suspect that the university officials were involved. Well, I have already died twice, so there's nothing I can do about it. So, I wanted to give one last message to people like you. That was the only regret I had. Second time, in your lifetime? No. It's different. During my fieldwork, I was so excited to see a large man who looked like a statue of the god of war Asura that I approached him out of curiosity, only to be killed with ease. That was Miroku. Or rather, in the context of the previous story, it would be Miroku when he did not have an ego. I never thought he was really named Asura. That's impressive. It's impressive, in a way. Are you an idiot? Yes, I'm an idiot. But I was able to exchange words with you. I entrusted you with my knowledge. This could not have been accomplished without being absorbed by Miroku. I guess this is another example of Buddha's guidance. In other words, Miroku gained his ego by absorbing you. Without a doubt. And I suspect that in absorbing me, he also gained knowledge of Buddhism at the same time. He misunderstood it as the manifestation of Shakyamuni Buddha. From what I've heard, I'm not so certain. What do you think about the fact that he thinks he is Maitreya, Miroku? It's very simple. I loved Maitreya very, very much. I was the foremost expert on Maitreya research. I also visited India to study Maitreya, but I died as a result. Yeah, I get it. This guy is the same. Miroku was inspired by your love of Maitreya? Yeah, probably. I see how it is. It was a little clearer now that I have a rough idea of why. But, well, what a strange story. It's hard to believe since it's so far-fetched, but I'm actually reincarnated. If I had to tilt my head every time I wondered about something, my shoulders would be stiff. You have a look of curiosity on your face. However, we have no choice but to accept it. Well, I get what you're trying to tell me. It's all a mystery, though. That's fine. This transient world is full of mysteries. Don't ever think you know it all. You say some pretty cool things. I strongly agree with him on that. I also dislike those who proudly declare, X happens because of Y, as if they know everything. So, is that all you want? Yeah, that's all. I'm sorry to say it myself, but is this really all there is to it? Isn't there something more like, you know, 1,000-year weighty thing or something? I don't have anything in particular. I am already very happy to have exchanged words with you in this way. I feel like I'm about to attain enlightenment. Every single guy that has come to this world is a weird one, seriously. You, too. Oh, God. Is it already over? Surely this was his final moment. Shaka's, or rather Mr. Takahashi's, presence was rapidly fading away. The flame lit in the eyes of the mask on the right side of Miroku's head gradually and progressively became smaller and smaller. I hope you be well. And the person there, as you said, the one you were waiting for is quite an oddball. Then, second, I hope we can meet again someday, if it is possible, and talk like this again. Disappeared completely. He must have reached spiritual enlightenment. From within Miroku, Shaka was gone. It was an extraordinary spiritual experience. It's only been a few minutes since we met, but for some reason I miss him. Was it because he was from the same hometown? Or was it because I was present at that moment when that person disappeared? In any case, it is still sad. Hey, wait. And then, another one, huh? From the mask on the left side of Miroku's head came a voice with a distinctive accent. I was surprised. You're 7? My name is Rikan. Do you remember? I was the first issue. Chapter 153. End of the journey. Miroku. Now turn right and shut up for a while. As you wish. This guy is awfully straightforward. As instructed, Miroku spun around and turned his head to the side, and a mask appeared in front of me with a frustrated expression as it bit its lip. Its eyes were lit by a red-hot flame. Wow. 7. You have become very beautiful. Is it an alt character? Yeah. Well, long time no see. 0K4NN. Okan-san. I haven't been called that in a very, very long time. It brings tears to my eyes. You're really 7, aren't you? Okan-san said, sounding very moved. But how did he know I was 7? Why do you think I'm 7? I was looking, within Miroku. It occurred to me in the end game when you decided to play silver with the Dragon King's fake. And I thought, that's definitely 7. You're the only person I know who would go for a clean resolution like that. I'm glad to hear that. It makes me happy. Indeed. In the eyes of a former world ranker, I haven't declined yet. I never thought I would be so happy just to have that confirmed once again. 4 wins, 29 losses, 1 draw. I remember all the details of the matches with you. I was your fan. I remember it all, too. I was impressed by the way you came up with amazing ideas. Glad to hear that. Very much. Okan-san said this in a trembling voice and was silent for a while. Then, with a huff, he started talking again. It's a shame. If I were still alive, I could have won one more game. How did you die? Miroku defeated me. That is. No. Don't get me wrong. I wanted to fight. I really wanted to show it. The Haruko style. And I wanted to see the Miroku style. I was in love with Japanese swords and sword drawing. I know exactly how he feels. I can understand it very well. But I'm not going to die because of it. Sword drawing is very interesting. It's packed with Mobius online goodness. I think so. That's why I risked my life. It was that much worth it. If you're 7, you know what I'm talking about, right? I understand. But it makes no sense if it kills you. But 7, you're here, too. 7, 2, is dead. Am I wrong? I'm dead. Maybe I drank too much. I don't really remember my final moments. It is not that. I wasn't talking about that shithole of a world. I mean, you can't just come to this great world and then die. That's what I'm talking about. However, why, I wonder. Some regret is rushing over me, too. If I hadn't killed myself there, what would I be doing there now? Even though I know it's useless to think about it, another part of me wistfully asks. No matter what kind of world it is, when you die, it's over. Death means giving up infinite possibilities. My potential was surely destroyed there. This is what I thought. It is not how much you regret, but how proud you are of yourself when you die. There is a phrase that I really like. The way we die is the way we live, right? After coming to this world, I was finally able to die a respectable death. My hope was, it was that. I wanted that the people in the same world I lived in, to know of me. But still, this person. He had a very frustrated look on his face, despite being a mask. And yet, what a refreshing way to put it. The way you die is the way you live. Just exactly how good a death can I expect? That's right. For you, it's much further into the future. I think so, but I'm sure you will remember it. Surely. I'll never forget it. You died well. You died fighting, risking your life for the art of sword drawing. That was the greatest, right? Thank God. Now, I have nothing to worry about. Disappeared. He attained spiritual enlightenment. I'm sure there were plenty of other things he wanted to talk about. About the reincarnation, the past, and the present. Really, a mountain of stuff. But Okan-san said only one thing, that he had died honorably, and with that, he disappeared. In this world, Shaka and Okan-san are no more. It is strange. It's very mysterious. They certainly disappeared right now, right in front of me, but they are still alive. They are certainly alive. They are. Even now, in my heart, I also learned that the knowledge of Buddhism and sword drawing skills passed down to Miroku are proof of their lives. That absurd, crazy, illogical, idiotic, yet passionate, soul-shaking, strong will burns within me. Now is your turn to do it. I could almost hear it as if they screamed their hearts out. They are dead, although they are already dead, but they are as alive as they could ever be. They were pleasant guys. I'm glad I came. Truly. I've met the dead. I came to this island and met 2 dead people. With that, I can say this from the bottom of my heart. It was a great trip. Are you guys still at it? Evening. When I returned to the Tobatsu-style dojo with Miroku, Tukikaru and the others were still quarreling. Not wanting to scare them unnecessarily, I had Miroku transform into his doll-like appearance, human form. Incidentally, he proudly claimed to be a Tsukumagami, but when I checked his skill column, I found that it was just an ordinary skill called Human Shift. The effect is the same as Anko's Darkness Shift. Oh, second Triple Crown. You're back just in time for. Tukikaru turned round and greeted me with a smile, but when his gaze turned to Miroku, who was right behind me, Tukikaru's expression instantly went stiff. Could it be, me Miroku-sama? Miroku gave a small, meditative answer. Indeed. Immediately after, everyone in the dojo sat there without a voice and bowed their heads. You're amazing, dude. They are freaking out so much. What in the world did you do? Second, do not speak to Miroku-sama in such a manner. As I was poking Miroku's shoulder, Akaniko looked up just a little and gave me a warning. Miroku then opened one eye faintly and broke the silence. Watch your mouth, child. This man has become my lord. I won't allow an outsider to dictate his rules. A goofy voice, uncharacteristic of Akaniko, was heard. She must have been really surprised. Forgetting to bow her head, she opened her mouth and let herself loose. A closer look around showed that everyone in the dojo looked alike. Why are you so intimidating? You refused to have anything to do with those guys on the island, didn't you? No. Any evil that was too conspicuous was plucked out. The weeds rob the soil of nutrients and attract unwanted insects. Ah, that's it. If Miroku had been repeating this long before these guys were born, no wonder they would be so freaked out. Perhaps it has been handed down from generation to generation by ancestors who have seen Miroku-sama's deeds and have been told, never defy Miroku-sama and only Miroku-sama. There is no curse from an untouched god. I can agree with that. Well, that's okay. So what happened to the conversation? Ignored. No. In this case, it would be more correct to say that they are too afraid to raise their heads or open their mouths. Won't anyone answer? My lord is asking. Numbed, Miroku opened his mouth for me. Then Tukikaru broke the silence on behalf of the group. Due to a number of problems on the island, including the issue of the heir to Tobatsu style, we have concluded that trade with the continent will be temporarily put on hold. After all this discussion, the conclusion reached was to put it on hold. I see. I understand very well the nature of this island. The land of the 8 swords. That won't do. From now on, both Miroku and Akaniko will be gone from this island. Once that happens, there is nothing left to do but to decline. No, the decline has already started. It's been going on for years, decades, or even, if worse, for hundreds of years. Not at all fun. Not a single one of them looks happy. Sorry to be a bit pushy, but let's have them open up the country. Tukikaru, that is unacceptable. With you as the lead, sell the export of iron sand, the production of tamahagane, and the manufacture of katanas to the continent. I'll lend you the entire initial investment. Increase the number of ships to and from the continent by more than 10 times what it is now. Beating up strangers is out of the question. Dojos everywhere should follow the example of the Daikaku-style dojo and open their doors wide. I say it out loud. After a moment of silence, the dojo suddenly buzzed. Angry shouts fly from all over the place. In the dojo, most of the people were against it. The only ones that remained quiet were Tukikaru, Momushi, Akaniko, Masamune, and Azami. Don't be ridiculous. That's none of your business. A jeering flew from someone. I was very curious about the content. None of my business? Are they misunderstanding something? Hey, you, did you just say it was none of my business? When I asked him, he was silent. What a coward. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying this for your own good. Then why? He wondered. Everyone probably agreed. The answer was simple. Very, very simple. I don't like you guys sitting around on your island, so I'm just trying to destroy that. Everyone gasped. Aha! Laughed Momushi in a gravelly voice. clapping his hands. Chapter 154 Selfishness. The same was true for Takahashi-san. So did Okan-san and Miroku too. Miroku is the crystallization of those who wanted to do what they wanted, how they wanted. 1,000 years of regret are condensed in his soul. What is the point of sword drawing if you don't do what you like? If I could destroy this system, I would. So, all right, let's break it. No monopoly will be tolerated. Keeping the fun of sword drawing to yourself isn't going to happen. From now on, everyone in the world will enjoy sword drawing. If you're going to boast, boast after you've reached the top of the ladder on it. You understand? I explained it in great detail. Then, a group of samurai from an unknown school began to make noise. What are you blabbering about? Do you mock our history? That is something that should never be allowed to happen. From their point of view, it seems that what I am talking about is unacceptable. Well, their interests will be at stake, so I have no idea how they feel. The key is what's not allowed. Does this guy even know what he means? Not allowed? That's right. Everyone will not allow it. Everyone? Not you, but everyone won't allow it. I, too, cannot allow it. Is that so? Then I won't allow you either. What? It is war. Since ancient times, it has been marketed that there is no better way to convince a person with whom you disagree than to physically persuade him or her. Come on, I'll give you the first move. If you want, you can call all of those guys at the same time. When I said something challenging, Samurai-kun looked to the left and right to check on everyone. All of his associates seemed to be reluctant. I glanced at Tukikaru and saw that he looked very pale. That guy probably knows that I'm not exclusively talking about sword drawing. You're not coming? One final confirmation. Samurai-kun turned his head down and closed his mouth in frustration. What's the point of not allowing it? You really won't allow it for the sake of this island? Or do you yourself not allow it because you don't like me? That is, did you come at me without even making that clear? I don't get it, man. In the first place, what have you contributed to the history of this island that you can talk about it like that? Who are you in the land of the Eight Swords? Don't you just want to prevent your interests from being threatened, conveniently using history as a reason? That's not it. I am really thinking of the history of the island that has lasted for 1,000 years. I really think that what you're afraid of is change. That's right. It's just not worth it. If you really think that the status quo should be maintained for the sake of this island, then things are beyond saving. Oh Lord. I have my thoughts. What is it? As I sighed in disgust, Miroku suddenly started talking. A selfish act? One of you samurai called it like this a moment ago. Yeah, I did. For 1,000 years, I have been watching over this island. Thinking back, all the samurai were selfish. They started their own schools, cut off all ties with the outside world, and made themselves a nation of sword drawing. Miroku looked squarely at the unnamed samurai and quietly released the words. Born on their own, raised on their own, lived on their own, and died on their own. It is perfectly natural. People are all selfish. Whatever our destiny may be, there is no need to be trapped and bound by it. Samurai, you may do what you wish, for my lord says that he will do as he pleases. It's heavy. Those are heavy words. Miroku, who had never taken any initiative for the island, was now taking on the will of the samurai who had continued to take selfish action and still felt regret and was telling them to do as they pleased. He said there was no need to be bound by fate, even though it was Miroku who had been bound by the harshest fate on this island for so long. This was not something that could be said with half-heartedness. The samurai were silenced. The weight of this could not be truly conveyed. But perhaps it was the passion exuding from Miroku and the deep sadness that made it so. Thus, although many objections remained, the land of the Eight Swords was to have an exchange with the mainland. Tukikaru breathlessly announced that he would increase the number of boats immediately. He said that he had a messenger in the port of Kula for everything. When I told him not to worry about the money, he laughed with a twitchy look on his face and said, "I'm afraid of what will follow. So, now that the land of the Eight Swords will be opened, let's have a demonstration." Now, here is the main issue: persuasion. It would be a shame to keep these talented and motivated people locked up in here forever. Hence, I will recruit and take those who wish to join me to the Castle Kingdom. That's been my goal all along. Miroku, don't cut corners. You jest. Okay, then. It's the perfect opportunity. Right here, I'll show you a match. A match between the best of the best. Wait a minute, second. What the hell are you going to do this time? Akaniko interrupted me and Miroku as we faced each other. The person I most want to show the match to right now. If I'm not mistaken, her sense of sword drawing is comparable to that of my old self. Her reflexes and dynamic vision are unquestionable. I took a quick look around the dojo crowd, then stopped to look at Akaniko and stated, "There is no need for words. What will you think when you see this? That's all you will need in order to decide if you want to follow me or not." Akaniko stared in bewilderment. Her expression said she couldn't even imagine what was about to happen. She did not yet know how far up the highest point was. I want to show it to her. I want to broaden her horizons and the horizons of the samurai. I want her to know that the best of sword drawing, the Bishaman, is not a twit like her father. The real thing, you know, is much, much more interesting. Section. I'll be in your care. Likewise. Second Sama and Miroku-sama bowed to each other and faced one another. Shortly after, the match began. What happened? No. What is happening? I can't follow the situation in terms of understanding it at all. Sword drawing I had never seen before sparked between the two of them. Impressive would be a meager word to describe it. Most likely, I will remember every detail of this match tomorrow and the day after and study every move of it. It was such a dense and intense game. Here it comes. An awesome sword drawing. Next. What will happen next? Oh, you're kidding. Here? I see. Certainly. No. But I see, if that was the aim. Wait, does that mean he was reading this far from the silver at the third move? Yet, I never thought it would be this easy to defend against it. A fearsome response. What's going on? They both have a skill set that makes it hard to believe they are even human beings. Not only is it accurate, but it is also very keen. What kind of training does it take to achieve this? Amazing. 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 Resheathing. Resetting the position. Now, what happens next? Exclamation mark. I was taken aback. Unbeknownst to me, I was watching with my mouth wide open. Upon closer inspection, so did all those around us. They were all absorbed, to the match between the two. It's frustrating, but interesting. I have never seen anything so interesting. I never knew sword drawing could be so interesting. As the heir to the Tobatsu style, I thought I had mastered sword drawing in my own way. How foolish. I was shallow. I have never had a match that I felt was so interesting. My loss. It's a complete defeat. I have to admit. That big smile on Second's face. Miroku-sama's smile. The enthusiastic samurai. I'm enjoying it. It's fun to watch. What else could be so great? I finally understood what Second was saying. The meaning of continuing sword drawing. If you can't smile, there's no point. That's right. I want to continue sword drawing. Like Second, like Miroku-sama. I want to enjoy and have fun with sword drawing. I give up. Second Sama's katana stopped just short of his throat, causing Miroku-sama to surrender. Thank you. Second smiled, withdrew his katana, and bowed. Immediately after applause erupted from everywhere. I was no exception. Anyone who could not applaud this great match could no longer be called a samurai. I think as I continue to applaud. I've decided, I'll follow Second. Section. I think while receiving applause from all over the dojo. For the moment, I can see that the recruitment to the mainland has been a success. However, I felt that one more push was needed. Fortunately, there is time. I'd be happy to do at least one more thing. Then, what should the next demonstration be? Whatever. I glanced to the side and Miroku opened his mouth in contemplation. Somehow, he seemed to be in a bad mood. Haha, I see. So, this guy is now pouting after being beaten in front of everyone? Okay, if that's the case, it's a quick matter. Then next, would someone please get Miroku to practice with you? Exclamation mark. Chapter 155 A Silverous Yearning. Let's see, how about Urashima and Momushi? I looked around the dojo and picked out two people. Old man Urashima, the head of the Jiaru school, looked grim, while Momushi, the head of the tenant school, stepped forward with a flippant yay. Good, apparently neither of them will refuse. Okay, Then both of you, engage at the same time. Just use a wooden sword just in case, so you don't get into any trouble. I tell them this while handing them both wooden swords. Immediately after, the air in the dojo seemed strained and tense. Wait, did you say me and Mamushi at the same time, Miroku-sama? Is that correct? TCH, that is indeed a nonsensical question. Urashima-sensei, did you not see the battle between the two of them earlier? What? Hey Mamushi, since when do you talk to me like that? Pardon my rudeness, but facts are facts. Without me and sensei working together, we wouldn't last a minute. Are you mocking me? The two seem to have a dog-eat-dog relationship. However, while Mamushi seemed to be well aware of reality, Urashima seemed to have no clue. This will probably only last a few seconds. Akaniko, Masamune, Azami, get ready. You'll be next in less than a minute. What are you saying? No way, 3 against 1? I'm not very confident. Me too? 2 against 1, then 3 against 1. As a demonstration, this could not be better. I hope this will make them feel a little more inclined to get off the island. Well, let's see what happens. Bow to each other. I ordered Urashima and Mamushi to confront Miroku and issued a command. After a bow, the two men took a small distance, sat back, and took a stance. Miroku, on the other hand, remained upright with his back straight and eyes closed in meditation. Start. Now, let the games begin. Section. A strange scene was unfolding in the dojo, facing Miroku, the 20th head of the Miroku school, also known as a living god and feared by many, were the heads of the Jiaru and Tenon schools. A headmaster was the pinnacle of their venerable school and one of the 7 samurai who represented the land of the 8 swords. It was unprecedented for a head of a school to be challenged by 2 people. No matter where one looked in the past leading up to this day, there had never been 2 headmasters fighting together. In the long history of the island, there had been numerous attacks by outsiders and monsters, but all it took was one of the headmasters of either of the schools to be enough to deal with it all. Begin. The command to begin the match was given by second. The next moment, one of them collapsed. As for the other one, the wooden sword disappeared from his hand. After a second, conk, the wooden sword fell on the tatami mats. A drop of cold sweat trickled down Urashima's cheek as he stiffened, still frozen in his wooden sword swinging pose. Enough. 4 seconds. That was the time it took to settle. Then KS. Mamushi got up, clutching his stomach, and thanked him. Following him, Urashima, his eyes still unfocused, stumbled out of the dojo with his back hunched over. Did you see that? I wasn't able to follow it at all. Neither did I. The samurai who were watching the game began to talk about their impressions. Here, for the first time, they realized the difference between them and us. The headmasters, to whom they couldn't even stand up to, were helplessly defeated by Miroku even while 2 of them were confronting him. And yet, that same Miroku stood no chance against second. It was a very easy picture to understand. There was a different dimension of strength, and it made one have this thought. Rather, everyone has this thought: if I travel to the continent and trained myself, I wonder if I could be like them. Next up are Akaniko, Masamune, and Azami. Good luck. On top of that, second makes a follow-up. Akaniko, a top-notch sword-drawing master who has been confirmed as the next head of the Tobatsu style. Masamune, a genius who became the head of the Benzai style at the age of only 16. And Azami, the head of the Kisshu style, who is the hardest worker on the island. He wanted to have these 3 people deal with him at the same time. In reality, these 3 women were better samurai than Urashima and Mamushi. Urashima, who had begun to decline, unable to beat old age, and Mamushi, who pursued only the unexpected. In comparison, the 3 were young, honest, resourceful, and eager to learn. Although they had already perfected themselves as samurai, they were about to show even greater growth. 3 such samurai attack Miroku at the same time. Usually, there would be no way he could win. Up until now, the samurai would have thought so, but now, it's the exact opposite. Even with 3 of them, there is no way they could win. They began to think this way. That's right. Second's aim had been quietly successful. In this short time, The samurai had naturally gained a broader perspective. They were able to think higher than the top. "Start," the command ruthlessly echoed. "Who?" Miroku's eyebrows twitched. He sensed the spirit of the three of them. "I will not be humiliated in front of my lord." And for the first time Miroku took a stance. After that, it was quick. The collapse was Masamune and Azami. The awkwardness between the two led them to separate, creating a 2-on-1 and 1-on-1 composition as soon as it happened. The next blow knocked Azami down, ricocheting against Akiniko, fending off Masamune, knocking Akiniko down, forcing Masamune in, and then knocking her down. The three could not take advantage of their superior numbers and fell to the tatami mats. "Enough." 20 seconds. Second evaluated this as the one who has it. He knew it. That Miroku was aware of the Tobatsu style and Kisshu style principles because Miroku must have absorbed their ancestors. Therefore, the moves of the other two were obvious to him, except for Masamune. There was only one way for these women to win. Strategies should have focused around Masamune, whose hand had not been revealed, to take advantage of the number of players to the maximum extent possible. Instead of starting with a fight, carefully and safely detecting that Tobatsu style and Kisshu style will not work, observe Miroku's reaction to Benzai style, and use whatever decoys were available to bring out Masamune at the right moment to make her and Miroku cross swords. If this had not been done, there was no chance of victory. "You're naive." When the match was over, Second said, "It was not against Akiniko and the other two, it was towards Miroku. I just couldn't resist the temptation." "Forgive me." Miroku seemed to know what he was talking about and quietly bowed his head. Second-kun. "What are you talking about? What was naive?" Masamune, wondering, staggered to her feet and opened her mouth. No, he was a little serious. Wasn't he? He was probing the rough edges of Benzai's style while pinpointing the weak points of Tobatsu style and Kisshu's style. "You shouldn't say that. Are you asking him to go easy on us?" Akiniko said angrily. Second continued to speak. Wait, he said, restraining her with his hand. "Idiot. It's the other way around." The way he was fighting, it was as if he was saying, "I haven't figured out the secrets of the Benzai style yet. That would give you guys a chance to win." That's where he's lenient. If he's going to be a little serious, he should be really serious. Don't give the opponent a chance to win. It was good to get around to contain the numbers advantage, but it was not good enough in execution. It is as the Lord has said. I have put in a half-hearted effort. It would be disrespectful to everyone else. I apologize for that. Miroku bowed down to the three of them. The girls, however, still did not fully understand what the hell Second and Miroku were talking about. It was the same for the samurai in the dojo. Everyone's eyes darted around. "You mean that there was a hole in Miroku-sama's current swordsmanship that even he admits to?" someone somewhere muttered. And everyone had this thought in their mind. In this place, only Second could have seen through it. No one thought it was a lie. In fact, if Second had fought instead of the three, he would have instantly seen through that and treated Miroku like a rag, grumbling that he was naive as well. Miroku, who defeated 3 samurai representing the land of the 8 swords in a mere 20 seconds, was given a failing grade. The samurai in the dojo was suddenly struck by a wave of dizziness at the thought of how extraordinary this was, but no matter how confusing it got, in the end, it still reached the same point. I want to be like that. I wondered if the world was so big. Everyone was clearly impressed, even moved. They were struck by a strength that was far above their heads. Second's pet theory, that everything in the online game starts with yearning, was about to be proven. After all, samurai are samurai, a group of people who are deeply in love with sword drawing and devote their lives to training for a higher level of skill. That was the nature of the land of the 8 swords and the nature of the human beings known as samurai. That is why it was worth inviting them. Come quickly to the continent. He smiled and enticed them. This concludes the demonstration. Anyone who wants to cross over to the continent, come and talk to me later. I'll be in the abandoned house of the Haruko school. The second said only that, and after unsummoning Miroku, he left the dojo. The starry night sky greeted him after a day's work, and the rain had long since stopped. Section. So, this is the house of that Murikan. Returning to the abandoned house of the Hyuko school, he once again looks around at its exterior. It is somewhat emotional to think that Okan-san once lived here. It was so blatantly Japanese that I never felt strange about it when I first saw it. But now I feel tremendously uncomfortable. Or should I say, Japanese-style architecture as conceived by foreigners who misunderstand Japanese culture? It somehow looks like a ninja house. Maybe there's some kind of gimmick. After laughing, I walked in through the front door. Nah, that can't be. But, just in case. The more I think about it, the more sense it makes. Akaneko said this. It's a vacant house that no one uses or even goes near. I can understand why. Okan-san, who drifted to this island and founded the Hyuko school. I am sure he would have been hailed as a great genius. It was smooth sailing, and everyone must have had high hopes for his future. Then one day, someone suddenly took his life and then absorbed. I know what happens to a subject that is absorbed, a shell. The effect was that the contents were sucked out of the body, and they became like mummies. It was reason enough for the island samurai to feel him cursed when they saw his changed appearance, either at the wake or at his funeral. As a result, no one ever came near the Hyuko residence. Perhaps I searched everywhere in the abandoned house. I turned over the tatami mats, peeked around in the attic, knocked on the walls, and went around. And then I discovered it. At first glance, it is just a plain wall. However, it was a sliding door, and once lifted and slid to the side with great effort, a staircase leading to the basement was revealed. Seriously, a ninja house? The most meta of the metas. I descend the stairs with some trepidation. At the end of the tunnel, there existed a small room that could only be entered by bending down. I nervously opened the door of the small room. Wow! What appeared was a shiny silver tea room. I wonder if it's actually called something like White Silver Tea Room. It must have been several hundred years old, but its brilliance was nothing short of magnificent. The light from the cantra in my hand reflected off it, making it dazzling. As I was looking around the tea room, I suddenly noticed a hanging scroll. An ukiyo-e-style portrait. I couldn't help but recognize the man depicted there. Shoulder-length silver hair, a sleek nose, sharp, slanted eyes, and long eyelashes. This is me? Not second but 7. A white silver tea room, a hanging scroll of myself. In other words, this is a tea room of mine that was prepared especially for me. That son of a bitch, he'll do something like this. Did you have to go this far? Be normal. This is not something on the level of I was your fan. Isn't that something a crazy fan would do? Actually happy. I'm gonna take this. It is very well drawn. The white silver tea room even seemed to play a supporting role in enhancing this picture. It truly embodied his longing for the past. Just looking at it reminded me of that passionate, intense, and glorious time. I removed the hanging scroll from the wall, carefully rolled it up, and put it away in my inventory. Behind the hanging scroll, there was a slightly recessed area where one lever was attached, although this was another goofy contraption. Okie dokie. When you get to this point, you have no choice but to pull it. I pulled down the lever with a single thought. There was a clank and then the sound of something opening. The mechanism seems to have held up well after a few hundred years. This way. I turned my gaze in the direction of the sound. There was a furnace there. I see, it's under here. I removed the furnace. Then, sure enough, a space continued under it. Sliding into a gap that just barely allowed one person to pass, I slid down the slope. After descending for a while, I came to a reasonably large cavity. Lanterns and a torii gate, a staircase, a small building, and a sliding double door. Apparently, this was a shrine. Behind the door, on a rock pedestal, a single katana rested there. I took it in my hand with trepidation. The durability of the equipment had been reduced to the limit. It was one step away from breaking down. This would require significant repairs to use. However, amazing. I've never seen this katana before. In my long Mobius career, I have never seen this equipment. Even battered as it was, the katana was so beautiful that one could not help but be taken aback. Yes, perhaps an original? An original weapon manufactured by Okan-san. An object created by reaching 9th grade in all blacksmith skills and with only a small % chance of being manufactured by pouring in tremendous experience, materials, and time. The dream of any high-level player. Why is such a thing in this place? I put it in my inventory for the moment and then looked at the information on the katana. The name of the katana was 7th Reincarn, and in the item's description, Dear 7, I hope we can fight together again. From 0K4NN. Suddenly, my eyes felt a bit warm. I put 7th Reincarn into my inventory with great care and stood there for a while. I remembered his last words. It is not how much you regret, but how proud you are of yourself when you die. For me, it's much more in the future. That's what he said. Idiot. I can't help but feel that way every day now that I received such a gift. Can I? We will fight together again. As if to make up for lost days. Like reliving our youth. Now, indeed, the hot, dazzling, vivid, and splendid scene of those glorious days has come back to this chest. Hopefully, once more in this world. Let's go out into the world and fight together again. Chapter 156 Summer Promise to the Glittering Stars. Whoa! As soon as I came out of the hidden room, someone shouted in surprise, WW what? Oh, it's just a second. You suddenly came out of the wall. I thought you were a ghost. Could you please not startle me? Masamune? You came. The voice belonged to Masamune. Oh, then, does that mean? Will you follow me to the continent? I cut to the chase right off the bat. Then Masamune suddenly got into a bad mood. She puffed up her cheeks and stared at me glumly. Did I say something wrong? Sorry. I hope you didn't take offense. It's okay. Just as I have my circumstances, you have yours. I was aware of that, but in the end, as expected, I ended up. Silence. No, I don't get it. It's difficult, this woman's heart thing. Masamune. If you don't know, you have to go forward in your own way. I took out my borrowed katana and wakizashi and offered them to Masamune. She then looked sadly at my hand for a moment, then turned to me with a smile. I'm glad I could be of help to you. I'm proud of that. Yeah, be proud with all your might. The katana you lent me is the one that defeated Miroku. There's no question about it. Masamune quietly accepted the swords, both the wakizashi and katana. One by one, with care, she equipped them. What about then? Did you come up with any good ideas for the later turn? If it came to me so easily, I wouldn't be struggling. Seriously, I suppose. That is certainly true. We couldn't help but laugh. However, Masamune's smile looked forced and awkward, a forcibly smiling, lonesome face. To me, her face looked somewhat as if she might cry. Come on, second kun. It's you anyway. You're leaving, aren't you? Let me say my goodbyes. I want to send you off on a bright and sunny note. Masamune turned her back to me and said in a calloused voice, a lie, a clearly obvious lie. If you want to send me off on a bright and sunny note, why are your shoulders shaking so much? I couldn't utter another word. That crucial word that would stop the shaking of her shoulders. Just one thing, one follow me. But I know this girl's dream. I have come to know. I knew that the noble and virtuous tree of strong will and conviction, which sprouted from her harsh upbringing and could be called tenacity, was about to bear fruit. So, I can't say it. I must not say it. I can't just tell her to drop everything and follow me. The Benzai school. I must never let her, the root of her dreams, be abandoned. Just as I picked up and nurtured Sylvia and Iko, it was a very worthwhile thing to do and a great responsibility. I see, she called it circumstances. I see. If that's the case, I don't need a send-off. A small voice escaped. A female voice. A faint, feminine voice. Even that slender back and gentle curves, though hidden, are still there. As a woman, she must have feelings for me, like those a woman has towards a man, of love. Although she knew that this was unacceptable in her position. I promise. Therefore, I don't need a send-off. Instead, let me make you a promise. The umbrella. Umbrella? I think desperately. Word that will not hurt her heart or her dreams. I broke the umbrella. I know it's out of character. But for some reason, I just had to say it. It was so tattered that it would take months to repair it. That's terrible. Yeah, it's terrible. And I don't think I'll be able to give it back for the rainy season. Could it be that you don't turn around? As I hoped so, I opened my mouth with a sigh to cool my heated face. When it stops raining, you come and get it. But I guess it will be a season when umbrellas are not so necessary. If you really must, I'm sure I can fix it up and wait for you. A moment of silence. Suddenly, Masamune's shoulders began to shake again. Or so I thought. Aha, ahaha, ku, fu, ahahaha. She laughed. What a disgrace. This girl, even though I took great pains. How unreasonable. Do you want me to come and get it? Even though I'm the one who lent it to you? Ahaha, ahahaha. Ah. You're really interesting after all. Guggai. Damn, my face is hot. I shouldn't have said that. For a while after that, Masamune laughed so hard that I thought she was harassing me. At first, I made excuses to hide my embarrassment, but I was getting more and more fed up and eventually stopped speaking a word. We did not see each other's faces, and we did not exchange words. What a strange atmosphere. Then Masamune suddenly said this. Typhoon. What? A typhoon? What is wrong with a typhoon? I might need an umbrella. Oh, so that's what she meant. We both stood there in silence. We somehow understood each other and what the other wanted to say, but we could never say it straight, not then, nor now. Hence, we probed each other with poorly written analogies, without getting to the heart of the matter. It was strangely comforting. I wonder the reason. Masamune turned around with her biggest smile and said one last thing. The rain won't stop. A radiant smile. A promise of reunion. I couldn't see Masamune's back as she moved away from me, and I couldn't help but giggle as I took my gaze to the sky. A sky full of glittering stars. A winter night sky so clear that it seemed to go on forever. Section. Akaniko-sama, so you are going? Dawn. At the Tobatsu-style dojo, Akaniko stood alone as a mentor in front of a lineup of students. One of the students muttered to himself as if he had been moved to tears. Now that Kenshin, the head of the school, had retired, the head of this school would be his only daughter, Akaniko. However, Akaniko was also about to leave the dojo. Among the students, there were no samurai who were skilled enough to take charge of the dojo yet. If this situation continued, the Tobatsu style would cease to exist. The students seemed to understand this, and they all had anxious expressions on their faces, but that didn't make anyone want to hold Akaniko back. Why was that? We are confident that you, Akaniko, will reach even greater heights. More than your father. No, more than the Bishaman. There is no better environment to learn the sword than under that man's guidance. You should by all means accept his invitation, and not worry about us. We are all cheering for you from the bottom of our hearts in this faraway land. Please have good luck. They were all samurai to the bone. Having once seen the man followed by Miroku-sama, the one who defeated the heads of schools, one can't help but respect him. It was the nature of the samurai. In fact, even they wanted to follow them. However, they lacked the ability to do so. They were not yet strong enough to take advantage of Sekon's sword drawing techniques. And they were painfully well aware of that, too. Therefore, they entrusted it to her. They put all the will and wishes they had into the star of their school, which was their hope. I will. Akaniko opened her mouth quietly as all of the students looked at her. Her determination was firm. Subsequently, I will abandon the Tobatsu. I will never call myself Tobatsu again. I will also cut my ties with my father, and with you guys, too. Can you guys still look up to me, even if I'm like this? In a trembling voice, she asked. But their minds were also set. Of course. Not just from any one person, all the students answered in unison, their voices coming out of their guts. You guys are totally nice. Akaniko gave one sigh and then continued speaking. My dream is to have fun. I enjoy betting my life on the match. I love sword drawing from the bottom of my heart. That's what I realized. I would be happy if you guys were, too. I want you guys to keep my dream alive. That's why. At the end of the day, she couldn't hold it in. They might even meet each other again, but the paths they walked were getting further and further apart. She would leave this island where she was born and raised, and the samurai with whom she had shared her hardships and joys. Their paths will never cross again. It was, so to speak, a goodbye for life. Laugh it up. You fools! Smile and send me off. It was a strange sight. All of them were crying. All of them were laughing. As she departed for a distant place, they stared at the stars, which were too dazzling. Be strong. A goodbye with that command. They bowed to Akaniko. They saw Akaniko off with a smile on their faces as she left. They sent her off, until and forever. Soon, the Tobatsu style will lose its form. Despite knowing their fate, they still smiled sincerely. And soon, the sun rose. No more stars in sight. You look awful. The Kisshu style dojo. As usual, Azami alone cleaned the spacious dojo, and Masamune, dressed as a man as usual, wandered in front of her. Masamune knew that Azami hated her, but she always wandered over like this to check on her, was given a harsh remark, and then wandered off. But two things were out of the ordinary. One was Masamune's face. The other was Azami's response. Is it really that bad? Those swollen eyes. You've been crying. Good grief. Thanks for your concern, older stepsister and younger stepsister. It had been more than a decade since these sisters, who had not been close since childhood, had had such a conversation. You, on the other hand, are looking great. Oh, my God. What? It's like a curse has been lifted. Maybe? Azami let out a muffled sigh and then removed her gaze from Masamune, propped her broom against the wall, and opened her mouth as she looked out over the garden. I always wanted to be a baker. What? A muttering too abrupt. Masamune was taken aback and asked her back. Do you remember? It was when we were young and didn't have any ties. The first time a peddler, guided by Tukikairu-san, visited this island. Yeah, I remember it well. Sister and I went to the store, where stepmother bought us a cream bread to take home. As she said this, Masamune suddenly realized. Oh, no way. Fufu. I guess so. I couldn't get that taste out of my head for the longest time. Then I started sneaking out and asking for books on baking to be shipped in, and I studied steadily, Azami said nostalgically as she smiled. Seeing the softness, Masamune was a little surprised, but however, she remembered the same memory and smiled similarly. That was delicious. Yes, it was delicious. That's how I came to love bread. I didn't know that. I see. So it was like that. You Fufu. You and I would sit side by side and eat while looking out over the ocean. Yeah. But back then, people called me in a more feminine way, Hijio instead of Anita. Exactly. That's right. Really, it's absurd. Truly. Contemplating, they put the memories away in the depths of a box and lock it. Then Azami let out one sigh as if to say goodbye to the past, turned to Masamune, and spoke. I'm leaving the island. I had a feeling that was the case. Oh my, you don't look surprised. Why? I worry about you every day. I should at least be aware of the recent changes in my sister's personality. I worry about you every day. There's no way that she, as an older sister, wouldn't know the meaning of those words. There were, of course, parts that they would never understand each other, but there was certainly a time when the two of them were purer and knew not the slightest doubt. If only we could go back to those days. The younger sister was not the only one who thought so. Hey, Masamune, if by chance we meet over there, then this time, the rain. When the rain stops, I'm going to visit Azami Nin's store. Yeah, okay. When the rain stops, we'll see each other. Innocent words, with as much relish as a small child can muster for a promise of playing. Before long, such a simple thing had become impossible to do. As long as that childlike man doesn't destroy the adult world to pieces. They looked up at the clear sky and squinted at the glare of the sun. The sun shining brightly made the girls suddenly think. Summer doesn't seem that far away. Chapter 156.3 The Life of a Simple Man. I love Japan. I am not sure when and for what reason I became interested in it, but I can say this much. By the time I can remember, I had already fallen in love with Japan. I was always researching about Japan, ignoring my studies at school, much to the dismay of my classmates. These things were an everyday occurrence, and when I opened my mouth, it was Japan, Japan, Japan. I didn't care if they called me weeb or otaku. Finally, I started to study Japanese. This was how I made it through my school years, and although my grades at school were terrible, I was able to get a job as a translator after graduation. I loved this job. I loved it so much. For translation, it was necessary to interpret every detail of the Japanese language. How wonderful is that? For me, it was something I would be willing to pay to do, such as being able to interact with the Japanese language. It must have been a calling because I was getting paid for it. Looking back, maybe I was too straightforward about what I liked. The only clothing I would wear was always from Uniqlo. I would not drink a drop of alcohol unless it was from Innode beer. My car had to be a Tomboy. All of these things, the reason was because I like them. For my part, I did not intend to be thorough in this. I think that because I like it, it was natural for me to use what I like. However, to others, my tastes seemed foreign, and I was frequently criticized for them. "You're too straightforward," they said. That's probably right. It was only recently that I became aware of this. Just before I turned 30, I came across a game called Mobius Online. It's a game that changed my life. The world's largest virtual reality MMORPG produced by a talented Japanese team. It had all the elements I liked, but when it came to time to play, this was no longer the kind of fun I could express in words, which was uncharacteristic of me as a translator. I would say it was the biggest shock of my life. I immediately reduced my workload to the bare minimum. The reason was to play Mobius. I had grown to love Mobius more than my job, which was becoming more and more of a dead end. Then my Mobius life truly began. Specifically, when work was not urgent, I played Mobius all the time from after breakfast until before dinner. And sometimes even after dinner. My character's name was 0K4NN, Rikan. I had heard that many Japanese FPS players in the past preferred to use leet writing in their names. The idea was that by giving a name that the opposing team could not instantly read during a team game, it would give your team a time advantage, which would be a plus for your own team. Hence, I named my alter ego after my favorite number in my own way, in Japanese, following the Japanese way of naming things, the ring of zero, that is, the coexistence of nothing and something, or the truth of the world. It expressed reincarnation, the eternal state of finite events repeated endlessly. My growth type was sorcerer. I personally loved the Japanese view of magic, in particular, magic systems, which manipulated several attributes, played a tremendous role in the creations portrayed by the Japanese and was reason enough for my admiration for it after reading numerous Japanese novels. For these and other reasons, I became more and more absorbed in the world of Mobius day by day. I was immersed in it. I was devoted to Mobius magic, the simplicity of the 4 attributes and 5 types of skills, but the feature that the number of skills was greater than other skills, making it easier to raise intelligence and generate firepower, and the fact that there was a strong element of bargaining due to the compatibility of attributes, to name just a few of the charms, made it a perfect fit. As much as I loved magic, there was no way that I could say that my becoming the first tissue was inevitable. It was the result of a series of coincidences. A game that had just begun was, from the time aspect, obviously not played by players in every corner of the world. I was able to poke that hole with great success. In the issue titled Tournament, when everyone was new to the event and the rules for participation were not even clear, I used magic tricks knowing full well that I could be disqualified. I took that skill, which at the time was called magic loading, and I put it on magic itself, of all things. Naturally, the contestants all seemed to think that I would be disqualified. However, the referee's answer was allowed. As a result, I was not disqualified, and I was the uncontested winner. No, that was a misstatement. To be correct, I was not an uncontested winner. I won outright to the finals and just barely managed to win the championship there. I guess, I still remember it. The man who faced me in the final. A man who later became the undisputed and perfect world number 17. He was outstanding. To use a cliché, he was truly a genius. I was struck at first sight by the silverous charm of his, which overflowed from his body without end, combining the qualities of a champion, the air of a winner, and the dignity of a victor, in addition to his radiant youthfulness. The match was won. However, I lost the game. He was fascinating. He even managed to get a good match against me, a despicable magician who used tricky magic by using nothing more than normal magic. And after the match, he told me one thing. It was fun. I think it is a good idea. It made me laugh. I will find out later. He was more competitive than any of the other players, perhaps even at that time. Underneath his smile, he must have been staring at me with tears of blood and a devilish expression on his face. But he was also someone who could swallow all those feelings and then genuinely admire others. That too sweet and precious respect of his, like the nectar of the golden fruit that the heavenly gods eat, was directed to me, no one else. It was a shuddering pleasure. How could I not become a fan? Would you not agree? I grew to love Seven. I always cheered for him at his games. When I played matches against him, I tried with all my might. When he was beaten, I defended him with anger. When he was praised, I agreed with wholehearted joy. That alone was enough to make me happy. Every day I would play my favorite Mobius and support my favorite Seven. Those were truly dreamy days. The reality, however, was not so simple. After 3 years, the reduced workload would make life more difficult. The uncertainty of the future was stressful. My position in the world rankings dropped from maintaining around 38th place to outside the top 100 in one fell swoop. And most stressful of all was that Seven would lose. He was human, too. Even though it was far less than others, he could still lose. I know that, but I just hated to see him, the perfect world number 1, lose. He showed growth with every loss. It's an amazing growth. At that, he created innovative and brand new tactics each time that surprised everyone. He was the only one who rewrote the common sense in Mobius, over and over again. It was not something an ordinary person could do. He must have been so frustrated and disappointed. He must have studied it day and night in a frantic, death-defying manner. Hence, some argued that losing made him stronger. I agreed with them. He also said that for his sake, he should lose in moderation. But still, I absolutely hated to see him lose. At this time, I was addicted to alcohol. If you drank enough to lose consciousness, you could forget all about the hardships of life, the uncertainty of the future, the world ranking, and the defeat of Seven. If something stresses me out even a little, I drank copious amounts of booze. Knowing that this was an act of betrayal of my love, I continued to drink in the evenings to excess, making the excuse that I did not dislike alcohol either. This foolish act soon became a nightly occurrence. My liver was quietly screaming, but I never thought of going to the hospital. I even wanted to die as it was, rather than not be able to drink, rather than not be able to play Mobius. Thus, I died. I dare say I found myself rocking in a small boat, ocean as far as the eye can see. A dream that showed no sign of waking up. An alt character I had no memory of logging in on. A game world that did not open the management screen. An afterlife that was unmistakably Mobius Online. Just before nightfall, I washed up on an Odejima, which was recently implemented with a major update. I was most looking forward to sword drawing. It's very home. Although not Catholic myself, my parents were devout Catholics. Hence, I was somewhat influenced by it. Perhaps that was why. Only then did I give thanks to God. Finally, thank you for this beautiful dream. I said, I will stop drinking. I have to start over. Looking back, I could not accomplish anything in my previous life. At the very least, I want to leave something, even if it is tiny, for the things I love. I strongly felt that way. This bonus stage could end at any time. If so, let's get it off my chest. Let's live well. I could die at any time. Let's live such a life that everyone will say so, that he died honorably. And I want to leave my living proof to the people I love. I want to be a person who is honest about my likes. This has been my flaw and at the same time my only, I would say, proud belief. Let the sword drawing begin. I hold those passionate days of my youth in my heart. Chapter 156.6 Bread is bread even if you're half-baked. Wow. Azami looked around the city and couldn't help but marvel. After several days of traveling in a series of cheap passenger carriages from the port town of Kula, she arrived in Winston, the royal capital of the Kingdom of Castor. The main street, with its rows of buildings to look up at, seemed like another world to Azami, who was what you might call a country bumpkin. Her surprise was not limited to the buildings, though. The large number of people passing by, The diversity of clothing and equipment, the gleam of the stores, all of them were things she had never seen before in her life. It's amazing. It's like a dream. From now on, I will open a bakery here, she thought. That was Azami's dream now. Having abandoned the Kishu school name, she bowed down to Tukikairu, borrowed money, and left the island on her own. With nothing more to lose, Azami's challenging behavior was met with a lot of opposition from those around her, but her will was firm. Azami truly felt that she wanted to be honest about what she liked. Needless to point out whose influence this was. Well, first I need a place, but reality did not work out that way. To her surprise, Azami had no knowledge about opening a bakery. She was naive enough to think that she could just make bread and sell it. In order to sell bread, you need ingredients and space. In other words, her plan to decide on a location, get the materials there, and then just make and sell it, was not too far-fetched. However, this could not be helped. Azami had been devoted to sword drawing since her birth because she had been holed up in the land of the Eight Swords, an island country with extremely limited access to information, and had been receiving meager communications. She had only a superficial knowledge of what a bakery was. As Azami looked around the main street, she noticed one fact. There was no space to set up the store anywhere. This was perfectly natural. The main street of the kingdom's capital was so popular that it was no exaggeration to say that it was the best land in the kingdom. It seemed as if the best restaurants in the world were competing to be here. It was not a place where Azami could easily set up a store on a spur-of-the-moment visit. Not good. I need to find some place other than here. Azami slumped her shoulders and left the main street. At that time, a store suddenly caught Azami's eye. It was a small, cozy store with a good old-fashioned atmosphere. The sign stated, "Grocery Store Icicle." Perhaps I can purchase hard flour and yeast here, she thought. With this in mind, Azami decided to take a quick peek inside the store to survey the stock. Welcome. Upon entering the establishment, the bell rang, and the girl manning the store greeted Azami with a smile. Azami was speechless. For starters, this icicle place was cleaner than any other store she had ever known. There was not a speck of dirt on the polished floor, not a fly on any of the shelves where the colorful food items were displayed in spectacular fashion. This seemed obvious, but it was very difficult to do. This would not be possible if thorough sanitation were not ingrained in the daily routine. For Azami, who had lived in the land of the Eight Swords, where even the concept of sanitation was a little sketchy, this was quite a culture shock. Secondly, the girl who tended to the store was adorable. Azami was taken aback not only by the polite greeting with a smile and courteous bow but especially by her clothes. It was a tightly sewn white shirt, an embroidered black vest, a pretty skirt, and a ruffled apron, not the attire of someone who specializes in handling groceries. The garments were luxurious to look at. Why would a grocery store clerk dress so neatly? She wondered. Azami couldn't make sense of it. All of a sudden, what? Stop staring. The girl on duty at the store broke the silence with a stern look, perhaps feeling Azami's passionate gaze. "Oh, I'm sorry." "Because you were so cute, eh?" Azami casually delivered the same offhanded and disturbing line that Masamune usually did. In response, the other party's face flushed slightly red. "Can you tell me your name?" "It's Ice." "Thank you. I am Azami. I just got here today from the land of the Eight Swords." "Nice to meet you." The girl on duty at the store said her name was Ice. She was the poster girl for the grocery store icicle. Learning from Ice's polite bow, Azami bowed elegantly. Ice was a bit taken aback by this, but when she realized that Azami was a traveling customer, she changed her mind. "Nice to meet you, Azami-san." "So, what do you need from my place today?" "Oh, yes. I wonder if this place has hard flour and yeast. It's for sale." "Do you make bread?" "Yeah. I was thinking of opening a bakery." "Wow, that's great. Where are you planning to open it?" "That hasn't been decided yet." "Where do you think is the best place?" "Ice-san." "Eh?" Azami said it so naturally that Ice froze, her eyes turning into dots. The person whom she thought was a traveling customer told her that he was going to open a bakery. If that was all, it would still be okay. The problem, however, was that the location of said bakery had not even been determined. On top of that, once again, the fact that she was trying to purchase materials through a retailer like Icicle was also a major problem. Too ignorant. Ice raised an eyebrow and held her head in her hand. What's the matter? No, that should be my line. Azami-san, what's the matter with you? Nothing. I'm opening a bakery. Even though you don't even know where it's going to be? What about legal procedures? What about notifying the kingdom and the guild? What about a bread oven? Do you have the funds to open the business in the first place? If you were trying to procure the ingredients in my place, you probably don't even know wholesale exists, do you? Finally, Ice looked up to the heavens. She put her hand on her forehead and exclaimed, "Oh dear God, I am sorry. I didn't think it was that bad." Listen, okay? It is similar to you just walking into a forest where monsters are crawling with no weapons in hand, alright? If that's the case, then long ago. They stared at each other in astonishment. After a moment of silence, Ice opened her mouth again with a single phrase, "Well, that's fine. It's impossible. You, at this rate, will never be a baker." "I won't say anything bad about it, but first, you should get hired at some other store and learn the trade." "You will learn a lot there, and then you can start your own business. That would be better." "Is that so?" "That is so." Ice seemed to be getting more and more annoyed with Azami, who was too naive, and while slightly angry, she offered some sound advice. Azami, on the other hand, seemed to be a stranger to the situation, saying, "I guess that's how it is here." "Thank you, Ice-san. I've learned so much. Do you mind if I come back to shop again?" "Yes, come again. Just looking at you makes me really worried." "Rather, come see me regularly, please." "You're a very kind person." "Okay, I will do so. I'm not trying to be nice. It's a mental health issue for me." Ice waved her hand in the air and said, "Yes, yes," as Azami repeatedly said, "Thank you, thank you, thank you. There are some strange people out there." She thought of that with a dismayed look on her face. This was how Azami and Ice met. The next day, Azami had visited Icicle in the morning. Then, half crying, she reported the fact that the inn she had entered at random had cost 4,000 CL per night. When Azami insisted that this was a rip-off, Ice shrugged it off, saying, "That's just the way it is." Apparently, the cost of living in the land of the Eight Swords and the royal city of Winston were vastly different. Azami was now learning such things, and Ice's concern was only growing. Then came some uninvited guests. Coming through, opening the door and entering was a group of sharply dressed young men. Starting with the greeting of the man at the front of the line, the crowd gingerly entered the store. There were 5 of them. Apparently, they were not mere customers. "Hey, what's with you guys? Did you come again to try and get me to leave?" "Don't be ridiculous." "I don't care how many times you say it. It's my store." Well, calm down. I know. I've heard it 100 times from both parent and child." "What do you want then?" "Oh, that's strange. This is a grocery store, right?" "Of course, we came here to buy groceries." Immediately, Ice turned hostile. The men rummaged through the store with sly smirks on their faces. "Do you know each other?" Knowing that this was not a simple situation, Azami asked Ice a question. At the sound of her calming voice, Ice manages to regain her composure. "The bar next door sent them. They bought land on both sides of our property, and it looks like they're trying to get our land too. But no matter how much money they pile on us, we won't leave. I'm proud to run this store. The feeling is the same for Mum. We don't want money from selling our pride." It was a small voice, a harrowing cry. However, Ice's voice was loud enough to earn Azami's respect. She guarded this grocery store alone with her mother. They never backed down, not even a step, even when dealing with a large group of men. There are rumors that they are profiting from illegal gambling. No, there is also evidence. It's a disgusting act that makes one forget one's pride. Absolutely unforgivable. I love this city and the proud people who live here. That's why I can't tolerate it. I will not back down, no matter how hard they try. I will proudly resist until the end, no matter what kind of harassment I get. Shaking her slender body, Ice glares at the men. Azami couldn't help but want to applaud. She felt compelled to go around and loudly tell the people of the city about that prideful resolve of hers. But there was no way for men who had abandoned their pride to understand the virtuousness of ice, which Azami found so inspiring. Hey, 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 look at this meat. It's rotten. Man, stinks. It stinks horribly. These beans over here have bugs all over them. Oi, I'm starting to feel nauseous. It's the worst place I've ever been to. I will never come back. They deliberately shouted out things that were not there, loud enough to be heard outside the store. The men laughed obnoxiously. Wouldn't this be a problem? They even give Ice that look to express that sentiment. This is business disruption. Go away. I'll call the knights. Oh, scary. Even the woman who works here is hysterical. We're just telling the truth, right? Shut up. Shut up. Get out. Get out of here. Ice clenched her fists tightly, tears welling up in her eyes, and shouted with all her might. Then the men all turned back to their serious faces and said in a brusque voice, "We'll come back." For the impotent Ice, it was nothing short of horror. How long will this continue? Just thinking about it would make one feel faint. Oh, Azami-san? That's why. Azami couldn't overlook it. Now that she was freed from the constraints of her school, she was not willing to be bound by anything that would get in her way. Even if it was about someone else, she could not bring herself to ignore it. Her respect for the proud Ice inspired her own pride as a samurai, Azami thought as she moved silently, trying not to be noticed by the men. Ice showed a proud determination. I'm also proud of my decision, Kawa. The moment the men put their hands on the door to get out of Icicle, Azami stepped between the men and the door, shouted loudly and deliberately, and fell out of the door. The people walking outside the store took notice, wondering what was going on. Hey, watch it. What the hell is this bitch? It's not our fault, right? Is she some accident faker? You gotta be kidding me. The men complained quietly so that the people in town could not hear them. Seeing his attitude, Azami secretly grinned. No, stop. I'm going to get raped. Immediately after, Azami exclaimed something that never happened. It was the same thing they did. Huh? Don't come. I can't believe that 5 people would come together and try to rape me. You beasts. Hey, are you the guys from the bar next door? I will not forgive such barbaric behavior. Anyone? Anyone? Call the guards. This bitch. Shut up. A scream that was clearly theatrical. Passers-by hesitated to decide whether or not to intervene. However, as soon as the word bar was mentioned, the men's expressions of irritation immediately turned to panic. And then, thinking they had to shut this woman up right away, they approached her. In this case, Azami had already achieved what she wanted. A flash. The Kisshu schoolhead's silver sword drawing sliced through the air and something else as well. The men could not understand what had happened, but all they knew for sure was that the woman in front of them now had definitely done something, because it seemed to them that Azami's eyes, for just a moment, revealed a terrifying sharpness that would make even the demons of hell run away barefoot. But after a few seconds, nothing happened. The men were relieved that they had been mistaken. No. 5 perverts. TCH, shit. Shut her up. After a beat, Azami started shouting again. The men took a big step forward to cover up her mouth. Whereupon, Kaya, are these guys taking off their clothes in the middle of the street? They're really trying to get to it. Whoa, me too? 2 of the 5 men, the 2 closest to Azami, had their pants fall to their ankles with a thud. Azami had cut off the belt with the sword she had just drawn. As a result, the 2 men were pantsless. What the hell is this woman? Hide it quickly, idiot. We need to leave. The men withdrew helplessly. The way they hurriedly lifted their trousers and ran away was just comical. Whoa. Passers-by were stunned. Many of them may have wondered, is that what the bar next door is like? Conversely, very few believed the words the men were ranting inside of Icicle. Everyone knew it. Everyone who lived in this city knew it. That Icicle was not that kind of store. The city took pride in the fact that it was a great store. Therefore, it was no wonder. Those in town who knew about the situation in Icicle applauded enthusiastically for Azami's silly, even ridiculous, little performance. Azami was puzzled. Well, that was a given. Although she expected the atmosphere to be somber, she did not expect to receive applause of any kind. Azami-san. Immediately afterward, Ice, who had witnessed the whole thing, rushed to Azami. Then, "What are you doing? You're worrying me, fool. You're really an idiot now." "Thank you." "My heart feels so refreshed." She hugged Azami tightly and thanked her while cursing at her. When Azami hugged Ice back, she noticed that her body was shaking slightly. She must have been really worried. Azami felt that Ice, although about 10 years older than her, was like a caring and anxious younger sister, and she smiled warmly at her. "I'm sorry for worrying you. I just wanted to show my appreciation in my own way." "Yes, I got the message." "But it didn't look all that great." Saying no kidding, they both laughed. After a few moments, when Ice stopped shaking, Azami disentangled herself, faced Ice squarely, and opened her mouth. "I wonder if I can make a living in this honorable city." "It's okay, I'm sure you will. Azami-san, I can vouch for that." Well, question mark. "I was wondering if you could lend me a place in your store." "I only need about 1 tatami mat's worth." "I wanted to sell bread." Ice pouted for a moment then smiled daringly. "Rent is expensive. How much?" "You will work as a bodyguard for us. Then I will rent you a place with 3 meals and a bed. How's that?" What?" "Ice-chan." "Wait. Hey, don't hug me." Azami thus took the first step toward her dream of opening a bakery. Soon after, the cream buns boom hit the royal capital. But that's another story. Chapter 156.9 versus Blackshine. This is an incident that occurred between Arc 1 chapters 06 and 07. It's been a few days since my reincarnation, and I'm gradually getting used to life here. It's almost the same world as Mobius Online. Therefore, it did not take long for me to adapt, but the subtle differences often made it difficult. For example, elements that were not present in the game, such as sleep, food, excretion, and pain. Even if you don't do anything, you will feel sleepy, hungry, and need to go to the bathroom. It hurt when I hit my little toe on the corner of the wardrobe. When these things that were natural in reality become natural in this game-like world, the brain becomes a little confused. Well, I can't think of a better reality than this. As usual, I enjoyed a modest drink at the bar on the first floor of the inn, and returned to my room on the second floor, feeling pleasantly drunk. I feel great. I could not help but express my thoughts on this world. Hence, I had completely forgotten about it. The possibility that subtle differences that I have not yet seen exist somewhere in my daily life. Something flickered at the edge of my vision. What is it? I didn't think much of it and turned my gaze to the wall where the bed was located. Our eyes locked onto each other. No way. No, but this guy certainly is. I was like a frog being stared at by a snake. As I stared at this slimy, slippery, shiny black thing and stiffened up. Impossible. I've never heard of this. This is a game world. That guy. That thing shouldn't be allowed to exist here. Kasuza. Whoa, it moved. It freaking moved. Fuck. There's no doubt about it. It's real. Damn it. Should I withdraw for now? No, I must not be daunted here. Once I lose track of it, I will never be able to enter this room again. Luckily that guy's still in sight. If I want to fight it, this is the only chance I have. That's right. Stay cool, former world number 1. You were the number 1 in the world. Have confidence. That much speed is nothing, right? The world rankers have unleashed much sharper and more aggressive attacks, haven't they? Don't be scared, don't run away. As we have always done, we will beat this guy as if we were the best in the world. It's moving. But I won't be defeated. That is a strong enemy by whom I had suffered countless defeats before being reincarnated. But in this world, I will win. Yes. Haha. Too bad for you. You shiny black roachy son of a bitch. In this world, I can use my skills, my special long-range attacks. Silver archery. Taste it with your own body and soul. I shoot a grade 5 silver archery. For a C-class monster, this should be a perfect one-hit. I did it. Zugan. A large number of feathers flew out of the ruptured pillow and fluttered through the air with the roar of a boom. When the feathers cleared, There was the sight of a bed that had been transformed into something unrecognizable. Shit. Is everything alright? The innkeeper came running in and saw me with my bow ready and the shattered bed and made one comment. What the hell are you doing? No really. I wonder what I am doing. Afterward, I made a firm apology and reimbursement and managed to get him to forgive me. I was reflecting on that, thinking that next time I would try soldier archery. End of Volume 7.